Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Eugene Mission and the Conversations on the Bench. My name is Gary Snyder, and this stage and this bench that is sitting next to me, behind me, will be a setting where we'll be live streaming for the next 24 hours a series of stories on homelessness, stories of heartbreak and challenge, and stories of hope and overcoming. The Eugene Mission's Executive Director, Cheryl Baltrip, will be sitting on the bench talking with people from all over this city and beyond on topics ranging from addiction and recovery to what it takes to build a real life behind the street. Stories on how we get to know each other, overcome differences, build relationships, and find understanding. We have so many participants coming to sit on this bench that you're going to want to hear from. For those who are wanting to watch online, you can be a part of this too. You can comment, ask questions of Cheryl on both Facebook and YouTube, or ask questions for any of our bench participants. And now, the Executive Director from the Eugene Mission, Cheryl Baltrip.
Hello, everyone. Wow, what an exciting day. So who is the Eugene Mission, and why are we spending 24 hours on a bench? Well, the Eugene Mission is all about relationships and all about life change. And to do that, we need to talk to each other. We need to have some of those difficult conversations. What's working? What's not? We need to hear from people with lived experience. We need to hear from families who've experienced the loss of a loved one. We also need to hear those success stories, right? So you're going to hear them. For the next 24 hours, we are going to be digging deep into people's lives and sharing stories of hope. Please join us. We hope you will. Social media, here in person. We'd love to have you. Thank you.
And now I want to introduce you Roger Terrell. He is a board member of the Eugene Mission.
Thanks, Gary. You know, the Eugene Mission has been offering hope and a home to people in need in our community for 7 decades. Throughout that time, we've actually changed a lot to embrace new generations of people in need. But one thing has always remained true: the Eugene Mission exists to share hope. But it's because of the support we've had in our community that we've been able to do this. And through this event today, we want to offer back some of that hope and understanding to our community. I want to thank our community for the great support you've given to the mission, because we couldn't be doing it without your love and support, serving, volunteering, and all the things you do. We appreciate you very much.
And now to sing our national anthem today, please welcome to the stage Emily Redling.
And the home
Nice job, Emily. Nice job. And now I want to introduce the pastor from City First Church. It is Ryan. He is going to join us in a prayer.
Would you bow your hearts with me as we pray? Father, we thank you so much for this day. God, we thank you for the opportunity that we have to gather in this space online and in person to have great, creative, hard, hope-filled conversations about restoring hope, healing, and wholeness in people's lives. And so, Father, I pray that as we share openly and honestly that, Jesus, you would captivate our hearts with what's possible in the kingdom with faith-filled people. Stir us up, oh God, to be a part of the solution, to step outside of what's comfortable and step outside of what's always been and just rediscover the vitality of relationships and connectedness. So, Father, we give you this day. We thank you so much for an opportunity to be a part of this. Jesus, may you be lifted high. And at the end of today, may there be someone who has hope restored and healing given. In Jesus' name we pray. And all God's people said, Amen. Amen.
All right, so he doesn't know we're going to do this, but I need to share something with the whole community. Pastor Ryan has been an integral part of the Eugene Mission. He has been pouring into our Life Change program, our chapel program, and to me personally, being an encourager and a supporter of Life Change, of lifting up the name of Jesus. Amen. And we would like to recognize that. And I'd like to ask Kimber Walton of the Women's Life Change program and some of the ladies to step here up on stage and share some of their thoughts. Kimber?
Pastor Ryan, your leadership has been a beacon of faith and love. You've walked with integrity, you've preached with passion, and you've led with love. As you step into a new chapter, may you carry with you all of the lives that you have touched in this place. On behalf of the Eugene Mission, our guests at R-Cubed, those in Life Change, and us as a staff here, we want to say thank you. Personally, I'll never forget the day that my daughter went to the hospital, suffering back-to-back 15-minute seizures, and she was unconscious. In those minutes and hours of chaos, you were there with me. My parents struggled to get her son from daycare. My sister was stuck in traffic hours away, and you stayed with us. You stayed with us from the IC room. You stayed with us clear to her, or from the emergency room to the IC room, and when you had to go, Pastor Kylie stayed with me. You guys were there for 7 hours that day, and I want to thank you personally for that. You're more than a pastor. You have been a spiritual father, a mentor, and a true friend to not only the guests here at the Eugene Mission, but to all of us as staff. You have changed our hearts as well. And God will honor you and bless you and your family for your obedience to make disciples here at the Eugene Mission and all throughout Lane County. You will be missed, but not forgotten. It has been my privilege to serve under your leadership. The not forgotten part, you're dancing, you're singing, or at least trying to sing. I'm right there with you. Your presence at baptisms and at our graduation, and you baptized my prodigal son. May he continue to guide your steps and fill your hearts with peace. You have fought a good fight, finished the race, and kept the faith. So as you move forward, may his plans for you unfold with hope and abundance that just runneth and overfloweth. And as you say to us, may the Lord bless you and keep you. So from everyone here at the Eugene Mission, we are your family and you will be missed. Thank you.
So if I can open this box, on behalf of the Eugene Mission, we'd like to recognize your incredible service to us all with this remembrance, a clock. So thank you. All right, thank you. Thank you, ladies. Thank you. Okay, now that we've got them softened up, we are ready for our first conversations. All right, first conversation of the day. Woo! Please.
Is it still me?
This
still
is
the
to your
first conversation?
your first conversation. Welcome.
My goodness.
So how does it feel to be the first conversation on the bench?
Humbled, honored, grateful, and thankful. And a little nervous.
Yeah.
So all the above.
So maybe our listening folks can understand, you're still with the living, but
Yes.
we're talking about you going away. Is there anything you'd like to share?
Yes. So we've been here in the community for the last 11 and a half years, deeply embedded into the life of what's happening in the city. But recently, the Lord has stirred some vision and passion and calling and opened a door for me to serve as the university chaplain at Olivet Nazarene University. And so I'm hoping and praying and believing by the grace of God that there's a whole crew of 18 to 21-year-olds that we can love, disciple, get grounded in the Word, get filled with the Holy Spirit, and go out and make a difference in this world. So, yeah.
Amen to that.
Yep.
Wonderful.
So
Wonderful.
we're leaving on Sunday.
Sunday. Oh,
Yes.
right there, right
So
around the corner.
this is my last pastoral thing, I guess. Yes.
Well, we are honored
Yes.
that you're spending that time with us, with all that's going on in your life. Thank you. You've blessed us so much.
Thank you.
So it has been so incredible how you have poured into our community at the mission. And I'm wondering, can you share, how has it been on your heart to be helping the broader unhoused community and folks that are reclaiming their lives? How did that come about?
Yeah. Well, I was able to walk into a church that was already participating in it, but I walked into it because it aligned with my heart so well. And I don't want to make things too complicated, but it just feels like the normal living out of the gospel. And so it was just a natural response to the scriptures and to the life of Jesus to have a heart that sees those on the margins or those that maybe aren't at the core but are on the edges. And so that just seemed like what Jesus did. And I want to follow him, and I find that he's there at the edges and the margins already at work. And so that was kind of the motivation for it. Yeah.
And how has it changed you?
Personally?
Yeah, personally.
And the church.
And both. Let's hear both. Yeah, because I'm betting it's both. And
It is
both. And.
It is both.
Yeah,
So since I'm leaving, I'm just going to be
please.
all honest.
Yeah.
Not church answers.
It's just you and me here. It's just you and me.
There's no cameras. There's no people around here. So as a church, we had to make a leadership commitment that chose to value, honor, and welcome people who don't look like us, smell like us, walk like us, dress like us, and be okay with it. And part of that is there are going to be people in the church, God bless them, that don't like that.
Yeah.
And so you've got to be willing to sacrifice and go all in because it's the Jesus thing to do. He didn't come to build a building and get nice people in there that all look the same. He came to fill people with his presence and send them into the world to rescue those. Freely you've given, freely give. And so as a church, we had to make that commitment that said, whatever the results are, whatever's going to happen at the end, we're going to do what Jesus did, and to the best of our ability.
Yeah.
And that comes with a financial cost. When people maybe don't like it and they want to go find somewhere that feels a little more comfortable, God bless them. No shame, but we love them. That's the path you're on, and this is the path that we're on. And so that comes with sacrifice, but it also comes with a deep, abiding joy to see God at work in transforming lives. And one of the ways that I've been most impacted is the place that I've seen transformation happen in people's lives the most is in the context of smaller groups where there's this rugged honesty that I'm bringing my full, honest, transparent self to the table, and I'm getting unconditional love and acceptance in exchange for my honesty.
Yeah.
And I saw that in various settings, whether it's Celebrate Recovery, some of their small groups to which I was a part of, one of them.
Yeah.
And I was so impacted by people just showing up and saying, this is who I am, this is where I'm at this week, and just being received with just unconditional love in that moment.
Yeah.
And it was that connection and love that propelled them to overcome whatever it was they, and sister, I'm telling you, sorry,
That's
President,
good.
CEO.
No, I'll take sister.
Sister, that turned my heart
Yeah,
right side
yeah,
up, and
yeah,
I just said,
yeah.
that's it. That's
Yeah,
where we got to go.
yeah.
And so
And that's what we want to see in the church body, in the congregation. Yeah, it's that
so
heart
I
change.
took that model,
Yeah.
and I worked with it, and we pulled something together in our church where we created smaller environments for that to happen.
Yeah.
And that has been the single most life-giving thing in our church in the last year, is those environments where we just bring our honest self to the table.
Yeah,
And this
yeah.
is who I am.
Yeah,
So-
and we're just there as brothers and
Yes.
sisters, and we're all growing, and we're all working on those
We all-
rough edges.
we all got our
putting
stuff.
them before God. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. love
Pastor, president, whoever else, janitor, we all got our stuff.
it. Okay.
So-
All right, so we're talking about the church. Now
Yes.
we've got to zero in on you. How's
Yes.
it changed you?
Well, that was part of how it changed me, is observing that, and then I put myself in that environment to experience that type of honesty. There's in church leadership, there's this theory, this idea that it's lonely at the top. Well, it's lonely at the top because you're not bringing your vulnerable self to people that are all around you that you can. And I understand there's balance and all that, and you don't want to do it with just everyone. But what it did for me is I made a decision to be a part of these step studies through Celebrate Recovery,
Yeah,
where I
yeah.
take the pastor hat off and I just put my person hat on. I'm just
Yeah,
a person.
yeah.
And you can't call me pastor in this room, just call me person.
Yeah, yeah.
Or Ryan.
Yeah.
And so I walked that journey
Yeah.
as one of us.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I'm telling you, it was one of the most healing groups and journeys that I've been on in 17 years of ministry.
Wow.
And
Wow.
yeah.
So how do we encourage people to just take that step of that courageous step?
Yeah.
You know, to open ourselves
Yeah,
to that kind of relationship.
Well, for us as a church, it required us to be a hospitable, welcoming place for anyone who walked in the door. Safely walked in the door.
Yeah.
To be and then to observe, watch, learn, and because it's not just what we gave to somebody, it's what they deposited in us.
Yes.
And so there was this mutuality of exchange that, yeah, we had something to offer, but they had something to offer us. And so that's where it started with me, is just watching and observing the healing that's already happening. There was more healing happening outside the church building than there was in the church. And so watching it and then saying, I've got to bring that in here. So I think it takes seeing it first,
Yeah.
proximity,
Yeah.
relationship, connection, and then somebody who's bold enough to say, I'll be the first one to go. It's not normal in my context, but I'm going to be abnormal for the sake of the kingdom, and I'm going to lead with vulnerability. And hey, let me open up my life. Here's my stuff. Love me, hate it, whatever, but here I am. And so I think it's proximity, seeing it modeled, and then somebody with a little bit of courage to say, I'll go first.
I'll go first. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, what do you wish the community knew about these kind of relationships and how we're growing together through these kinds of, church, individual, and even the broader community embracing that kind of courageous step?
Yeah. I wish that proximity changes things. Connection changes things. And so if you can get in proximity with that type of healing community where this is happening,
Yeah.
and for us it was the Life Change program.
Right,
For us it
right.
was Celebrate Recovery. What I wish the community knew is that you have no clue the life and hope that is possible, the healing that is possible
Yeah.
in those type of vulnerable, loving, unconditional, connected relationships.
there's so much life that comes out of that.
Oh, amen.
And restoration.
You know,
So,
I think that's what's been so frustrating is folks that are caught up in the transactional, that we
Yes.
want to do these really quick connections that really aren't connections with people, where I'll just give you this, but I don't really have to connect. And we don't heal. Either of us don't heal when we do that to one another. So,
I was reminded of the Apostle Paul who said, not only do I want to share the gospel with you, but I want to share my life with you as well. And so that was a model for me to see and to follow that as well. So,
yeah.
yeah.
So you talked about some of the folks that might have had a challenge with that. How do we help them get over that? And again,
Yeah.
start being the one that says, hey, I'm all in.
Yeah. Well, I think like any bell curve, you're going to have your early adopters. You're going to have your ones that come a little bit later. And you're going to have your ones that never come.
Yeah.
And for the ones that aren't on that track, I think you just got to love them and bless them
Yeah.
on their journey.
True.
You got to identify the ones that have an affinity or an affection or an openness to this and begin to work with them and pull them in and model and show and have conversations and get people from diverse backgrounds, whether it's unhoused or housed or rich or poor, black, white, whatever, get together around a meal and a table.
Yeah.
Look at each other, the whites of their eyes,
Yeah.
and just have a conversation.
Yeah.
So start with those early adopters that are open to it, and I'm talking mostly from a church perspective.
Yeah,
And there
yeah.
may be some principles that you can extrapolate out of that, but I'm just coming from a
Sure.
local church perspective.
Yeah.
So start with the early adopters, get them in the room together, have some conversation, get some initial connection going, and when you start sharing story, and your story, there's a power to sharing your personal story that captivates, pulls you in and says, we're not that different, are we?
No.
Now,
no.
I might have a little bit more in my account than you got in yours, or I might drive this and you might drive that, but at the end of the day, we're really just human together.
Yeah.
And we're trying to make it in this world.
Yeah.
So I think proximity, sharing a meal, and sharing some story.
I love that. So we've got 3. I'll maybe press you for some more. So whether it's a life group or church group or even, some type of social gathering group, what steps would you urge them to take to bring people into that kind of relationship?
I would start small. I would so start with a small step. You don't want to just jump all in the deep end right away.
Yeah.
It'll scare you and everybody else. So start small. Show up to your local mission and volunteer.
Great idea.
I mean,
great idea.
I'm sure there's always something to be sorted somewhere, or there's always something to be cleaned up, and that actually does kind of follow in line with Jesus's sense of service and pouring out to others. And so, just start small, and then start again tomorrow or start again next week. Just just start small, and know that there is this whole other Spirit of God that's working behind the scenes.
Yeah.
So just show up.
Show up.
Start small and just let God grow it from there. Again, talking from a local church perspective. But just show up. Go to your local mission, volunteer a little bit, get a group together, maybe get a life group together once a month. If you can do once a week, that might be a bit more. But start once a month and just show up and start building relationships, connections, and it will grow from there if you're open to it.
Yeah,
So,
I agree.
yeah.
I agree. So, you know the Eugene mission pretty well. What advice do you have for us? How can we better serve?
Well, this was not one that I was ready for, but I'm ready for any.
Okay.
How could you better serve local churches? How could you better serve your guests?
Both. How can we better? I would like to have the type of relationship we've had with City First, with the broader church family, and also our guests. I think you know us pretty well, and like to open that up. We'll be vulnerable. I think that's part of growing and also serving, is we need to take advice from people that are wise.
Yeah. Well, you'll have to get that from the next guest if you're looking for advice from those that are wise. I'm teasing. Well, you opened up with it's all about relationships.
Yeah.
And and the way that you dignify people and honor the image of God in people. My only advice is keep on keeping on in that direction. I believe that is the key with community to restoring not just houses to unhoused people, but healing and hope and wholeness to lives. And then as far as resourcing or connecting with local churches, we've had you come out a couple times to our church, and so I don't know if there's a church relations person that is funded to intentionally go out and build that. If there is, there might be. I don't know, but that might be an area of intentionality of bringing someone on staff that their main focus is to build those relationships and recruit towards that. And one of their hurdles is let's just demystify some things.
Yes.
Like
Yes.
here's what you think about the
yeah,
Eugene mission.
yeah.
Here's what the Eugene mission is. Here's what we're not. Here's what we are.
Right.
And so just kind of demystifying some of the
Yeah.
Preconceived ideas, I think, would be really helpful
Yeah.
to strengthening those relationships.
Love that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we're really hoping through this process that if people have some preconceptions, et cetera,
Yes.
please let us know.
Yeah.
We are open to those communications so that we can do some barrier busting,
Yes.
et cetera.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
well, this has been incredible.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your time, and God bless you on your next endeavor.
Yes.
Godspeed, and I know that you're going to have a wonderful impact. So,
Cheryl, thank you for the opportunity. This was truly a surprise, and I want to take what I've learned from you, from your great team, from the guests. It has marked my soul, and so this will be a part of my life and ministry, my family, for years to come. So I'm just really honored and humbled and grateful for the opportunity. So thank you so much.
you're so welcome.
All right.
God bless you.
God bless you. Can I give you one more hug?
Of course.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, well, it's my pleasure to introduce our second conversation on the bench, Jessica Arnholtz. Please join me. Welcome. Hello there. Number 2. Woo.
Happy to be here.
So how are you doing this afternoon?
Doing wonderful.
Fantastic.
I enjoyed opening ceremonies, and the pastor's amazing. A hard act to follow.
Oh,
but
he is wonderful. Well, and the national anthem singing, that was
Yes,
pretty
it's
beautiful
beautiful.
by Emily. So,
Yes.
so why don't you tell the listening audience a bit about yourself?
Well, I'm Jessica Arnholtz. I'm the executive director for Next Step Recycling. So we're a nonprofit 501c3 electronics recycler.
Yeah.
So a lot of people do just think of us as a place to take their old junk, right?
Oh.
There's a lot of myths that,
Yeah.
I try to get out into the community, especially post-pandemic, to reestablish connections
Yeah,
and
yeah.
partnerships
Yeah.
of what we really do. Of course, we've kept almost 40 million pounds of electronics out of the landfills, which is
Good stuff.
amazing,
Good
right?
stuff.
But reuse is our #1 priority.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
our mission is providing technology and training to children and adults with barriers
Great.
to education and employment. And so I think that's where we connect,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
With the removing barriers to, hopefully have a future success in
Yeah.
life or in jobs and whatever their goals are. And removing those barriers are huge. And a big part of what we do is we have like your life skills training.
Yeah.
We have job skills training. And we just reopened that last year, so which
Wow.
is exciting. And we're started with students that are in transitional programs, which means that they've graduated from high school. They have IEPs, which is individual
Education plans.
Yep. And they're in transitional programs till they're 21 to help them transition from school to either a job or continuing their education. But the biggest thing I enjoy about that is watching their confidence build. A lot of the students have special needs on
Yeah,
the
yeah.
autism spectrum, ADHD, and something they can put on a resume,
Yeah.
which is huge. And also at the end of the program, they're gifted a computer. And so that's a big thing that we do as well. It's called our technology grants. And
Great.
so
So backing up just a little,
Yeah.
thinking about the vocational skills,
Yep.
how do you think we can be best helpful in rebuilding or helping skill development in folks that maybe haven't had exposures in certain areas? Do you have a plan that you use, or do you just make it very practical based on the recycling work that you're doing? How would you describe that?
I mean, it is very practical of, coming in, preparing for their shift, clocking in, learning basic job skills, and keeping their area nice and neat, not getting frustrated, asking questions.
Yeah.
What we started with is it's dismantling, so they're taking apart computers that are too old to refurbish and separating everything for recycling, so they're learning a lot of tool skills. And working on, I'm in the middle of considering the name of the program.
Okay,
right? But-
well, that's part of the fun.
Yes,
That's
I'm
part of
making
our
it up.
R3 is coming with, yeah.
So WorkSource Lane works with a lot of individuals that they already have, bills and different things, so they can't just go back to college.
Yeah.
So help people with
Do you have like
different
a
training.
mentoring or someone working closely with folks to rebuild skills, or what does that look like?
We do.
From a training perspective.
I mean, we work with 4J schools,
Uh-huh.
Bethel schools, Lane ESD, Bridgeway House, and Springfield schools. And so they send job coaches with the students, but then we also have employees that are mentors. But that is something that this year it's probably twice as big as it was last year.
Mm-hmm.
So individuals that would be interested in helping these special needs students would
Yeah.
also be, amazing. You have to have a lot of patience and be there, and it's reading the situation, because we don't want to set them up to fail. We want them to know that they can succeed.
Right.
And if they have a bad
Sure.
day, it doesn't mean like, oh, you can't come back, you're done, right?
Yeah.
What can we do to make this work? How can we make this easier? And I love to get input from all different people, because everyone has different perspectives.
I mean, I feel like I should know this, but what percentage or what number, can you give me an idea of how many of the folks that are there are unhoused or at risk of losing housing or just coming out of
So-
that environment?
Right. So I would say the percentage is probably in that 25% range. And we also have employees that started at Next Step Volunteering that were unhoused. We work with a lot of homeless veterans programs.
Sure.
And providing computers for them, like computer labs, so they have a place to re-get their IDs and their
Yeah,
social,
yeah,
apply
yeah.
for benefits.
Yeah.
I mean, anymore, if you don't have a computer, that's a huge barrier to being able to do all of these things.
Yeah. That's something we've really noticed with a number of our guests, that, there's great skills with phones, etc., but haven't worked on a placeholder computer for a very long time, and
Yes.
or they've worked with computers that are years out of date. So being up to speed with computers is
It's
pretty
huge.
is huge.
Yeah. So what
So-
we're working on is a technology training program
Mm-hmm.
that will probably be about an 8-week program of teaching basic skills
Mm-hmm.
to individuals, whether it's for the job market where they can go out and help people in a service department where they're having issues,
Mm-hmm.
hardware, replacing their power supply, different things like that, which
So
is
they're
huge.
taking things apart and putting it.
Yeah.
That's impressive stuff.
So that's pretty exciting,
Yeah.
and I feel that that's a big part of what we do, and we're a resource in the community for people for that reason. And so trying to grow that, because like you, we're not trying to just survive. We want to grow and thrive and
Yeah.
help as many people as we possibly can.
So kind of stepping away a little bit from Next Step, but just
course.
being a community member. What is your perspective on homelessness in the greater Eugene, Springfield, Lane County? What are you seeing or feeling with respect to that issue?
I'm a part of a lot of, I'm our community engagement, right? As the executive director,
Sure.
I hold all the hats, wear them all. And I think that there's a lot of uninformed and uneducation on the process. I mean, as far as computers go, people think they can just go to the library. It's like,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
so you have to have an address and proof of, it's not as easy as people think, the barriers.
Right.
And I feel that a lot of individuals, it can happen in a blink,
Yeah.
and then they're stuck in that situation. And once you're stuck or feel trapped, it's hard to get out of.
Yeah.
And I think we just all need to work together to find ways to help people out of these situations.
What do you think is most effective to help people be restored to healthy community?
I mean, for one, to remove some of the stigmas that are attached to that, and to be empathetic to the situation, because it could happen to anyone at any time. You lose a job, you fall behind, and as quickly as a month, and bam, it can happen like that. But also working together, because I mean, that's what I love about being a nonprofit, right? Is we're not in competition. We're all working together to achieve the same common goals. And how can we work together
Yeah.
to help solve this problem?
Yeah.
And just being a community that is committed to helping to make this happen.
Yeah. Well, and don't you believe that our community, our donors, want to see collaboration between nonprofits? They want to see the various resources pulling together.
Exactly. And I think now more than ever, that's going to keep happening. I see different nonprofits that in order to survive, they're collaborating. And knowing that there is an end in sight. Those barriers, to me, when I give a computer to somebody and you see that you've just opened up a whole new world of opportunities, right? Because you can't apply for a job, you can't apply for benefits, housing, anything without a computer.
Well, I think it started during the COVID era, but we really needed to have the computers available so that people could Zoom in doctor's appointments
Yep,
or
telehealth.
patching in for school and on and on. And even, as our guests are setting up, bank accounts and being
Yes.
able to do double authentication and all that, we need to have those skills and those resources available.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so, and a lot of those resources where there were free classes, like quarterly and at the library and different things, and those have disappeared, of places where I could send people.
Yeah, so are there,
for those
do you know,
information.
what is available right now to your knowledge?
I mean, a lot of times what I do is I teach people how to teach themselves.
Okay.
Anymore, you can search on your phone or the computer, how do I do this on Windows 11, and a video will pop up that'll walk you through it step
Okay.
by step. Because when people, especially during the pandemic, Next Step never closed because computers were essential need,
Yeah,
right?
a lifeline.
Everyone was
Lifeline.
schooling and working
Yeah,
from
yeah.
home. People were buying computers that never owned one before.
Yeah.
And the majority of our staff was laid off, but I was there every day trying to help people, and they're like, can I call you when I need help?
Yeah.
And of course I want to, but also being limited in staff, I can't be on the phone call with the same person every day for 2 hours. So teaching people how to help themselves. And I myself learned every day by helping other people, which is a wonderful way to learn,
Yeah,
right?
isn't
Like, I
it?
don't know, let's
Well,
figure it out together,
Yeah.
you know?
That's the best way to learn, is
It
by
is.
teaching and coming alongside people. And
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely.
And a lot of people don't know that, right? That there is that resource out there, and and so I think being able to help educate people on that, and now it's changing so often all the time that
Yeah.
I am constantly learning every day. Like Windows 11's coming out next week, right? So everyone's
I actually
frustrated.
didn't know that, so I've got to.
Windows 10
catch up
support's
here.
dropping.
Yeah.
So we've had lots of people come in with questions like that.
Mm-hmm.
But you want people to not, because a lot of people will come in and say, I have a stupid question. I say, there are no stupid questions ever. I don't like that word, right? Like, I don't want anyone to feel that way. And know that we can always figure it out together. But to know what resources are out there, right, is
So
huge.
what collaborations are you excited about right now in the community that might benefit the unhoused?
So I know I work with Everyone Village and community supported shelters. They now have their
Gabe is going to be on the bench, so
all right. So it's amazing. I went to where a few weeks ago, they just had a ribbon cutting for their new area where they have their own clinic on site, which is amazing. When they first started, I think it was back in 21, I went out there, and it's changed so much in just a couple years of how much it's grown. And I think a lot of individuals feel a sense of community, and I helped set up a computer lab back then, right, for people to work to remove the barriers. And that's a big part, I think, of where we,
well,
a place where we blend, of trying to remove barriers.
Well,
for
and
the
we value
individuals.
our partnership with you as well, and
Yeah.
we're being able to steward resources well is something that donors appreciate.
Exactly.
So, you know, being able to our electronics, etc., being able to coordinate with you all is
Yes,
very,
we
very
come
important.
pick up your unused electronics,
Thank
right?
you. Thank
Or
you.
broken. Most
But-
people
but-
don't realize it
But
doesn't
that's
matter.
yeah, that's part of being environmental stewards, etc. And if that can assist, you know, that's important. So.
Right. I love that we're a nonprofit that's not out asking for money. We offer a free service
Yeah,
to the
yeah.
community of we will pick up your electronic waste for free, and then that supports what we do.
Yeah.
And so we have a lot of individuals. The schools are exceptionally happy
I would imagine,
that we
yeah.
have offered this program to the students. And my goal is to expand it, right? Because and to individuals here that maybe need something for their resume to build confidence. I mean, that's huge if you've been out of the work market for a little while, right? Of having something and knowing like, hey, I can do this, you know? And I think what I love is sometimes you don't realize the power of just a little bit of encouragement.
Oh,
And
amen to that.
makes
Yeah.
all the difference.
It
So
does.
I always try to make the time to be like, how's it going today? Some high fives. I mean, one of my favorite stories was a student that I talked to every day, and he talked my ear off. And I found out later from one of the job coaches he hadn't spoken to anyone in over a year.
Wow.
And so you realized,
That's how you have that profound impact. That's why we're
Yes.
always talking about relationship. And sometimes
Exactly.
people don't even realize that high five might have opened doors. So
Exactly.
God bless you for that.
yeah,
So.
so to me I just got goosebumps, but that's one of my favorite things that we
Yeah.
do. So it's
Yeah.
near and dear to my heart to get that program going again. And like I said, it's doubled in size this year, and hopefully we can find ways to collaborate as well here
Sounds
in the
good.
future. So that's
Great.
I'm excited about that.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much, Jessica.
Yeah.
Appreciate you joining me on the
Thank you for your
bench.
time. I know it's exciting, and it was
Thanks again.
awesome
Pleasure.
to get to know you a little
And
better.
good work.
Thank
good
you.
work.
You too.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, am I going this
Oh,
way?
to the right. Thank you. Thank you. afternoon. We now have two wonderful guests to join us for our third conversation on the bench, Jake and Carlington from our Men's Life Change program. Jake and Carlington, please come on up. Woo. Welcome. Welcome. All right. Well, good to have you both.
Good to be here.
Yeah. So, how long have you both been in Men's Life Change now?
I've been in the program since last December.
Last December. Very
so
good.
it's gone by so quickly.
Yeah.
I can't believe it.
Yeah. And Carlington?
I started Life Change in April, but I've been at the mission since January.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So why don't you tell us about the experience? How's it been for you? It's kind of open-ended.
Well, for me, it was a very unique experience. I was actually offered a job in Southern California, but I am a recovering alcoholic. So I wanted to seek treatment, but I didn't want to really go into a treatment program. And the beauty...
And why is that, if you don't mind me interrupting?
I felt I was at a stage in my life where I wasn't going to benefit from it.
Okay.
You know, when you get sober, you can go to AA, you can go to self-help groups, classes, read books. But I wanted a program, but I wasn't sure what type of program. And when I ended up in Eugene, someone had recommended the mission to me. And when I got here, I was welcomed with such warmth and open arms. And while I was in the rescue, two people, one was a graduate from Life Change, and the other one was Anne from one of the churches I go to, Ecclesia, and she had invited me into Bible study. And when I was sitting in Bible study that night, I got this feeling and sense of love, support, community. And it was something not only that I thought would help my recovery, but it was something that I wanted to be a part of.
Wow. Wow.
And when Jackson had mentioned to me that he had graduated from the Life Change program and that it was a faith-based program, and he spoke so wonderfully about it, I had pretty much made my mind up that I wanted to go into the program.
Carlington, how did you come to join Men's Life Change?
My story's a little bit different. I was referred to here at jail, and so right after getting out of jail, I came here, and I had found God in jail, and my goal was to pursue that same, just the love that was surrounding me in there, and I found it here. So.
Oh, that's wonderful. I love that.
Yeah.
So what has participating in Life Change been like for you both? Has it been difficult? Has it opened your eyes? How has it been?
We both come from such different backgrounds.
Sure.
Yeah.
And we're very close. Him and I have really bonded in the program together. And we both get involved in a lot. The service is huge.
I see you all over campus.
We're all
both of you.
over.
Yeah, wow.
And the structure of the program is so enriching and fulfilling because it doesn't just throw us out into the community. It weaves us into the community, so we're able to build those relationships.
And level by level. And,
Yeah.
And we go through day by day with community service. We do a lot of service at CR. I do a lot of the cooking, and Carlington does the security. So we get involved that way, and not only are we building a relationship with the community, but we're serving the community. So it's really amazing what God does.
Oh, amen.
And just surrendering and giving him everything that you have, and letting go of that control, and letting him step in. And he's got such beauty and abundance planned for all of us.
Yeah.
And when you step back and give him control, you really see it.
So the Life Change program is a year to 18 months, and you go through a series of phases. And where are each of you phase-wise?
I'll be going into phase 3 this week, I believe.
Okay. And what is that phase called?
I don't remember. Endurance?
Endurance phase?
Maybe
Endurance
that's,
phase.
is it?
Yeah.
Endurance.
And what phase are you, Jake?
I am in the 4th phase.
Okay.
So I am in the phase where I go back to work
Okay.
and I still follow program when I'm here.
Okay.
We have such a wonderful staff. I mean, they really customize our schedules for us. We
Yes.
have Mr. William McClintock, we have Denver Harris, and we have Jamie Glazebrook. So the staff is exceptional.
So how would you, we're not putting down any other programs or anything, but how is Life Change different from other types of relapse prevention or recovery programs? It's
So-
just so the public knows. I mean,
Yeah.
how is Life Change different?
It's also interesting because after getting in jail, I got put into multiple other programs, and all of those are court obligated, and so I'm in an emergence, and so what I believe, with that being said, court's good and all, and they want you to do it, but I feel like if it's just that, it's doing it all by yourself.
Right.
And this place, like he was saying, it weaves you into the community. It's given me such a good foundation with the people I've met, the people that are here, and everybody else that comes and they're just so nice, and this place it's amazing.
He's also been able to reconnect with his family because
Oh, I love
of this
that.
program.
Yeah, I was homeless out here for 10 years, and so the stuff that this place provides is, exceptional.
Carlington, you mentioned how important it was to continue the faith element in your recovery. Can you describe that for us? Why is faith necessary for getting better, for the next steps forward?
So, when I was in jail, I had just this bizarre twist of what I wanted in life. It was like a complete heart change. Everything I wanted, I didn't want anymore, and the boundaries I had, they just line up with what this provides. Faith. I feel like, I don't know. It's just hard without, in my life, that positive energy and those people in my life.
I think you both mentioned this, that trying to do these things on our own, it doesn't work very well. I mean, in any of our challenges, right?
Well,
And-
my experience was, my life was very controlled, to say the least. And, I worked a lot. I ran, typical paying bills, running your life, everyday life. And I've been living my best life here since I've gotten here.
Wow.
Just going into that brotherhood and having us all work together and just seeing, I've lived in 9 states
Wow.
in my life.
Wow.
And I've been to, traveling with work and everything, I've been in about 35 states. And I have never seen anything like this community in my life. The way everyone just bonds together and helps each other out.
Yeah.
The amount of faith and love and support, it's so hard to find, especially in today's day.
Yeah.
These younger children that are on the street and that are homeless, they have no idea of how to make a connection. They have no social skills. They have no work skills. So coming here, not only are they building up their faith and their courage and their strength, and they're getting that love, they're healing. Trauma can change the brain, but healing also changes the brain.
Yeah.
and it puts you back on such a more focused path. And learning those skills here for those of them that have never been exposed to it or have never had someone model it for them, that's really a life change.
Yeah.
That's a life-changing event for
Yeah.
them.
Well, I loved you said that you were both close. How do the men in Life Change support one another in their journey?
One of the biggest aspects is the accountability. You know, like he said, you know, for me, I didn't know much coming in, you know, and so being able to have the support and being told, you know, better ways to handle something and the good feedback, you know, the whole, and, you know, they genuinely care for you, you know, they don't want to see you go out there and go back to whatever it is that you thought was working before. It just works. You know, people, we sit down and we discuss our issues, and it might be with somebody else, but we're able to take it and handle it in a better way. Just
You know,
being around each
something
other.
I've observed with just watching the men of Life Change is that the accountability between each other and also forgiveness. You know, that, you know,
Yeah.
someone has a bad day and they own
Yeah.
up to it. You know, I said some things that are a little rough. And then you guys forgive each other. And we
Well-
all need to learn how to do that better. I mean,
The reason being for that is because we don't connect through the physical material world. We connect through our hearts with faith. We go to church together. We go to Bible study together. The staff takes us on just unbelievable, amazing trips. I mean, I've done more here in a year than I've done in my entire life with trips. We go to the coast, we went camping, they take us bowling, we go to the movies, we go to brunches. I mean, it's such a beautiful, beautiful way of life, but the structure for it is the faith and the community.
Yeah.
And when we're able to heal each other and help each other, we do it through the Word of God.
amen, amen. What would you want the broader community to understand about life change and relapse prevention in general?
When I wake up in the morning, I know there's people that care.
Yeah.
I know that there's somebody there that wants me to have a better life than what I was living. And it's here. That's all I know. It's here. I go out every day, and it might be stressful, but I know when I come back, I got a big smile, and I'm happy to go up them stairs and enjoy the brothers that are there with me.
Yeah.
And I would say acknowledgement. It's so important to acknowledge people. There's so little of that today. Everyone's on their phones, their social media. No one looks anybody in the eye anymore and says good morning or hello or how are you doing in a handshake. Just acknowledging somebody changes their whole day. And for the community to understand, you know, there's a lot of different perceptions of shelters and missions and programs.
Yeah.
But the way for the community to really break down that barrier of misunderstanding and lift the veil, it's a very sheer veil of misconception.
Yeah.
So once they get involved with volunteer work, once they attend a Bible study, like my church is a very small church, but we have a men's Bible study on Friday mornings. There's only 5 or 6 of us there. But we're all from such different backgrounds. We all really understand each other, and we have that connection, and we enjoy that time together. There's no more intimacy anymore like there used to be.
You know, and I think, don't you think the world would have people believe that they are all alone and that there's no one that will care? And we need to know that people do care. And
There's
I sure
always
hope
hope.
we're demonstrating that here and that is available. So,
There's always hope. It's so hard for people. I can't even imagine, like, he was on the street for 10 years. I can't
10
even
years,
fathom
wow.
that. But just take the Lord, no matter where you run to, do it with the Lord.
Yeah.
Make sure you have him in your heart and in your mind and in your soul.
Yeah.
Because that is going to be your GPS. That's going
Move
to
forward.
navigate you. That's going to help you move forward. That's going to heal you.
Yeah.
No matter what you've gone through in life, because I've heard a lot of testimonies in this program and stories and what's going on out there. It's scary. But everyone's coming together here. The Lord is here. God is here with us, and we feel it 7 days a week, 24 hours a day.
So what are you both looking forward to?
Me. I'm looking forward to the recovery journey. It's like it's like I've been born again, and I'm
Yes.
just
Yeah.
holding on to that. I know that it's like Jeremiah 17:9 says, the heart is deceitful above all else and desperately sick. And I just know, if it wasn't for this place, and I plan on coming back and helping out, because it just gives back so much, and I'd love to be a part of it.
Oh, that's beautiful. Jake, what are you looking forward to?
You know what? When I got here, I wasn't sure. I thought this was going to be just like a short stop. I said, okay, maybe I'll stay here like a couple of months.
Mm-hmm.
And I fell in love with not only the people here and the mission, but I also fell in love with the community.
Mm-hmm.
I fell in love with the community of Eugene.
Mm-hmm.
I fell in love with Springfield, and I fell in love with Oregon.
Okay.
So I'm looking forward to, having a job here and a career and just going forward in my life.
Yeah. Well, I see a bright future for both of you, and we're so thankful you've been in the program and that you're sharing with us here today. You give a lot of people encouragement. So God bless you, and thank you both for joining me on a bench.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Have a great afternoon. Thank you. Thank you. Have Thanks. Wanted to let everyone know and apologize. We've had some problems with our Facebook Live, but we'll be getting that up soon, we hope. Our YouTube Live is functioning, and hope that you're all patching in. Also would like to encourage you, please get us those questions for us to answer. We'll be answering, I think, in a couple hours at the top of the hour, so please do get your questions in. Let's see, I think that's what we have. Next up, I'm very excited to be speaking with Sheriff Carl Wilkerson. Please join me. Sheriff, welcome. Welcome to the bench. All right. Got the little walk-in music and everything
That's
here.
right, yeah. We're in the big time now.
Yeah. Oh, so how are you doing today?
I'm wonderful, actually. Just watching the last couple bench guests were pretty amazing. Powerful stuff there.
Yeah, already we're hearing some themes about how important it is to have that connection in conversations and relationships. I'm curious, what have you seen just in your role regarding homelessness, and do you have any, professional or even personal observations you feel comfortable sharing?
Well, I've been kind of thinking about this and thinking, everybody gets there because of their own story, and every story is a little different. If the answer was easy, we wouldn't have the issues that we have.
Yeah, that's so true.
And there's those people who are running from abuse, and there's those people who have substance abuse, and there's those people who just have had a really, really bad shake at life.
Yeah.
And, no two people are the same. But I think that the answer is faith and commitment. So
Yeah. I talk about this often when I'm out and around, that it's not a material issue. That many times when we talk with people, there are some serious hurts out there where grief and trauma and abandonment, just a sense, broader harms that have occurred that have led to a domino effect. And many times the community talks about it like it's just a situational thing, that just one thing happened, and it's so much more complex than that.
Yeah,
So,
I couldn't agree more.
and so there's no surprise, at least to us, that this one little thing that you apply, this one benefit or this one sandwich, is not going to heal those greater hurts. And sometimes when we're so transactional, that can even make a person feel more isolated and alienated. And but sometimes that's kind of a hard sell too, when I'm talking to folks that you need more than a sandwich.
It's not the sandwich, it's the love.
It's the love.
It's the love with the sandwich.
Yeah, and that relationship and really leaning in. How have you seen, I'm just going to keep using that term to capture so much more, but how have you seen homelessness change over your professional career?
Well, it's more accepted. It's
yeah.
more accepted. But with that means that I think more people have decided to live the struggle.
Yeah.
And I feel like that in our community, because this community is actually, really welcoming, that they're trying to find that thing that they're missing, and we have more people here because of it. And you and I both know what is missing from people that causes that
Right.
to make
Right.
you whole. So
Do you think that we as a community are getting numb, that we will just see people struggling and go, oh well, and keep going? Or
I hope not.
I sure hope not too.
I hope not.
Yeah.
I mean, I run the jail. It's part of my responsibilities.
Yeah.
And I talk to all of our staff about, remember, your bad day is nothing compared to they're probably having their worst day if they're in our custody. And I think that's, I don't want them to have that numbness that you just talked about.
Right.
And not that everybody that comes into our custody is homeless, but we certainly have, many people who are.
Yeah.
And I want us to remember that, we are all people. We are all people with needs, and all people who have value.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously, it's my faith that we are all image bearers, everyone, all precious in God's sight, and we need to treat each other that way. And sadly, I shouldn't say sadly, I never want to get to the point that we no longer see the suffering on the street, and that we're also effective in the way that we're trying to bring people back into community. And I think that's kind of where the challenge is that sometimes we're not very effective in doing that. And what do you think is most effective in helping people return to families or to health? What types of methods, or, I hate to sound like it's, but anyway, what do you think helps most?
Love
Yeah.
and faith.
Love and faith.
I think a lot of people can't forgive themselves for their own mistakes. And that's a step.
Yeah.
And family members probably want nothing more than to reunite with their family.
Yeah.
And reunite with a healthy family member.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Oh, that's so wise. I have so many conversations with family members where something has gone wrong, and there is a chance for reconciliation, but some work needs to be done. But somehow someone has started to believe that there can be no forgiveness, and there are ways back. I would want the community to know that there's a way of safely reconciling through all sorts of situations. And what do you think our community does really well with respect to homelessness?
Well, I think our community is pretty empathetic. I think that sometimes goes awry.
You're anticipating my second question.
Yes,
there.
I think that sometimes goes awry because, good intentions don't necessarily equal good actions.
That's right.
And we should have expectations and have accountability for everybody. I tell my staff, my expectation of you is to hold me accountable to you. And just because we're empathetic does not mean we're making the right course of action sometimes.
Right, right. Yeah. So what would you like to see more of?
I'd like to see more of the mission.
Oh,
You guys have been amazing partners
that's
my whole
kind.
career.
Oh, thank you.
I would like to see that. I'd like to see that because I really feel like that's kind of the mission of the mission, right?
Yeah,
Is
yeah.
like, we're here to help you, but there are steps that you have to take,
Right.
and that's that accountability factor.
Yeah,
And frankly, I think that we need to do more than just to be empathetic and try to meet some needs without meeting all the needs.
Right, right. Well, all of us need a certain amount of structure in order to rest well, in order to be able to take next steps. We all benefit from progression of steps, etc., as opposed to chaos. And sadly, I think we do function in this space, in the homeless space, in a high level of chaos. And that doesn't work well for folks that are struggling with mental illness or trying to acquire skills, but there isn't that baseline to even grab hold of. And I want the community to recognize how it's not rocket science. I mean, we can make extraordinary progress with just some of the basics and in a loving, very compassionate way, and people will thrive. But I don't know that we tell people that option is there. It's not cruel or mean to say, let's have a time we can rest well.
Yeah.
Let's have healthy, nutritious meals. Let's have, an opportunity for restoring some of the skills. But thank you for your kind words. We're looking for opportunities to share that information to give the community hope that the number of unhoused do not need to keep growing, that we can start reducing those numbers and getting people back to their families and healthy community. And what would you like to see the mission do more of?
I was anticipating that question, and I was trying to come up with a really good answer. I don't know that I could say I want to see you do more of. I'd like to see, there is a lot of organizations in our community because we are empathetic.
Yeah.
I'd like to see, what we could do collectively. Where can we come together collectively to work towards that mission? I mean, the mission's doing a great job, and they're doing, like I said, been a great partner to the Sheriff's Office my whole career. And every year you guys have added programs, and so it's hard to say what can the mission do. What can we as a community do? And I think we need to come together and work together instead of trying to do these things independently.
Yeah, I so agree. And as Jessica and I were talking about, I think the community is looking for a level of collaboration. They see all of these entities, and they want to know that we are playing well with others. And obviously we serve on a continuum that, this is our area to serve, and this is your specialty, and this is, I think we fall down when, at least in the nonprofit world, where everyone gravitates just to one area versus this group is great with adolescents, this group is great with, so on and so forth. And we're not trying to be the be-all for everyone. We know that we are a community, communal living environment, but we certainly try to provide programs that are going to be very effective for the broadest swath possible. Coming back to love and faith, I mean, that resonates deeply. Why do you think, to dig a little deeper, why do you think that makes such a difference in helping people get better, move forward, etc.?
Well, not to get too religious, but I'm very much a person of faith. We're all born sinners, and until you can accept the fact that we're imperfect beings, but we have the ability to achieve more through Christ, then until you're there, you are not going to forgive yourself or live the mission your life mission the way you're supposed to.
Right,
You're not going to
right.
achieve your calling. So,
Right.
I think I'm maybe dancing around your question, but you know, Christ is love,
Yeah.
and without that, I don't think that we can truly achieve the greatness that is designed for us. So.
Yeah. Well, I'm kind of hearkening back to Roger Terrell on our board of directors mentioned hope, and that's a much broader concept, but both in the gospel, but also for our guests to know things can get better. You know, many of the people, when they show up on our front door, they've been beaten down so far that they're not sure things can get better, but they can. I mean, God has a better path for us and a better future, and that's what makes it possible to take that courageous step and to really start leaning into recovery or making that really hard call to a family member, which, again, I think we all can learn from these courageous steps. You know, I learned so much from our guests going, yeah, that is forgiveness, or that is true courage to turn from a difficult situation. And these are messages that I hope all of us in the community take to heart. From a safety perspective, is there anything we can do better to help keep unhoused individuals safer, based on things that you're saying?
You know, I don't know the answer to that question, because some of that is very situational, you know.
Right.
It's been my observation that, you know, people who are unhoused are kind of living, you know, together, and because it provides a level of safety, but at the same time, they can invite those who are very much have the ability to victimize and manipulate them too. So it's kind of a mixed bag there in the fact that people are people, and you're safer in numbers, but at the same time, when you invite those in, you don't know necessarily what you're inviting in. So
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I know I'm going to be having a series of conversations that it'll come up, you know, safety issues will come up, and those are really tough ones to think about what we can recommend. So, but I would just encourage people to come in to communal living and to be away from predatory influences, and particularly when people are so vulnerable, you know. Sleeping with one eye open is just not
It's not rest.
It's not rest, and it's not a way forward, and it's tough, so.
Yeah. I mean, in reality, what you are doing is providing that safety for those folks. And so, again, that's why I've been a believer for a very long time of your guys' organization and the mission that you're doing here. So
Great. Well, I so appreciate our time together, and anything else you'd like to share before we wrap up here?
No, I mean, I'm pretty new to my position. I've only been the sheriff for a few months, and so I look forward to learning what my office and I in particular can do to help support you and like I said, the many nonprofits in our area that what can we do to work together to try to work towards some of these problems.
Well, we so appreciate law enforcement, the Lane County Sheriff's Office. I think we've had a great relationship with the folks for a long time, and we're so thankful for you people being on the front lines and keeping us all safe. So thank you.
Well, thank you.
All right. God bless you.
God bless you.
Thank you. as I keep squinting. Well, hello. I am delighted to introduce our next guest, Monique Despain. Please join me on Conversations on a Bench. Thank you. Oh, let's do it. Absolutely. Welcome, welcome. Well, how is this afternoon going for you?
Really well. We got lucky with the weather.
We did. This is beautiful. We won't have rain, at least for a little bit, so this is fantastic. Yes. So you've been watching some of the conversations. What are your thoughts?
Oh, well, I just thank you for bringing the community together like you always do, because that's where we make progress. So just heard the sheriff. I agree with everything he said, of course. So I've just been enjoying listening to everybody's perspective. So thank you, and it's an honor to be here.
Oh, a pleasure to have you. So you have been an absolute community servant and interested in caring well for others and moving the needle a little bit on letting people connect with one another. Why is that so important to you?
This is my home. I raised my family here. I love Eugene. I love Oregon, and it's just it's just heartbreaking to see the decline in our communities, in our neighborhoods, and it's pretty much reaching every little nook and corner that we live in.
Yeah.
I've heard you ask people, has it changed? And it really seems like we've become numb to human suffering.
Yeah.
And it's just unacceptable. So anything I can do to move the needle is important.
Why do you think that's happening?
Well, I think when you live in a community and it's just you're going through your day-to-day grind, you're on your beaten path, you maybe don't notice it, but just I don't know. I know it bothers me when I see somebody at every intersection and just.
Do you travel to other communities? Would you?
All throughout Oregon,
Yeah.
yes. And when you also notice it when you leave Oregon.
Right. And how would you compare us to other communities?
Well, it's one of the worst places in the country. Oregon really struggles with the homelessness and the addiction, crime. All of these things are related. And so I haven't been traveling out of state much. I'm very focused on the 4th District. One thing that sticks out is a lot of small communities, they describe the change as we always have had like one or two or a few homeless people, and we knew them. They were almost part of the community, and there was some accountability because they were part of a community.
Right.
But now, strangers and people that are completely tuned out and not even, people don't really know where they're coming from, and they don't have that connection.
And that's something I think it's always interesting is to look at things historically. So I grew up in Eastern Oregon, and obviously people would go through hard times or family issues, etc. And again, this is like old-time farmers. People would visit the hurting person and drop off bags of potatoes and things that they would need and quietly pay the utility bill.
That's right.
You knew them and
Yes.
get them through that rough patch. And we have a very different approach now. There's, and how would you describe that?
Well, absolutely. People kind of knew what had caused the crisis. There'd been a death, a primary breadwinner, like the weather, if they were farmers, And so, because when they have those relationships, people understand what's going on and they can support that. I think it's systemic, not just with our homeless, but a lot of people are very isolated now.
Yes.
I think COVID really exacerbated it, the staying at home and then working from home.
Yeah.
It's just social media, just our culture, not just the homeless, right?
Yeah,
It's becoming very isolated.
Yeah.
Families move a lot more.
Yeah.
So it's just a combination of those things.
Well, and we talk a lot about that we don't believe that the condition is caused because of lack of housing or that even addiction itself, but it's more caused by disconnection. And,
I
if
love
you look,
that you say that.
if you think about, let's just take family issues, is that how many people have ultimately ended up unhoused because the family is broken apart or
That's right.
they're no longer connected to a spouse or an elder person has become disconnected from younger people.
Right.
And they've spread out across the country. It's much more complex, but if you no longer have that family structure, you don't have the ability to weather mental illness, depression, etc., that can also get into other issues of substance use, and which also might further isolate you from family members.
That's right.
But if you have the family structure, the economics will not cause you to be out on the street. You still have a family member to rely upon.
That's right. And we've talked about this before, and you just put it very directly, and I think it's important that you keep telling our community the reality of, we don't need more food. We need more relational experiences for people who've been disconnected.
Well, and from a restoration perspective, if there are healthy family members, I mean, it may not be economically possible to restore every person to an individual unit versus can we restore healthy family members
Yes.
into combined living environments
That's right.
that can be sharing the costs, et cetera, can be happy to be living together, and that's more sustainable long-term economically. And is it truly good for people to be isolated and separated from one another?
We know that's not true. It's not good for them.
Well, we know that it's hard for older folks to be isolated. We know, I mean, go down through the ages. It's not an economic,
You don't
right?
heal as quickly
Yeah.
Just from surgery or an injury if
Right,
you're
right.
alone and isolated.
Right, right. And that's not an economic issue. There
Right.
can be people that are very well off, living in very fancy places, and they're very unhappy because of, a mental health issue, depression, suicidality, et cetera. Putting people in a independent,
right.
alone environment, you're more isolated, et cetera. That's very
And
problematic.
More prone to addiction.
Yeah.
There's no socioeconomic barrier to addiction.
But we have a belief that speaking with Carlton and Jake, they were talking about doing it on their own, and that doesn't really work from a recovery perspective. That part of healing, all of us, is recognizing we need one another.
Yeah. That's right.
So what gives you hope about homelessness and this challenge? What types of things do you think move us forward?
Your organization, the work you do, having events like this so we raise awareness. So many of the problems we have in our communities, and this is a big one, is because people aren't paying attention, they don't have facts, they don't really understand the dynamics. So I think it's our job to raise people's awareness with just facts. Like, I know I make a big deal of it, but you're one of the few that says, we don't need more food, we need more relational experiences. And so you get people thinking about, that makes sense.
Yeah.
And putting it in personal context. So I have hope that this is more often becoming more frequently in the public discussion. I think everybody agrees what we're doing is not working.
Yeah.
The other thing that I know I do this, and you're part of it, is we connect organizations that are doing a good job. There's no need to reinvent the wheel. We have really great programs in town. And so just with so many things like veteran groups, I notice sometimes there are a lot of wonderful services for veterans, but the heads of these different programs don't connect. And so I try to connect them. That can help us fill the gaps.
And you're doing so much of that. I so appreciate
I love
that.
it. I think that it's one way we make progress. There's all big stuff and policy stuff, but we can all, every single person could move the needle by just saying, have you heard of Everyone Village?
Yeah.
Have you heard of the mission?
Well, Jessica, I was talking with Jessica earlier, and she was talking about the need for that collaboration. And I think so many people are tired of folks kind of, we're not in competition. We're not. And we know this from a business perspective, is that working collaboratively, even with entities that are for profit, you do better. You do better when there's some effort to coordinate, et cetera. Okay, this will be when X happens, and yeah.
And we've talked about this many times, in that process, we should all be getting on the same page and defining what is a successful program. What is the objective here? I do feel strongly we have some feeling they're in competition for dollars that are really just kind of fueling human misery. I think a successful program returns people to purposeful lives and connects them in community like we're talking about. Otherwise, you just have this revolving door.
Right.
And so I just encourage the organizations that are doing well to keep having public events and educating, being very clear on what we need. Like I heard you ask the sheriff, Those are good questions. What do we need, and how can we work together?
And what do you think? What do we need? And how can we work together?
Well, more coordination and working together, and really, as a community, deciding that it's unacceptable to have homeless in our the homeless in our streets, and we have to address the challenge. It's not easy, but the first thing is to agree that it's not okay that the mentally ill are so vulnerable. As you pointed out, sleeping with one eye open is not sleep. We all know about Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? Those needs have to be met. It's not compassionate to just let people lay about and survive in the streets. So we have to get on the same page as that. And we can't stop trying to solve it because it's difficult. I hear so much, but we can't do that. But we don't have facilities. First, we need to agree, we don't want, let's just talk about the mentally ill, because there's several categories. They need to be they need to be in safe environments. It's going to be a longer discussion about what is that, but I think we have people in leadership positions that won't even agree that the mentally ill should not just have full bodily autonomy in our communities. They're unsafe. I think of it in this context. If one of my boys went off the rails and found themselves in some community and just laying in the street. I think of this when I see young men passed out and you can't even tell if they're dead or alive. They're so vulnerable. And I would want, if that happened, I would want them to be in a community that saw it, and wanted to get them
safe. And would want
to
keep them safe. Absolutely.
And then it's a larger discussion about how we fund it and what is mentally healthy,
we've had such a difficult time with that in Oregon with, our provision, our laws, etc., on mental illness and having people restrained against their will, etc. But nonetheless, we still have individuals who are non-compos mentis who are in danger, and you don't want them wandering into a street or not having care, not having proper nutrition or care for diabetes or what have you. I don't believe it's humane to just say, well, we can't help them. If they're not in a mental status to make that decision, we need to do so much better for folks.
Oh yes, you probably know better about any little incremental improvement in our civil commitment laws in Oregon. There's some minor improvement, but it's really not adequate. And I bet you I meet families all the time who are desperate to protect their adult children.
And adequate resourcing for folks is just not there. And that's where we often kind of chase the shiny ball and forget that we have an increasing number of folks that are experiencing levels of mental illness that need to have protection and need to have protection against predators, etc., where if they do have resources, those resources are being taken. And that's basically being taken from the entire community. So,
Well, I'm hopeful that your work, all of our collective work, moves us to a more compassionate solution and some real results.
I'm hopeful too. Just some of the conversations where Ryan, starting us out, was talking about the need for proximity and example. Is that sometimes we could talk about things until we're blue in the face, and I think it takes the volunteers and people coming on down and experiencing that. I can say people are getting better with the basics of structure, of sharing meals together, of, working on life skills. And let me show you, in that person, I don't listen to me, listen to the person who said, I came in this condition, and now I'm in this condition, and now I have the hope of being restored to my children, my family, whatever. And there is that progression. And again, it's not rocket science, and there is that path. But I think the broader community needs to know that that's possible. And it's not, I've said it over and over, it's not a material approach. It's not where I do a drive-by and hand out a sandwich. It has to be this intensive relational investment of helping folks who, it's a tough space to be in when all of those things have started to break down in one's life.
And it can be as simple as so many of us don't know anything about what's going on with our neighbors. Like in my neighborhood recently, several houses have gone up for sale.
Yeah, yeah.
And I realized, like, you know, is anybody even talking to them? We have neighbors come and go, and I have a good little community in my neighborhood, but I know that that's a common symptom that's happening all across our country, where we're just not communicating. We're just in our phones, communicating with this electronic world instead of the human interaction. So everybody can do something every day to change that.
Yeah. Hey, I'm going to press pause now and just I would like to invite folks that are in the community to please come on down to the Eugene Mission. We're at 1542 West First Avenue. We'd love to have you here in person asking questions or doing so on social media. So please feel free to do that. And obviously, if you have questions for Monique, I'm happy to ask those or answer your questions as well. So we're going to have just a few more minutes and then be moving on. But Monique, what would you like the community to understand about how to really make an impact for the better for homelessness?
Well, we can't all think that somebody else is taking care of it. And we have to be thoughtful about what it is we're doing. Are we really trying to address the underlying issues or just the symptoms? You know?
Right,
so just giving somebody a free meal, doesn't end there.
Right.
We've been talking about it, it's the relational part, like checking in with somebody that you know is having a difficult time. We all have difficult stretches.
You just mentioned the neighbors. Are we taking that extra step? Are our neighbors okay?
Yeah. Right.
Because most of us can have an impact, and just the small things can make a huge difference.
That's right.
Thank you so much for your time. It's been an absolute pleasure.
We'll talk soon, I'm sure.
Sounds good. All right.
Bye.
Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Monique.
Thanks for doing this.
Absolutely. Okay, for our next guest, we have royalty. We have Miss Eugene volunteer Sadie. Please come on up. Welcome.
So nice to
Nice to meet you. Please, the chair of honor here. Welcome. All right, so you have to tell me, how does one become Miss Eugene volunteer? That sounds amazing, by the way. So.
Well, thank you. I would be lying if I told you they didn't just hand over the title to me.
Oh no!
Yeah.
No,
I wasn't. There's several different organizations for
okay.
pageantry. There is like Miss Oregon USA, Miss Oregon America, and Miss Oregon for Miss America Volunteer.
Okay.
I am in the Miss Oregon Volunteer pageant.
Okay.
And so it's fairly new. They're sister agencies with Miss America. And
Okay.
so it's about 5 years old.
All right.
So it is.
So, but it
very
sounds so
fresh.
cool. So I have to share this personal detail with all of our audience that I was a beef princess, but to be a Miss Eugene volunteer sounds way better than being a beef princess. I definitely would have preferred to have that. So
That is so cool. Actually, I love that. When I was growing up, my mom worked for NBC, and so
Okay.
one of her clients were Kiefer Kia.
Okay.
And so being the Kiefer Kia princess.
Hey,
Yeah.
I think we're missing something because it was a really good time, learning how to speak, and can't say I was very good at it, but it was, you get into experiences that you never have otherwise. So,
Absolutely. I am still learning how to speak to this day. It
Okay.
is an ever-growing process,
It
and
is.
I'm constantly a white belt. So
well, it's so important because whether it's a family gathering or, tough situations, it's really critical. So what all are you doing as Miss Eugene volunteer?
So to be in a pageant, they usually like you to have a service initiative and what
Okay.
you stand for. I got into volunteerism at a really young age. My brother lost his life to leukemia.
I'm
and
sorry.
so it is
Sorry.
I believe that he was the first out of my siblings to get to the kingdom. So,
Yeah,
I guarantee he's up there doing
Oh.
cartwheels and living his best life.
Okay, he's
Yeah, he's doing great right now.
yeah.
And so my family got into Relay for Life, and it connected us to Be the Match, Gift of Life, and we actually ended up starting our own nonprofit called Bone Marrow Connection.
Okay.
Due to fundings, we had to close it down. There's a lot of bigger nonprofits such as Gift of Life and Be the Match for diversifying the bone marrow registry.
Okay.
So it started at a young age. When I found out about the Miss Oregon volunteer pageant, it really captured my heart because everybody is a volunteer, down to our executive directors.
Oh, I love it. I
So
love it. Yeah.
The people that are getting the funds are the people that win scholarship, and it goes directly to your college, which
Okay.
is super exciting.
All right. Well, I honestly, okay, I admit I'm a little bit biased, but I think there are a few issues that are bigger in Oregon, I'd
Totally.
say West Coast, than homelessness right now. So, what's your perception on what's happening in homelessness? I mean, is the problem getting worse? Are we making progress? Do you have any thoughts on
Statistically,
that?
Eugene has been making progress. As of 2019, we were the highest populated per capita for homelessness.
Look
And
at you. Look at you and that's right.
So
that's right.
Technically, we have been making
Technically,
progress.
yeah,
I think if you live in the city of Eugene, you have been able to see small progress. I have over the past 4 years that I have been back. I also am from American Samoa.
Oh.
And to make a comparison, American Samoa has 0 homeless.
Is that right? Yeah.
So
Okay, so why? Why do you think that is?
we have a very strong cultural foundation. Even though we are a territory of the United States, we still have Fa Samoa implemented into our parliament. And so we have Samoan customs where our chief chooses our Senate, but we still get to vote for our representatives and our governor. But on top of that, embedded into our culture is family.
Yeah, yeah,
And we're there for each other.
yeah.
It's crazy to say that I've lived in the place that was the highest rated per capita for homelessness and a place that has zero homelessness.
Well, I don't know if you heard the conversation with Monique, but that we really do believe that the challenge relates to disconnection, that it's isolation of the individual that causes this series of dominoes to fall, that when you are disconnected from your family, from a support network, emotional, spiritual, you name it, that everything starts to fall apart. And when you have a strong family cultural experience, that you can stay together in the worst of economic situations, or the worst of storms hit you with faith, with family, etc., that you still stay together. You're just weathering that together. But
Absolutely, and I feel like I can even bring my own experiences to the table. So coming from a split family, my father experienced homelessness in America, and when my brother and I would visit him, we too were homeless and living out of his car.
Wow.
That was the catalyst that got him moving back to American Samoa. And he was able to build himself up so much, he became the representative for the country.
Wow.
So, there's so much that just having family support.
Yeah.
There is Aristotle's hierarchy of good. And you have certain things that you place as, your top priorities and your values. American Samoa, we do have a 98% Christianity rate. And so we
I
put
didn't know that. Yeah.
our faith above everything, and then family. I believe that if somebody tells you you're important, somebody tells you you're loved and you're nurtured in that way, you start to believe it. And I got to see it within my own father.
Yeah. Wow. So he was unhoused in the mainland, went back to Samoa. Did he need additional supports? Did family come alongside him? How was he able to do that?
So we have land in American Samoa. We split our land rights within village title holders.
Okay.
So high chiefs. And so the larger your family is, technically the larger amount of land that you have.
Okay.
We come from the second/first largest family within my village. It's the Maungas and the Mangeos. And the Maungas are the front side of the village, or back side of the village, and the Mangeos are the front side. I'm a Mangeo. And so we have a compound delegated to specifically family members. And if you want to rent it out, you're more than welcome to, but it strictly belongs to family.
Wow, okay.
And if you're...
Okay, so that's that security and structure as well as, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And you technically, if you're 50% or less, or 50% or more, you're eligible to own land in American Samoa. Otherwise, you have to be Samoan.
Wow, wow. So what are your long-term goals? Just curious.
Miss Oregon volunteer.
Okay, well, excellent. I think you're on the way.
Thank you so much. I am a pastoral student at New Hope Christian College.
Okay.
So eventually getting my pastor's license and seeing what God wants me to do next with that. I run a business with my family that focuses on media, and I also work in the fashion industry.
Okay.
So I got my hands into a few different buckets right now, but with Miss Eugene Volunteer, I have a service initiative that gets youth equipped with leadership skills.
So now, are you sure you're not interested in like Eugene mission work, gospel mission work?
Oh, I 1,000% am, absolutely, especially like chaplaincy. I have found myself, well, I wake up in the morning and I say, God, what do you want me to do? I get on my knees first and I pray. And often that has me talking out into the community. I'll see people that I'm like, oh, I saw you twice today. God wants me to pray for you. So getting out of my car and praying for people on the street.
Yeah.
Like, I call myself the village crazy lady for Eugene, but often she's right.
That's funny. That's funny. So in doing all this, what has gotten you out of your comfort zone the most? What is like that really stretches me. That's a growth area.
There is a lady named Leanne Baker, and I heard her talk just on Instagram where she said courage is doing something even when you're scared to do it. I'm scared to talk to strangers. I'm scared to talk on a camera right now.
Just you and me. It's just you and me, yeah.
But there is something in me that gets nervous but yet excited.
Yeah.
Nervousness and excitement are the same energy in the body.
Yeah,
fear
the body
attached to it.
doesn't know anything about that. It's like the same thing. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I believe that this courage stems from, okay, God, you want me to do this thing. I'm scared and I'm shaking, but I'm going to do it anyways because my love for you trumps that.
Yeah. And he's got this, and he wants, we're to be people of courage, and we're supposed to model that and hope.
Absolutely.
But it's not always easy.
And I think that's something so special, especially about my faith. And over the past year and a half, I've definitely stepped into it in a different role, connecting back into the church, getting into pastoral ministry. But almost everybody in the Bible that God used, society considered them disqualified.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. And major flaws that they were just taken before God. But yeah. There weren't any perfect folks except Jesus.
Yes.
So, that's the only one I remember. So, yeah. Oh, I love that. Well, I so appreciate your time with us, and I'll be cheering you on for Miss Oregon Volunteer, so that's if I got it correctly, and really appreciate you. So
Likewise, thank you so much.
appreciate your time. Thank you, Sadie.
Thank you.
God bless you.
God bless you.
Great. Well, good afternoon again. I am excited to introduce our next guest, Rachel Andrews. Welcome. good to have you here. Welcome to the bench discussion. We get music and everything. Isn't this fun?
This is a delight.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, it's a joy. It's a joy. And we're not getting blinded by the sun, and we're not getting hit by the rain.
I know.
It's a beautiful time. So why don't you tell the group about yourself?
Well, what do you want to know?
Well.
I attend a church, Joy Church, where we volunteer here, but I'm a social worker therapist by day and just enjoy involving myself in my church community. But because of my work background, I've grown a passion for the Eugene Mission and people struggling, and and that's partly because as a child myself, I struggled not with homelessness but with physical disability situations. So I've got just a real heart for people struggling in some capacity.
Well, it sounds like you have like full day stuff professionally, and you're still volunteering. So how does that work?
It's a once-a-month volunteer thing. That's how that works.
Well,
with a
that's
crew.
beautiful. That's beautiful.
Yeah, and
So-
it's not me alone.
Yeah, well, God bless you for doing that. Many of us think we don't have time, but just that extra, that's
it's
to
a
the glory of
passion.
God. Yeah.
Yeah, and I couldn't do it on my own. I have a team of women, sometimes their husbands when I invite them, and kids who come and just pour their hearts into whatever we're doing here.
Yeah. So tell me, what have you enjoyed doing during those times?
We initially adopted the Learning Center, so I thought we were going to be there.
Okay.
But we bounce around. We still will clean a center at the an area of the Learning Center. I have absolutely no green thumb, but some of the ladies do.
You and me too.
And we've gone and gardened, and I'm like, am I doing it right?
All right.
We've gone to the Women's Center and really built relationships there.
Oh, I love that.
Gone to the cafeteria for lunch and built relationships there. Those are our main stomping grounds, if you will.
Yeah. So prior to the Eugene Mission, did you have any experience with folks that are experiencing being unhoused? Or?
That was like my full-time job at nonprofits that I personally worked at. And at another church, because apparently I wasn't busy enough with a full-time job.
Oh, you had to add to that.
I had to add to that. And so once a year I would lead a clothing giveaway to the entire community. Eugene Mission was one that got advertisements for 9 years.
Wow, wow.
Yeah, so that's my experience, but I mean, that's still just a drop in the bucket compared to what's out there.
Wow. So what would you want the community to understand about how to help, how to be relational with individuals who are suffering with being unhoused or trying to work their way back to a healthy community?
Being relational, that's a good way to word it, because I think housed society sees it as us and them, and it's a we. We're a community. We're a community of people, and to see unhoused people and to like get to know them as individuals, like you would get to know a person at the park. I think that plays a huge role in unifying all of us.
Yeah.
I don't know if I answered your question.
No, you did. You did. Well, I always like to use the example of food, you know, that many people, I would include myself in this group beforehand, would be like, here's a sandwich, here's a sandwich. And then next level up is when I started volunteering at the mission, I'd be like behind the sneeze shield. Here's your sandwich, but I'm here and I'll say hi each week. But we realized, through COVID particularly, that no, away with the sneeze shield.
Yeah.
Let's make the sandwich together.
Yeah.
Let's share a meal together. That just like, if you were to come to my house, I would not hand you a sandwich and go into the other room and eat. We need to be relational. We need to share the meal. It's not even really the food. It's our ability to share these experiences is where we rebuild bonds and build trust. And it's almost like all these material things, all of these, are just the tools that make relationship a little bit easier than if we're standing in a dust bowl or something. But somehow we've lost that as a community. We got really caught up in the material things, and we're ignoring we need to spend time as human beings connecting with one another.
Yeah, and it's interesting because you mentioned the sneeze shield, and yet, do we have sneeze shields around us when we go to the grocery store? Or a restaurant? Amongst strangers? No.
Yeah, no, and obviously I understand, health requirements, etc., but when we have volunteers, when we serve as volunteers, is that if you really want to connect and help people that need to be alongside, and I really have noticed this with our guests when we sit down and talk, is that sometimes it can be just a little dehumanizing if I just hand you the sandwich and just keep going. It's like, that can kind of hurt someone's feelings. Maybe.
And yet, I've been one also. I used to have a stash of granola bars in my driver's seat, so that way when I would see a homeless person on the side of the street from my car, I would give them a granola bar, and I thought I was doing a good deed, and they were always so nice and would thank me and everything, but there was no relationship in that.
Well, and I'm not gonna prejudge anyone's heart or anything. I'm just, if we want to go the next step, I'll say it that way, that it's so much more than the material things.
Absolutely. It's the relationship. And that's the beauty of volunteering, being here, reaching out once a month, doing various things. The ladies who come with me and we've built relationships with some people here. We know them. We know some of their stories. We get to check in with them.
Oh, I love that. I love that. Yeah.
I mean, in December we would hand out Christmas cards that we would make, or the kids of the church would make. And I remember last December, I gave a card to a guy in the lunch area, and he thanked me, and he said, "I still have the one from last year." My heart melted.
Goodness. Oh my goodness.
Like, wow.
Yeah. Do you know, I've heard some people say, and you would never guess, but, and this happened with staff and others, that this was my first card for whatever, like a card of an encouragement or something, not just getting a card on a birthday or something, but a card saying, I'm praying for you. And, we forget the power of those types of gestures. I mean, true gestures. I feel like so many people that I know here at the mission, everyone, doesn't matter what your role is, have a pretty good radar of, what's genuine versus what is just kind of, perfunctory.
Fake.
Fake so much better.
Speaking layman.
I'm going to pause this just a second. Hey, I'm excited to announce that Facebook is live. Yay! So in about a couple of minutes, if you have any questions, be happy to take those. So please get those questions in, and we'll be gathering those together. So just sorry, put our little plug. I feel like a little.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So going back to how we connect with one another, what has been the most helpful, or what advice would you give to someone who's like, I'm not sure I'm comfortable, or I haven't learned how to do that? What advice would you give them? What steps? What?
I'm the type of person, I just jump in. You just and figure it out as I'm going along.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that, there's, I would tell somebody, give it a try.
Yeah.
Give it a try up to 3 times. Kind of like the 3 no thank you bites. Give it a try 3 times.
Yeah.
And find your niche.
Yeah.
Because it's like, like I said, when we started volunteering here, we adopted the Learning Center. And then we spread out, to different places. And so we found our niches. And, I mean, the Eugene Mission, over the 20-something years I've known of it, I've seen it, morph over time into a bigger and better and stronger place for people.
you.
Yeah,
Thank
it's
you.
amazing. And, and it's going to continue to morph over time, because
We just stand on each other's shoulders,
Yeah.
and all the glory to God. And
Yeah. And so someone, if they can put themselves aside, and just give it a try. Take a tour.
Oh.
Take a tour of the mission. That might help break down some kind of barrier that someone who's uncomfortable might have.
Yeah.
And it's still just a glimpse, getting a tour.
We so want people to take tours and ask the hard questions, and we will obviously make people feel very welcome to just,
Yeah, I loved getting the tour here with my crew when we first
Yay.
started. Yeah, and it was just really eye-opening. Yeah, to all the things the mission has. I had a vision of it based on someone else telling me about it 20 years ago, and I was pleasantly surprised at what I saw, and just now I get to know the people, and that's the thing, you get to know the guests, and that's where the barriers can wither away for someone who might be nervous.
Yeah. Great advice.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you so much.
My
Been a pleasure.
My pleasure.
And thank you for all your
Cheryl.
service.
Oh, my pleasure.
Yeah. Have a wonderful afternoon.
You too.
All right, we have a treat for you now. We are very delighted to introduce Brad Bills from Hosea. Good to see you. Oh, thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Welcome to Conversations on the Bench. We're going to put you on the bench. That's
Okay.
the hot seat,
Oh, that's
okay?
right, that's right. Yeah,
All
thank you.
right. What questions do you want to ask? You know, I'm teasing. So, Brad, you
Yes,
have been involved in homelessness for how long now?
I've been the director of Hosea since for 6 years.
6 years.
Yeah.
We are almost twins. We are almost
That's right.
twins.
That's
Yeah.
right. We came to town. I remember we met, and
Yeah.
you were fresh, and I was fresh.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it was
So do
good.
you feel like a veteran now, or?
I have certainly learned a lot.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, I became way more hands-on than I thought I was going to be when I first came to town to take on the leadership of Hosea. But I've gotten to know lots of kids, lots of stories, and I've gotten to know why they're on the street and
Yeah.
what I believe we need to try and do to help them get off the street.
Yeah. So what surprised you most? Or what was like an initial shock to you in assuming that role?
I think just some of the, I would say the horrificness of some of the lives these kids have grown up in. I don't know how many times I've heard that it was a parent or a relative who was the first one to put the needle, in their arm,
Yeah.
which sent them on the road of addiction.
Yeah.
And then, of course, all the abuse and abandonment that we hear about, the sexual stuff
Yeah.
that goes on. It's horrific. And when you learn their stories, you understand why they left home and why they medicate and
Yeah.
why
Yeah.
they're making the choices that they are.
Yeah, pretty hard. So how have you navigated hearing those stories without being crushed by them?
I would just say that the Lord sustains me, and that I feel like we are doing everything we can to share Christ's love with these kids,
Yeah.
and as they enter our space, that we are serving Christ as we serve them, and I think I find some solace in that eternal perspective.
Yeah. Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When you talked about being hands-on,
Yeah.
what types of things have you done physically or professionally in that space that you never expected to be doing?
You don't want to know those stories.
Okay,
Cheryl.
well, maybe like ones that you're comfortable sharing.
No. I mean,
Yeah, yeah.
cleaning toilets.
Yeah.
Cleaning up puke.
Yeah,
I'm outside every morning picking up garbage.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
But I mean, that's all fine and good, but
Yeah.
it's the relational side of, my office, as I say, is right in the middle of our center. I mean, not right in the
Yeah,
middle, but
yeah.
I sit at a table there with my
Yeah.
computer, and I'm trying to do my executive director things, but I'm also very available to talk and to help kids work through all their stuff. And for a while, it was just me and one other person as we went through COVID and then grew and so forth. And so I was the one who was helping with getting their ID and getting signed up on the Oregon Health Plan and working on resumes.
You're a
and all the
one-stop
things.
shop for all those.
I was, yes, but
Yeah.
now I've got some staff who are doing more of that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm still there. I'm still very
So
present.
what do you think is the most helpful, impactful thing that can be done to help restore the youth to families or to moving forward?
Well, I would say that many of these young people they need intensive support, not unlike the Life Change program here, and they don't have life skills, and they've been so abandoned
Yeah.
that they just
Well,
don't
and
understand
that's
how to
not
function.
pejorative. It's just
Yeah.
haven't had any exposure to
no,
certain
right,
things
right,
that
right.
sometimes I don't say we, but we take for granted
Yep.
in many
Absolutely.
different situations. Yeah.
So while we're providing a lot of really good resource, care, love, assistance, and support, I'm really hoping for a next step in regards to a shelter treatment center type of
Yeah, yeah.
facility where kids can be housed and they commit to sobriety and they commit to working a plan that includes addiction recovery, mental health help, physical health help, and then education, job skills, life skills, and so forth. So that when they get done, they can function in our society the way it's set up.
Right.
Yeah.
What types of things do you think are not effective that community writ large is doing?
Well, the community, I guess, a lot of the focus of dealing with homelessness is a housing first mentality, and I see that not work very well. I've seen many young people be put into subsidized housing, but but there hasn't been follow-up for some of the care and services that they need, and so they end up out, not succeeding, and they end up back on the streets.
Yeah.
So, but I guess really I look more at the overall societal issues.
Yeah.
I guess what I would say, kind of the sins of man that we've allowed, that we've said are okay, and that affects families and ultimately affects these young people.
Yeah.
Things like the legalization of gambling, the legalization of pornography, legalization of marijuana.
They're all connected.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So.
Well, and we see some of the little issues but put all together are huge. Like if let's say sleep hygiene or nutrition or all those all gathered together.
Absolutely.
And we have folks that will. It'll trigger a mental health issue or et cetera. And then we'll have people come to us and they'll say, well, you're not a medical facility. How did folks get better? It's like, actually, it's kind of, some of those are basics.
It's
good
all,
sleep,
right,
good this.
right.
And,
Absolutely.
but if you haven't had that for decades
that's
or
right,
for
yeah.
some of our folks,
Right,
and they're amazed what having a good night's rest can do and how that can stabilize some of these other issues.
And a regular shower and food that's not full of sugar
and having people around that you can develop a trust with,
Absolutely.
And being separated from more predatory elements, etc. That just that ongoing stress of having to protect yourself emotionally, etc.
Absolutely.
So, and I'm sure you see this too, is that I see so many people who are bereft of hope that they're not really sure things can get better.
Right.
And so, obviously our faith, but also we have to say it can get better. It doesn't have to be this way.
I think the young people we're dealing with, they haven't quite crossed over into being
that?
hopelessness.
Okay.
I think most of them, not all of them, but most of them still have hope of breaking out of the life cycle or discontinuing the perpetuation of the life that they were born into and the lives maybe their parents were involved with.
Yeah.
So that's why, in my opinion, our work is so crucial. Is to find these young people, to find them now, serve them now, love them now, and help them kind of spark those embers of hope so that they will not give up and that they will follow through with all the things that they need to do in order to pursue what we call lives of health and purpose.
Yeah, no, I love that. I love that. What are the areas of hope that you see in how we serve in this area? Hosea, the Eugene Mission.
The big picture? Oh, well.
Yeah, big picture.
Well,
big
I would
picture.
say I have a tendency to be a little skeptical just on the very big picture in regards to homelessness and all the monies and efforts that are being put into it. And now being cut. But I know that our faith and the way we operate and you operate is sustains us.
Yeah.
God sustains us. So even though I don't have great hope for the big homelessness, I still have hope for every young person who walks in our door.
Absolutely.
And so we're going to serve and love and care for the best we possibly can and hope that our efforts will make a difference in that young person's life. And that's huge. That's significant.
Yeah, absolutely.
But, I also just see our numbers continue to rise every year. And so I don't think it's just because we're doing a better job. I think that young people are struggling, families are struggling, and yet more young people are ending up on the street and needing help.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so I'm concerned the long-term prognosis is.
Well, again, and what is that saying about that need is growing?
Well, again, from my perspective, from the young people we're working with and the numbers that we're seeing, it feels like the need is growing.
Yeah. Well, and we see, the point in time count go down a little bit, but we're still watching trends, and some of the trends that are concerning to me, it's other end of the spectrum demographically, but we're seeing an aging population increase, and that is a very different, it's not a just get a job thing. It's not a, on the hope spectrum, it's like, can we restore them to a niece, nephew, grandchild, etc. It's an entirely different group of skills and connections that we need to rebuild. And
that's tough because the family's got some
true.
people, we've got issues.
True. But again,
yeah.
it doesn't work to just put a person in to warehouse that person.
No, right,
we need
right,
to be
right.
rebuilding.
Absolutely.
that after what we call aftercare, so that there are people in their lives, that there hopefully is a church family
right.
or volunteer opportunities, so that person is not isolated.
Right.
Because the worst thing for us, which I'm sure for you as well, is that to have someone successfully leave the mission and then go into an environment where they're predatory or other things happening, and then to see the person come back and be more disheartened. And it's a harder rebuild at that point. It would have been better to have them stay longer and maybe get a little bit more resilience before doing that.
Yeah.
So do you have any special stories that you can share, of course with appropriate anonymity, etc.?
I guess I'll share about one of my staff members who's a former Hosea guest, and she just is progressing exceptionally well in her life, and has a child and married, and her husband's doing well, and she does a great job for us. There is another young gal that is now probably mid-20s, and when I first came to town, she was an addict and tough, and I'm not sure exactly what changed, but now she works for the Buckley Detox Center, and she's excited to be giving back, and she's excited to maybe start a family someday.
That's really encouraging.
So we certainly have quite a few success stories.
Well, and it's giving back, and we know that God redeems these challenges in our lives, and how beautiful to be able to encourage others.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah. And what is Brad looking forward to in the future?
I am excited that we finally found, it looks like, a piece of ground that we can develop into a shelter and treatment village. I'll call it like a Hosea Wellness Village.
Oh, very cool.
And it would be a place where we can take young people that are capable of moving forward but are stuck in their addiction or just kind of comfortable enough in whatever situation they are, and they need that extra help. And so it looks like in the fairly near future you might be hearing about us trying to raise some money and develop this property, and I'm very excited about that. We've been thinking about working on this, well, as you know, I've got some information from you through the years, and so anyway, I've been working on it for a while, and so we're excited to see if we can make this happen.
It's really
Lord
beautiful
willing.
what you've done with Hosea, and your leadership has just been exemplary, and I've certainly enjoyed our collaboration over the years. We might be newbies in the world, but it's certainly been a beautiful thing.
I would like to give you and your team here a shout out. You guys are so supportive of us in so many different ways, with Beth and the warehouse and the food folks. I'm over here a couple times a week, getting some food and some milk and Shane, I want to say in the warehouse, right? He hooks us up with stuff. So thank you for taking good care of your little brother down the street.
Well, all the glory to God, and we're to be good stewards, and it's just a pleasure to partner with such an impactful organization for the kingdom.
We're trying to do our part, for sure.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Appreciate your time and for warming our bench for us.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. God bless. Give me a hug. All right. We are going to take a short break for something you're going to enjoy, which is a video. And we will be back live in 10 minutes. See you soon.
I had never been alone and homeless before, completely on my own. I was pretty scared. And the only option I had was to be homeless or go back to my mom. She's been a drug addict my whole life, and it was a really bad situation. I looked to a man for comfort on the street, and I ended up getting pregnant. That relationship became very emotionally abusive. I went to live with a friend, and I gave birth to our son. While I was there, I had a psychotic break, and they took Jasper away because I couldn't take care of him. I knew that I needed a lot of help and support. That's what I felt like the mission was going to give me. I felt drawn to being in a faith-based program. I was extremely motivated to get my son back, number one, and to better my life. I really took like step by step by step, and it took about a year. I got him back full-time on June 16th. I feel like every day I'm being transformed. Just looking in the mirror, I'm like, wow, like how far I've come.
I'd pushed my family away, and it's not that they didn't want to be there for me, but I felt so ashamed because of who I'd become. The missions helped me with so much, helped me rediscover the real me. I cannot describe that look I see in my family's eyes. I don't think there's anything else I could ever give to them other than this gift that the mission has helped me give them, which is the son, the brother, the uncle. Now, when I think of the mission, I think of it as a blessing. It puts a smile on my face. There's really nothing I cannot do right now. It's all because of the mission.
I've learned a lot volunteering at the mission. One thing that I learned is that there are really great people with big hearts in this town that want to do something to help our community. And the mission, these folks have figured out a way to do that and really do it in a profound way through treating our guests with dignity and really meeting their needs all the way around. It's not just a place to get a meal. It's a place to feed your soul and your heart and make a life change.
Most people don't know of the transformational work that actually happens here. We're not handing people a blanket. We're not giving people a meal and telling them that things will get better. We're actually walking hand in hand with them, giving them the tools and every possible resource to make them viable community members again. When you plug in the substance of God into somebody's life, it infuses them with hope. We try to get people to dream here. It's called life change. There's a mind shift that starts to take place in them, and they start to believe in themselves, and they start to believe in the people that are working with them, that as a team, we can do this together. I get to sit in my office every day and see miracles happen.
I came to the Eugene Mission in 2016 through 2017 as a member of the Women's Life Change Program. I continued to serve in chapel and volunteer here. This year, I became the Women's Life Change Program Manager. My favorite part about it is when they get accepted into the program, their hope goes from 0 to 10. I would love people to know that people come here broken, but they don't have to leave broken, and that we do recover.
I was a slave to my addiction every day. You run from everything and you use over everything. That is who you are. That's what you do. That's a tough cycle to break. I didn't think that I could get clean and sober. I tried so many times. You can't do recovery alone. It's not meant to be done alone. You need to be connected to a community. You need to be connected to people. I found that help here in the Life Change Program. There was hope of restoration. While I was in the Life Change Program, I worked for 6 months, and then I got into school. I started a new trade and started getting ready for employment. I'm so thankful for my sobriety today. I'll be able to reach out and help other people, and I'll be able to give what was so freely given to me. I was broken. I got healing here. God opened the door for me, and that door was a life change. I have a life again.
Before coming to the Women's Life Change Program, I was in a very dark place. I had absolutely no hope. I was sick and tired of being a drug addict. It came to a point to where I just surrendered and God just led the way. The mission gave me a safe place to recover and to rebuild my life. I am so grateful for this program. It showed me community. It showed me that I have people in the community that care about me. Being able to overcome my addiction. My life has just only flourished. I work at the college at Career Pathways. I go to school to be a chemical dependency counselor. All these things just are coming back together. The Eugene Mission gave me my life back. Everything changed. My whole heart is different.
My life had become like a house of glass cards. You know, everything in it was just empty. completely empty. I think when you're down to nothing, any little bit of help is huge. We're very fortunate because, this is a program I didn't have to pay for. There's food in there that I don't have to pay for. So I think it's very, very important for people in the community to be giving. I mean, it's not in vain. There's success stories right and left that are coming out of here.
I was slowly on a downward spiral. I lost completely everything in my life. I even lost myself. I have emptiness inside of me, and I filled that void with alcohol. The relationship with me and my daughter, she wanted to sever ties with me and communication if I did not work on myself. I needed the help. I needed to find myself again. I needed a program that would not only help me get clean and sober, but would give me the tools that I would need. I heard about the Life Change program. It requires me to be the best version of myself. I believe God has worked in me, and He's just given me a new sense of life. My relationships with my family now are fantastic. Now I'm giving them something to be proud of. Now they can actually see the transformation in my life, just to feel whole again, just to feel alive, just to have that fire ignited inside me once again. To me, that's the greatest restoration that you can achieve. I finally got my smile back. It feels amazing to be able to smile every day.
The Learning Center is the amazing beehive of activity here at the Eugene Mission. We have a residential program called Rescue plus Revitalize plus Restore. We have a computer lab for our Life Change participants. We have a full culinary training program. Many people who experience chronic homelessness are really isolated. They also need our emotional support and social support. And as we build relationships with people, they begin to heal and get better. They begin to realize that they are important, that they are somebody.
That's what this program is for. This program is to give the people an opportunity to change their direction, change their way of thinking, change their character and behavior. And if that's what you come in here and you want, you're going to get it. The love they give us is free, and they really care about us when we get here. I've seen so many people change.
I was just starting my own journey of life in sobriety. They offered me a position, and after a year, our current director called me back and offered me the opportunity to serve in a director position. There's hope here. It's not the end of the line. This is actually a proactive community where people can start building the life that they want to live. Every single person who's come here for the first time has been shocked at what is actually going on. Lives are being rebuilt.
The Eugene Mission is built on a foundation of hope and expertise. We have served hurting individuals for over 63 years. We are not a revolving door. Instead, we are a dedicated, relational, residential program addressing root causes of homelessness. We see miraculous life change on a daily basis. We see individuals who come to us in tremendous despair, in very serious health conditions, and we see their lives transformed at the Eugene Mission. We're helping individuals obtain GEDs, address family struggles, meet medical needs. It is extraordinary to see when you address these broad needs how wholeness results. It's fun to be part of that. It's a blessing to be able to see folks get excited about their lives, and that transformation is really a beautiful thing to see. Please join with us. Please partner with us in this important work. Making a gift will help change lives.
I went a lot of years through my life saying that I can't call myself a man asking for help. Coming off the streets and being homeless and in a tent and being here at the Eugene Mission, I have 15 months of sobriety now and worked through a ton of trauma. I've gotten my driver's license, a CDL. I've found a career. With the Eugene Mission, I believe you truly have a chance to change your life if you want to. No matter what it is that you donated, whether you thought it was a little bit, you're part of changing lives.
All right, welcome back. Hey, thank you so much for your questions. And boy, you guys did not hold back. We have two toughies, but goodies. What do we have, Corey?
Yeah, thanks for submitting your questions. And again, please submit those in through either Facebook or YouTube, and we'll do our best to find these pockets of times with Cheryl and address some of these. So here's one question, Cheryl. Why don't you allow people who have animals that aren't service animals to come in?
Oh boy. So anyone that knows me knows I am an animal lover, and I also know how precious animals are to our unhoused folks, neighbors on the street. Here's the reality, that we live in a communal living arrangement and we have very limited space. So obviously we welcome service animals, but we know that other animals are going to impede our ability to care for people, and it's just not possible from a space. We must prioritize the humans that we serve. We also know that for many of the living arrangements where our guests go to live, that many times the animals are not permitted. So basically, if our guests are taking on animals as pets, they're going to make it even less likely that they go into housing. But again, this is one of those heartbreaking situations, and we're always praying that God will make something possible, such as maybe an adjoining kennel or something in the future. So join me in prayer over that.
This is a great question for parents with kiddos. Someone submitted this. How can parents explain people in tents or with shopping carts to young kids in a way that helps them understand and feel compassion while also keeping them safe?
Yeah, that is also another very difficult question. We need to make sure that our entire community, and parents communicate this, that every person, wherever they are precious, are image bearers, and are vital to this community. When they're talking to their children, my recommendation would be they indicate that these are folks that have had challenges in their life, and that the best thing we can do is encourage them to seek supported living environments, to pray for them, and to be in relationship with them, and to never give up on them. But also, we must not normalize that living arrangement, because it is heartbreaking and it is a situation that is not good long term. But we obviously must not condemn the people that are living in those difficult situations. So the parents, in talking to the kids, should communicate, in my mind, something along those lines.
Well, thanks again for those two that sent these in. Really appreciate that. Be sure to submit these questions for us and intermix throughout. I'll join Cheryl up here and we'll address some of these things.
Yeah.
Well, the Oregon weather is coming down upon us, and we look forward to the rain, don't we, Cheryl? Up here on the bench.
We do, but there might be a wardrobe change here as I grab my rain jacket. But please do send in your questions. We welcome them, and don't be afraid of sending in those tough questions. We'd be happy to address them.
Awesome. Well, I'm going to let you greet your next guest for the bench.
I'm going to grab my jacket real quick, and then we'll get rolling. So, one moment, please. All right, it is my pleasure to introduce our next guests. We have three of our very valuable volunteers. We have Andrew, Ken, and Sandy. And if they will join me up here on the bench. Hello. First rain guests. Welcome, welcome. Okay, please. Thank you. Welcome. All right, we get to break out the umbrellas. This is very exciting. All right, so have you folks been able to see some of the conversations thus far?
Yeah.
Yeah? Yeah? So why don't each of you introduce yourselves for our listening audience? I want to start with Ken?
I'm Ken Jensen, been a resident here in Eugene most of my life.
I'm Sandy Dowdy, and I am also an Oregonian and been in the Willamette Valley my whole life.
So you're not afraid of this rain?
No.
You're okay. Go ahead.
Okay.
Andrew Holub, and I've been in Lane County since 1976, and just very used to this kind of weather.
Oh, yeah.
I don't even know what an umbrella is.
Well, we said rain or shine, and see, now we get to show the rain part. So tell me how you all came to be volunteering at the Eugene Mission.
My wife and I have been supporters of the Eugene Mission from the time that we were married. And so we were getting newsletters from the mission on a regular basis. And I started reading about the Life Change program. And I became very intrigued about that. I called the mission, and my wife and I took a tour of the mission. And then we took the information back to our church, and then some of our church members also took a tour.
Great. Sandy, how about you? How did you come to be a volunteer at the mission?
Well, I had the Lord nudging me to come and help for quite some time. And then COVID hit.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, don't need to. can't, you know. And then pretty soon I felt like I needed to come, and I had a tour with Mike Tardy, and been in love and working here ever since, about 3 years. A little over 3 years.
3 years. Wonderful. And Andrew, how about yourself?
Yeah, I had been kind of aware of the mission since I got here in like the late 70s. And I would come in, occasionally bring like clothes instead of going to say Goodwill, and a couple times a year, Thanksgiving, Christmas, drop off some food and a turkey or whatever, you know, like 2 times a year at church type deal. And then after COVID, or kind of at the end of it, I saw there was a advertising, kind of a push from the mission about coming and taking some tours.
Yeah.
And so we took a tour, and my wife and I with Mike Tardy, and just really felt like it was a good place to go. And so started out and started in the culinary program, which Beth was involved in, and been here ever since, and just really enjoy it.
So tell me about the culinary program. What all are you doing there?
Well, all 3 of us were the Thursday group.
The Thursdays.
The Thursday bunch.
I should have changed your introduction to the Thursdays. Yeah.
We've been working already today.
I see.
We got the barbecue going.
Uh-huh.
No, well, you want me to do all that?
Sure.
Ken's the guy that does all of our salads and chopping, and
let me see the fingers. No.
takes all the veggies to his chickens, the leftover stuff, and then Sandy does desserts. For the most part, I mean, we help out with everything, and I tend to be up front with the dishes and glasses and coffee and stuff like that. So together we kind of get through the program with Rotary and Lions Club and those kinds of things, and get to work with the guests. So, and that's where it really comes in, the people that are here, living here, and learning.
So why is it important to connect with the Rotaries and the other groups that come to the mission? How's that valuable?
It's important that they see what the mission is like. It's not like an icky, dirty place. It's a place where people are walking around whole, clean. They have smiles on their faces. It's just a wonderful place to be, and the community needs to know.
Yeah. So before you came here, did you have any suppositions that might have been changed when you started volunteering, or what were those?
I just had no idea that they were doing city clubs and, all these beautiful buffets and banquets and stuff.
Mhm.
And we're doing two a day sometimes, sometimes 3. And it was really cool to do that. And the guests that are here, that they were working like, they take a class every 10 weeks or whatever.
Mhm.
And they really, there's so many different people. It was good to get to know them, but they got to see the professionals in these clubs come in and do their Rotary Club stuff. And but yet, I think, watch the Rotary and, these professional people kind of catch on with, hey, these are like real people here that are in here.
People with
And-
gifts.
And so I think
much, yeah.
sometimes when I first got here, I don't think they knew if I was living here or if I was just a volunteer.
Yeah,
But-
I love that.
But it's awesome, and I've really enjoyed that.
Yeah. I talk to so many people that just go by on Chambers, and they'll have a sense that, we're at the end of a dead-end street, and it is dark and scary, and it is so important to, like you all did, to take a tour and step out in courage and, see what it's like here. What types of things do you think that people would be surprised to know about the mission?
Well, when we took a tour of the mission, we were surprised at how clean all the dormitories and rooms and everything were. And we were told, well, the guests take care of everything. They do their own laundry, they clean up their own rooms. It was just amazing how well the rooms looked, and just the whole, basically the whole atmosphere that
Yeah.
was there.
Yeah. Andrew, Sandy, do you have anything to add? Or?
Well, I've noticed just how friendly everybody is, staff and volunteers and the guests. I mean, to me, you come on here and you don't know what to expect. And, you don't hear a bunch of cursing. You don't hear like this gossip between guests and staff and everything else. I mean, it's people really respect each other around here. And it's like a real family.
Yeah.
Trying to get along.
I really like that, there isn't a difference between staff, volunteers, and guests. We're all image bearers. We're all precious in His sight and different giftings, etc. So I like that people who are visiting don't necessarily know who's staff and who's a guest, and because I think sometimes people expect to see some downtrodden person. It's like, no. Our neighbors who have gone through or are going through a tough time, and they're rebuilding their lives. And sometimes some of our volunteers are going through a tough time in their life, and they're rebuilding their lives. And
Yes.
yeah, what do you enjoy most about volunteering here?
I love working with the guests. We're fortunate in that by the time we work with some life change guests, they're towards the end of their program, but it's just, they're so helpful in the kitchen, they're so skilled, but it's fun to just laugh and have fun with everybody and joke around and just see that there's no brokenness there anymore, and it's not just a physical renovation, but also a spiritual one. I mean, they're changed from the inside out, and they have joy, and it's fun to share in that.
Yeah. Ken?
I have really enjoy just coming here and volunteering. I'm volunteering in something now that initially I probably never would have been volunteering for, because I was here picking up food in the truck and working on that end of things, and I kind of ended up in the kitchen anyway, that's where I ended up. And so, but
now you're
being
the
in
Thursday
the kitchen,
team.
Yeah, it's not just a guest. I mean, I really enjoy working with these two people and others around. We can not only interact with guests, but we can interact with each other, sharing our own journeys and where we've been and what's going on. But and then Beth and Julie, who are in charge of the kitchen, it's just a fun time.
Oh.
It's just really an enjoyable time. So.
And what a great environment for everyone, staff, volunteers, guests, everyone. So, got 2 minutes to bring us to a beautiful landing. What do you have to add, Andrew, about what your favorite is?
I think it's just like I said, a big family. It's a different family for me to go in and once or twice a week to come and enjoy it. I talked to Mike about maybe picking up a little more time, and he had me go over and talk with Shane over at the donation center. So I've been helping him on Wednesdays a little bit, fill up the rigs, the vans and the trucks, go get them gassed up and whatever needs to be done. And that's a whole different area, but it's really cool to go over and get to know those guys.
Well, and get to see all the different facets too.
And, So selfishly, the first few weeks I took cookies and donuts with me when I went over there. Selfishly, I was putting them out.
Oh, that's
thinking,
the trick.
These guys are going to like me. And it turns out I was the one that got the good stuff from it. I really did.
Well, we so appreciate your service. All three of you are just extraordinary, and you really bless the guests. I mean, again, you guys are really wonderful, so thank you. And
thank you. It's
thank
an
you
honor
for
to
joining.
be here.
Thanks.
Appreciate you being on the bench, too. So have a great afternoon. Thank you, Andrew. Okay, we are back. It is my pleasure to introduce our next guest, Ashley Espinoza from Lane County Workforce. Welcome to the bench.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Oh, it's a pleasure. I'm gonna risk rain here and take my jacket off. Yes. Okay. So how are you doing this fine afternoon?
You know what? I'm doing well. How are you doing?
Good. This is so much fun. We've been
busy.
I've been having a few conversations. This is great. Were you able to hear any of them? Or?
Yes, just a little bit back there, and get to meet the next speaker. So
okay,
it was nice I've been able
you're plugged in then.
Yep.
Great. Well, why don't you tell our audience a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, thank you. So Ashley Espinoza, I'm the Executive Director of Lane Workforce Partnership, which is the workforce board of Lane County. workforce boards are across the country. We are lucky in the state of Oregon to have 9 workforce boards, and I serve the region of Lane County. So me and my team, really what we do is we do contract management, contract monitoring, making sure we're bringing funds to the region, and then investing in programs that are getting people into good paying jobs.
Yeah, yeah. And we've had a great partnership with you all and appreciate that. And tell me, what has been your perception of how we can best help people who are working their way out of being unhoused?
Yeah, I mean, I grew up in Lane County. Our family has been here since the late 80s. And so, you know, I've known about the mission over the years, and always, you know, there's been times where I had volunteered in, you know, serving dinner or things like that. And just the last few years, the what seems to be the new model or maybe approach to the people that come to the mission has been really actually helpful in the work that we do, because we need help with people getting stabilized instead of expecting people just to like flip a switch and be exactly this expectation that we hope for. So being able to slow down that process, have partners that are willing to work with folks and be able to create that space, then allows, you know, when people are ready to activate and engage, then we can have those opportunities, and hopefully folks can find themselves be successful and not just, again, just trying to rush people to through a process that maybe doesn't serve anyone well. Right.
You know, and I think that's part of the beauty of being, you know, taking no government funds. We're so thankful for our private donors, but they allow us to be entrepreneurial and to adjust, but also to meet the specific needs of each guest. And many of our guests we're rebuilding any number of things: structure in lives, ability to meet some of the softer skills relating to workplace effectiveness, etc. And as you're saying, it does not help to put a person in a situation that's not going to be conducive to that. If the person does not have, we were talking about this earlier, a stabilized sleep pattern, it's not going to work if the person is going to just be exhausted, if there are health issues that need to be addressed. And so often when it's more of a cookie cutter, this person needs to meet this certain thing for this certain grant or this kind of funding, you're running them through a situation that ultimately will be very discouraging for them, and maybe even repeating certain cycles of not having success in the workplace. So I like being able to not just slow down, but really to have it adjusted to the needs of the person. And I appreciate you recognizing that. But we don't have to get the little notch in our belt of they got a job, they got this. Yes, we want to move individuals to independence, but flourishing is the real goal. I mean, flourishing is where we want to go.
Exactly.
So in your role, what do you see as the most helpful way we can support people in getting to that flourishing point?
I think being able to help folks understand what are the transferable skills that people may have that we may not have access to see in 20 minutes or 15 minutes or things like that. So, for example, I heard the conversation before this in the Rotaries that come, and I've done road shows at the Rotaries here. And for the longest time, I thought that the program that you all have to support, that does the food and the things, it was for people to get into the hospitality sector.
Got it.
And then I spoke to someone on your staff this last time I was here, and they were like, actually what we're learning is just that employability skills, like, being able to have those executive function, knowing that you're part of a team, people count on you, all these things,
and so many of the social skills too, where you're interacting and having conversations, etc., and even seeing somewhat, a professional interaction, a social skill there, and doing some of the initial greeting type stuff.
Exactly.
Those are environments that people may never have been. No fault of their own.
No.
It's just a new exposure that can really help expedite some of those professional skills later.
Yeah. So that I think those programs offer folks an opportunity to see people in all different ways, working with folks, doing things independently. And I just spoke to one of the residents earlier when I was in the back, and they were saying, like, I'm a talker. I like to talk. And so, like, how do we help folks with what they're good at, what they like to do, and fit them into jobs?
Yeah, and then that just builds momentum because I'm always blown away with some of the incredible giftedness of our guests. We'll have guests with incredible interior designy kind of skills and things, and you discover them, you're like, you really should think about this. You are good at this. And it's like, that's what our community is missing when we don't develop and support and encourage. And then on the flip side of it, when our guest is encouraged by that, their future is bright. They're like, no, I don't have to just be in some sort of, I can be in a passion job. I don't have to be in just kind of like a dead-endy kind of thing. But we have to discover that. It's almost like a joint venture of, is it doing, front of the restaurant kind of stuff? Is it this? Is it, whatever, a floral arrangement? There's so many. And the hospitality and culinary work is such a broad range beyond just preparing the charcuterie board, which is part of it, but is it the bistro? Is it is it table decor? Is it, and other things? It also allows them to do, envision themselves hosting their own family or others, which flips the script of just being in a recipient mode versus I am blessing others by being a host. It's a completely different situation as well.
I love that. And there's jobs in hospitality anywhere you go, right?
Of course.
So there's opportunity there. The other thing that I think that where the mission is really helping is bringing families back together. We work with youth as well with our contracts, and just knowing that, having people bring families together, knowing that family is so important, or just those type of those disruptions that happen can be very hard on youth trying to go to school, trying to learn, or just being maybe mobile and not having that sense of belonging. And so having a place to come back to, and then the parents having a place to feel supported in that. Super helpful as a community. Amazing.
Well, thank you for that. That's critical. That really is. We know that that's what we all need that, and we all need to have people around us. I keep saying that today. I've got to be careful not to repeat the same thing, but we must not be so disconnected and isolated. That is what causes the health declines, mental health, etc., is the level of isolation. And I think that's community-wide, economic variations wide. It's so impactful, and it's nice to be able to start rebuilding those. So, So what are you excited about for the future? Lane County, we'll say it that way. Is that too broad?
No, I appreciate it. I'm excited to, I feel like in any times of uncertainty and just like, people trying to understand, how does community work, or how, where do the ends not meet and things like that. I'm excited that I feel like partnerships are getting stronger.
I agree.
People are getting kind of really feeling strong in their lane, and then being able to like hand the baton off. We're excited about that. I'm just so proud of all the partnerships that we have in this community, and so that always gives optimism. And then just on the workforce board side, and since I have the opportunity, our sector strategy work with our industries, and how do we not only like look at what their goals are, but also help them understand what the true human capital is in our community, and how do we help them get that talent, even though it may not be something that they can recognize in the moment.
What are the primary sectors you're working with right now?
Sure. So technology, food, manufacturing, construction, bioscience, child care, hospitality, wood products.
Okay, way broader than I thought. I'm sorry. This is so good for me because I'm just learning more and more. This is fantastic. Wow. So what are the toughest areas to fill? What sector is like, boy, we just really need more people developing skills in that area?
Yeah, with the workforce board, because we do get federal funding, the idea is to work with high wage, high demand jobs. And so sometimes when you put that label, we forget the entry level positions and what that scaffolding and that career pathway looks like. And so I think helping people understand, you may not go into technology making that $80,000 a year, but there is an entry level position. There are programs that support that, and there's
a pathway.
And there's pathways. So I think that is where it's hard, is to be able to express and communicate the pathway, and making sure people feel supported through that process.
Yeah, but there is.
There is.
so thankful for the work that you've done.
Thank you.
And do, and will do. And thank you for joining me on the bench. And carry on.
All right,
keep on going. Thank you,
so
Ashley.
much. Thank you.
God bless you.
You too.
All right. All right, I am thrilled to introduce our next guest. We have Matt and Jerry. I'm sorry, drawing blank on names already.
Good.
Jerry, thank you for joining us. Welcome, good to see you. So how are you gentlemen enjoying this afternoon?
Oh, fantastic. The food's been great.
Oh, good. Now, we're not going to get rained on, right? You promise?
No, I don't think so.
It's not going to happen.
No, we're good.
No.
Never
happens in Oregon.
No, not here. It wouldn't
Right.
do that. So have you had a chance to hear any of the other conversations?
Yeah, I have.
All right.
It's been amazing. It's really cool to hear everybody how much support we have at the mission. And,
Yeah, is that?
Yeah, it's great.
So when you're listening to those things, are you like, I agree with this or I disagree with it? Did it spark any thoughts in either one of you that you're like, I'd like to add on to this? Or Jerry?
Not offhand.
Okay.
I mean, like I said, I think the faith that people have in God and the way that we've just been so lucky and so blessed to have such a great place for us to get a new foundation in our life.
Yeah. Well, why don't we start out? Give us like a little snapshot. Tell us a little bit about each other. Jerry, you want to start? Just give us a little background about yourself.
Well, I was working and had some health issues crop up.
Yeah.
And was blessed with being able to be here.
Good to have you.
And this place is great. It's a struggle with a lot of people that have substance abuse issues and other things in life that people have that are problems. But this is a good place to set your feet down and move forward and take care of what's going on in your life and maybe get acquainted with the Lord God Jesus Christ.
Have you felt secure and safe here, both of you?
Absolutely.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So,
well, my story's a little different. I came here about 3.5 years ago, and my parole officer sent me here.
Mhm.
And, he sent me straight to the Life Change program.
Mhm.
And at that point in my life, I was not ready.
Mhm.
And I left after about 4 days. I did get clean for about 3.5 years, but life just fell apart, and a lot of things happened. I lost my house, I lost my job, my fiance, and I just lost it. And I went on the streets. I was homeless for a while. I got shot up in the hand with fentanyl. I almost died. I was in the hospital, and they asked me where I wanted to go, and I said the mission,
Mhm.
and because the love and the care that I had the last time I was here was amazing. And Mike Tardy is like family to me, and he's one of the only people I had left that had faith in me and that I knew would support me. And so I came here, and I've been safe. I've been this place has treated me with love for the first time in a long time, and
so
I feel
thankful
like
for that.
it's family here.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Matt.
Yeah.
Jerry, did you you're in the RQ program right now?
Pardon?
So, are you in the R3 program
Yes.
right now? What made your decision possible? Why did you join the R3 program?
I'm not quite sure what to say on that one.
Yeah. Well, so it's a big decision to say, okay, I'm gonna do these things. Did you feel like you had other choices, or did you feel like this was the only thing that would be going forward? Or?
Well, life progressed to where I didn't have a lot of options, and health being one of them.
Yeah,
and, lack of family, they all passed on.
I'm sorry.
So, and not, I don't know, but yeah, the R3 program is a real good thing. It's got a lot to it. So
has it been challenging? I mean, doing R3, both of you have done that.
I've been here for about 6 months now, and I don't think it's a challenge. I think I look at it as a blessing, and I'm grateful for this place. The classes, I've learned a lot. I had an opportunity to get back into art, get back into my portrait drawing, and that's been something that's been very therapeutic for me. And I've learned a lot, and my money future is one of the classes I'm taking now, and that's something that's going to help me progress in the future and be more responsible with finances. And like I said, this place has been fantastic, and the life skills, just giving us, earning my keep. You know what I mean? I want to be able to earn my keep here and be helpful and be part of the program, and I love it here.
Thank you. Jerry, what has worked well for you here and maybe not so well? Like
worked well for me.
Yeah, like in R3, what works best for you?
Like Matt was saying, it's very safe here, and it's a good place to be. The R3 program, there's a lot that it offers, a lot of variety to it, and that's good.
Yeah. What are you hoping for the future, Jerry?
Self-sufficient.
Yeah.
And maybe able to, financially give back to the mission.
Are you, our health, I don't want to get into any details that are too personal, but are health situations improving for you?
They're right in the middle.
Right in the middle, okay.
Amen.
What do you enjoy most doing in R3?
The people that I'm around, there's a lot of good people in the classes, and the instructors are great also. So.
Good. Do you have a favorite? We don't want to get ourselves in trouble with any of the instructors here.
I don't think that.
Yeah, we don't want.
Okay.
We best not do that. They're all just wonderful instructors, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, all great instructors.
Wide variety of classes for everyone.
Yeah. So, do you have any favorites? Can we get you in trouble?
Well, yeah. I mean, my favorite class so far has been the portrait class. I forget the young man's name that taught it, but he was amazing, and he was an amazing artist as well. So, it was cool to have somebody to bounce ideas off of, and it's cool. I like the chance to be creative, and it's like I said, it's been great, and the opportunity that I've had that this place has given me to get back in my kids' lives.
Yeah.
My 2-year-old daughter, my 18-year-old son, my 14-year-old daughter. It's been amazing. And I'm very, very grateful.
So how can we encourage people that might be nervous or reluctant to come to the mission? How can we encourage them to say, hey, take that courageous step like Matt and Jerry? How do we help them do that?
Well, it's depending on where they're at. A lot of times it's changing their ways with their behavior and substances and things like that, and challenges in life that they have to realize they've got to get through and overcome.
Yeah.
So that's
the way I look at it.
The human condition.
Yeah.
The mission, as I see it, is you guys aren't giving us a handout, you're giving us a hand up.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
And I really appreciate that immensely. And it's given me just faith in God, and that my life is manageable, and that I can turn this all around. And this place has given me the want and the faith again. You know what I mean? To be a good man and a productive member of society again, which I never thought I would be. Again.
Yeah.
I lost all hope for a long time until I walked through the front door of this place, and I'm grateful for it.
Yeah. Well, we're grateful for both of you and thankful that you've in R3 and making progress.
You do a great job, Cheryl.
Thank you. That means a lot to me. And I appreciate you both braving the bench with me here. Yeah. So.
I love doing this kind of stuff.
Okay. Well, we got some extra slots at 2 a.m. So I'm just yeah. Thank you both so
Hey, you're
much.
welcome.
God bless you.
Yeah,
You're
God
both
bless
doing
you.
great. So
All right,
thank you.
thank you.
Jerry. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, absolutely. Thank you, Matt.
Yeah.
Well, welcome back. It is now my pleasure to introduce a very, very talented lady. She is the chair, Springfield, CEO of the Springfield Chamber of Commerce. Please join me in welcoming Bonnie Mickelson. Welcome. Thank you. We're not going to get rained on. We're not.
No,
I promise.
no.
I promise.
The Chamber of Commerce doesn't allow that.
It doesn't
to happen,
allow.
So I called.
It's in the small print somewhere.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. I signed off on it.
Oh,
so.
fantastic. Well, thank you for joining me.
Thank you for. This is a nice bench.
Isn't it?
This is luxury.
We have
bench
flowers.
style. I know.
I know. So a number of missions are doing this around the nation, and the real hardcore ones have some benches that, they are suffering. How they're doing that for 24 hours, I don't know. But no, we have a wonderful team, and they have just made this too much fun. I was not allowed to have ponies up here, but no.
Oh, that's all
Yeah.
you weren't allowed to have.
No,
okay.
no. But other than that, no. It's
It's a wonderful idea. Thank
tell
you
me
for
what
the
you've been up
invitation.
to.
Oh, gosh. I just came from a wonderful, inspiring meeting at the University of Oregon with some regional partners.
Okay.
In economic development. So we've got a
Love
lot of
that.
commitment, a lot of hope for the future and optimism. I was at a conference for the State Chamber
I love
the
that.
last 3 days, and I was super glad I could be back and had a spot to be here with you today, because this is really important and a valuable way to speak to audiences you might not otherwise reach.
Yeah, well,
So-
thank you. And that's one of the messages we want to convey, is that there is hope. There is a path forward. Too many of the conversations, I still think, are stuck in this rut that numbers are increasing, there's
Yeah.
not enough funds, and we keep taking the position that this is not rocket science. This is relational investment of time, volunteers, et cetera, and we can have a profound impact.
Profound.
But, I'm just curious, what are your thoughts on where things are going before I get carried away?
Yeah, in general,
In
around
general,
the
around
topic.
homelessness, yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm probably, I like to stay grounded in facts, but not so mired in any kind of sort of inspiring facts that we can't have hope, because hope is the most important of all things that we do for our community and our guests, in your case, the people that we serve, whether it's business or other community partners. So what I choose to focus on is the incredible work that is happening. And the two gentlemen that were here, every story, every individual is profoundly making a difference. I'm like, why did you put me after those two incredible gentlemen who are doing the deal? And your incredible volunteers, yourself, your leadership, your investors, and
Well, and
donors.
what people can't see is each success story that we see here, there are family members and so many other people that are
Oh, for sure.
impacted, their children, their parents, etc. I have the blessing of having telephone calls from other community members. We had an individual that had been going through health issues, emergency rooms, and we get a call from some health providers up in the Portland area saying they were so glad to hear this person was doing better. And it's just like, so many people need to hear that people are making progress. People are doing better.
We
people
cannot forget
Yeah.
to tell those stories.
Yeah, yeah.
It strikes me that homelessness, mental health, addiction, whatever it is, you are never that far away from it. It is not somebody else's challenge to
Yeah.
be solved. When
Yeah.
you say the
It-
families, these
Yeah.
are our families who
Yeah.
are in,
Yeah.
working or are a paycheck away. I've heard those stories from some of our employers. and-
Yeah, it's so, there still are a number of complex dominoes that fall that, where there is an isolation, this. Too often the lack of the shelter or the home is just the last domino that makes it so apparent. Then they're out in public and it's quite apparent to everyone, but yeah, I
Absolutely.
mean, people are living more and more precariously. There's no doubt, absolutely. But my goodness, what a challenge that I actually think we can make tremendous progress in. And I know Chamber of Commerce, but this is really not an economic issue, I would posit. That's probably the unpopular view, that really it's more relational, disconnection issue.
I think so.
That,
I think, and wellness,
and
overall
wellness, correct.
wellness, spiritual, mental,
Yep.
physical.
Yeah.
We all understand, and I think those of us who provide jobs and care for employees understand how important that is.
Yeah, yeah.
And if any one of those things goes even slightly off, it can impact their
Oh, yeah.
ability to be not only productive community members and good employees, but a sense of pride
Yeah.
and self and dignity in work
goodness,
and
yeah.
place, like the gentleman mentioned.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
so we understand that as it's an economic issue, but not only an economic issue. It's a community
Yeah.
opportunity to solve for all of us.
I know that some of the people that we'll be chatting with later, the dignity issue is a big one. That when people start to feel a lack of dignity, it's very hard to re-enter the public space, and I'll just speak from our experience. We've had a number of people that will know someone at the mission, and then they don't want to come here because they're too embarrassed. It's like, we have got to make it comfortable for people to step back. They're too embarrassed to reconnect with family members
Right,
because
right,
they're
right.
embarrassed, or and it's like, we have to find a way to make it possible
Right.
where shame doesn't keep people from taking that step.
Yeah.
And that the only option is a really, really difficult life on the streets.
Yeah.
So we always hear that Springfield has a different approach than Eugene. Do you think that dynamic is changing at all? Do you think there's greater collaboration, or still a real divergence in views, or any sense on that?
It's interesting. I'm not sure if there's a divergent in views, because I feel like we share the baseline element of compassion. There is no
absolutely.
question the level of compassion.
Mhm.
It's perhaps in our approach to wanting to ensure that we aren't forgetting some of those important steps that are to get anyone who might be suffering from addiction or mental health or home, have whatever it is that got them to that place. We want to be, I think, a little more purposeful, strategic in working with folks like the Eugene Mission, who are providing that space that allows for positive progress and a movement. All the programs that you're doing and the location, the sheltering, that is critical. And I just don't know in probably a policy resource prioritization level, I don't know that it's any lower than any of the other ones. I think that it's simply our approach to it is better partnerships as opposed to taking something on that we're really maybe not, and I'm not trying to speak for anybody, but community in general. Any better at doing that than some folks that obviously have proven success models. And so that would be, I think, maybe at a 20,000 foot level.
You know, my perception is, this is not, I'm moving away Eugene Springfield issues, that there's almost been a reluctance to talk about some of the broader issues, that it's gone a lot more myopic. It's like, no, we really do need to talk about the mental health components and how do we provide greater resourcing, how do we address it from a legislation perspective. There are a number of components there. How do we resource it from making sure we have enough providers, et cetera. A huge component there. Let's talk about substance use. How do we address it from, prevention? How do we address, all of these things? And sadly, we went through a period of time where it just got narrower and narrower, and many nonprofits just started chasing a HUD definition of housing or what have you, and it's like, oh my goodness, we are forgetting that there is an elder, a senior component of being unhoused. There is an adolescent element of being unhoused. We need to have our nonprofits each operating in their strengths. And we recognize at the mission that we are in a certain space. We are in a life transformation space of recovery, of life skill building, etc. We're communal living. We're not for everyone. But I'm hopeful, but I'm also really wanting the community to recognize we should be a both and, a complex, and not all trying to occupy the same space and bapping people over the head that are like not in that space per se.
All I can say is I'm right there tracking with you, Cheryl. I can't say it any better. It's a systems approach to a solution as opposed to the siloed. I understand how you get that way because of this perhaps either reality or the perception of resource scarcity. So from Chambers of Commerce perspective, when we're looking at how do we do this better? How do we solve for this issue, the problem, better that is better for everybody? And also, how do we grow that? Honestly, how do we grow the resources so that we are better able to do that? So the economic engine is important, and then also, once people have recovered, so that we can provide them those jobs and those places in the community.
And the community can benefit for that incredible skill set. We are missing some really incredibly gifted individuals, and I feel like, obviously being in the business community for close to 30 years, and being in an entity where we don't take any public funding, I came at this from an entrepreneurial mindset. It's like, we need to be able to move and adjust and meet the needs of the specific person that comes to our door, not trying to fit some definition that really that person may not meet, or it's really not their need area. And then hold ourselves accountable, where if we're not helping that person get holistically better, then we change, rather than saying, hey, give us more money if we're not effective. It's like, we must be effective. The community relies, our donors expect us to be effective, or we should not be.
True entrepreneurship.
At
play in nonprofit, really critical mission-driven organizations.
And
the ideal.
I think the whole service industry around homelessness should be held to incredibly high standards, and I think the people who are unhoused deserve that.
Exactly.
Absolutely
they deserve
that.
They deserve us to hold all of ourselves to high standards.
And I so appreciate the work that the Chamber of Commerce has done, your leadership.
Thank you, Cheryl.
You really are an extraordinary light in the community, and I love watching what you guys are doing over there.
Oh, thank you, Cheryl. As are you from the get-go. From your move from private sector to this particular role. I watch the same. I watch you from afar and sometimes right up close.
Well, thank you.
And it's an incredible inspiration that you are for our community, and thank you for what you do and all your incredible volunteers and staff.
Thank you. And appreciate your time on the bench.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie. And we almost didn't get rained on. It was fine. It was nothing. Appreciate it. God bless you, too. Thank you.
All right, we are ready for our next guest. And again, we have another treat. I'd like to welcome Ben Botkin to the stage. Welcome.
Thank you.
Now, you promised you didn't bring the rain, right?
Right.
Okay. But we have umbrellas just in case.
It's Oregon.
It's Oregon. Do you like the walking music here?
Sure. It works.
It's very festive. All right, so please introduce yourself to our listening audience.
So I'm Ben Botkin. I'm a reporter with Lookout Eugene Springfield. We're a relatively new outlet in Lane County and Eugene. And I cover Lane County government, but that also includes social services like homelessness, addiction, housing, things of that nature. We Lookout Eugene Springfield launched in April, and we have a newsroom of about 15 reporters and editors who cover the region.
And what a valuable resource for us to have locally. I know so many organizations and people have been telling me how much they appreciate that resource and the good work that Lookout is doing. So thank you for being part of that. So
thank you.
All right. So I know you've done some investigative journalism of sorts. Are there any stories around homelessness you'd like to share?
I mean, there's always stories around homelessness, and there's always, it's a topic with a lot of depth to it.
Yeah.
Because one thing I found out just through my initial, looking at Lane County as well as just reporting elsewhere in Oregon is you have different types of shelters, different types of needs, supportive housing, low barrier shelters. So one thing I try to do a lot when I report is just look at, okay, what are the needs in a community and how are those needs being met and where are the gaps in service?
Yeah, well, that's wonderful. So how do you do that? Do you go back and look at demographic data, talk to folks? How do you figure out where you think the gaps are?
A lot of it's really a combination. One thing I've found is that you have the numbers, the data, and you have the people who are policymakers, but you really don't get the full picture of what's going on the streets unless you're really out talking to people who are experiencing homelessness. So I really try to do stories that fuse both of those elements together. Looking at, what do the data show, as well as what's the humanity of it all, what are people experiencing, how did they get there, and what are the needs and barriers that they're facing.
Yeah. Do you believe you're needing to dig pretty hard to get that kind of information out, or do you think it's out there? Obviously we know the websites with various resourcing from county officials and other, homelessness resource sites, etc. Do you think the information is out there, or do you think you have to really do some mega putting it together?
I think it's a combination. I mean, there's a lot of basic information that's out there in terms of the services that are available, how many people are in different shelters. There's a lot of baseline information that's available, but certainly there's a lot of digging of whether you're covering homelessness or any other topic that does require a certain amount of pressing, and whether that's asking for public records or talking to a lot of people to get the full picture. Both of those things can take an amount of time.
Yeah. So my understanding is you might have worked on some, or at least researched some pretty difficult topics in the area of homelessness, like pedestrian vehicle issues, or any that you feel comfortable sharing? Or
yeah, I mean, I'm looking, have things in the pipeline that are yet to be published, but certainly topics that I've started looking into would involve things like pedestrian safety and what do homeless people experience on busy sections of roadway in Eugene. I've talked to homeless people on the streets already. That's one area. I've also done reporting two that looks at the Lane County's new deflection program, and that's a program that can help people who are in drug addiction avoid court charges and access treatment and recovery services, which can often have an intersection with housing and homelessness.
Yeah. What would you want, I mean, I know you haven't published on all these. What would you want the public to know? What do you think are the salient points that people should know about those, or that you're looking to explore?
I'd say the biggest thing is that if you're experiencing something, you shouldn't necessarily assume that you're the only one experiencing it, and you should feel free to reach out to myself or other reporters, because oftentimes we may hear several or multiple people experiencing the same thing and be able to piece that together as a trend of something bigger that's going on in the system. So someone should never hesitate to reach out to us with tips or suggestions or ideas. That's really big. I guess the other thing too is that really the goal is to find solutions where solutions are needed, not that I'm the one who decides what those are, but really to provide accurate information to people so that they can discuss these issues with a full contextual picture of everything they need to know to decide what are the solutions.
So what are you seeing in the way of safety concerns for people out on the street right now?
I mean, that's certainly a broad topic, but
I could throw lots of different ones, but is it predatory, behavior of, people being subject to, folks taking advantage of them or harming them? Is it pedestrian safety, fire, I'm trying to think, just weather, cold, heat? What do you think are primary risks facing unhoused individuals that are not yet seeking shelter or able to get shelter?
Right. Well, certainly pedestrian safety can be a big one, especially if you have shelters or other facilities on busy roads. And there's other factors too that sort of play into this too, like if someone doesn't have access to medical care, they may have a condition that inhibits their ability to quickly walk across the street. Things of that nature can all play into that. So really reporting on homelessness requires an ability to consider not just the lack of a roof over one's head, but things like access to food, medical care, mental health care services. Those social safety net factors.
Yeah. Those are tough. So you were talking about being solution-oriented. Are you thinking of suggestions to make that you would be researching as well?
No, I don't make suggestions myself. However, if those come about from the community as suggestions or recommendations, and they come forth in a kind of a public way, those are things that we report about and give the community and readers and the public a chance to view that information and be part of the dialogue.
So what energizes you when you think about the community serving the unhoused right now?
I mean, really, I like to find stories with humanity where there's stories about people's struggles and just shed light on their triumphs as well as challenges. Those are two pieces. Oftentimes the media has a reputation, you might say, of always being negative. And I would say there's definitely an accountability aspect of our job where we explain and report on things that don't work. However, outlets, including mine, also report on things that do work. So I think that those are both crucial to our role.
Yeah. Don't you think it takes more work to do the positive than the negative?
Not necessarily. I mean, I think both require being willing to talk to people impacted, whether those experiences are positive or challenging. Sometimes if someone's facing a challenging circumstance with, say, a government agency or a social service agency, they're oftentimes reluctant to talk on the record, and that can pose another challenge as well, just because they're in a difficult situation. So reporting on people in vulnerable walks of life definitely requires a certain amount of care and sensitivity.
Yeah. Have you had, I mean, I'm thinking of, are people afraid of losing services, or what are they, or that impacting future employment, or what are the primary concerns about talking to you?
Yeah, I mean, in general, sometimes, people are if they still have relationships with government agencies or social service agencies in general, they're sometimes afraid of alienating people.
Sure.
But that's true for people in other walks of life, too.
Everyone, basically. Right. Like, if I start telling a story, is someone, not like that story being told.
Yeah, well, even the leaders of agencies, a couple of years ago when I was with the Oregon Capitol Chronicle, I talked to service providers who were waiting on the state to give the final sign-off so that they could start building behavioral health residential facilities.
Yeah.
And I got a few to talk, but many of them didn't want to because they don't want to alienate that agency, the Oregon Health Authority, because they still need the agency to sign off on certain things. So there's that fear there often, whether it's someone who's houseless or whether it's somebody who's the director of a large organization.
Yeah, yeah. So any quick little stories you want to share about working in this area that you'd want our audience to hear?
Well, I mean, I would say big picture, Lane County is very diverse because you have just the urban challenges here in Eugene and Springfield. But you also have rural challenges. Like yesterday, I was up in Blue River, site of the Holiday Farm fires of 2020, and there's still folks there who are trying to rebuild houses. They still oftentimes live in RVs. Very challenging as they're trying to piece together ways to rebuild or gain houses, and that can be a combination of things. Insurance payments aren't enough, or they're still waiting on federal or state recovery dollars to come through. So homelessness is something that can happen through a variety of circumstances in Lane County. Wildfires, become addicted to painkillers, and then that just spirals out of control, or unemployment. So there's a variety of things that I've found where, talking to people over the years, you find that this one episode served as a catalyst that really made their life take a turn in a different direction, and then put them in a situation where they're out on the streets.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you having the heart and the desire to get to the bottom of things and not just doing the superficial work. You're clearly someone that digs deep, and I think the community benefits from having good information. So really appreciate your work in that way, and appreciate you sharing the bench with me too. So
thanks for having me.
All right. Well, thank you. And stay dry.
You too.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Welcome back. We now have two more very special guests. We have Corey and Ben. Welcome to Conversations on a Bench. Nice jacket, might I say.
Nice jacket.
Oh, yeah.
Wait,
Ooh.
I missed
Yeah,
I didn't get the memo.
The memo was the light blue. Good choice, Ben. So how are you gentlemen doing this afternoon?
Great.
Great?
Just finished up a shift.
Okay, excellent.
And my shift has just begun.
All right, yeah, it has. So Corey will also be doing the 24 hours behind the camera area, so you'll be enjoying that, right? Absolutely. So why don't you introduce yourselves to our listening audience?
Yeah, so do I look at you or the camera? I don't know. I'm Ben. I'm a staff member here at the Mission. Been here for about a year and a half. I guess I'm a Navigator 2 is the title. I just work with people one-on-one, got a caseload of like 60 people. So get them connected with resources, encourage them, all that fun stuff.
Yeah, you're doing a great job, too.
Thank you.
And I've just recently joined on the staff here at the Mission as the new R3 program director. So coming up on 2 months in and just getting my feet wet with all things mission related.
And trying your hand at Conversations on a Bench.
That's right.
Kind of
You know, my little side gig
directing,
of producing Conversations on a Bench for us.
Yeah. Okay, so I've got questions for both of you to answer. You ready? Okay. What surprised you the most about serving in this space?
The food.
The food. I was not expecting that. The food. You want to elaborate on that, or?
We got really good food here.
Yes,
But
yes.
That actually was something that really
Yeah.
surprised me when I was interning. I think the people. People always surprise me. And I mean, that goes with anywhere, but I think this particular work attracts a certain, all sorts of people, like everyone. And so people always surprise me. And it's a people place. So,
It is. It is. Yeah, I mean, God brings some of the most amazing guests, volunteers, staff. I mean, it's such a blessing. But it's never boring, is it? It's never boring.
Ew.
No.
Sometimes I wish it's boring.
How about you, Corey?
Yeah, I would say, not surprising, but what's already been really incredible in again, just the short few weeks that I've been here is I get to share a hallway with Ben and with Tanya, one of our other navigators, and getting to hear the conversations that they're having with the guests that are on their caseload, and then conversations that are taking place within the hallway. It's remarkable at the compassion that our navigators have when they're even having to have challenging conversations and just encouraging the guests as they're making their way through the program.
Yeah. Yeah. So what has been, what kind of guest situation has been the most challenging?
It's always asking someone to leave. That is easily the worst. It's what brings you to tears on the job. It's what usually goes home with you.
Yeah.
That's always the most challenging. But a lot of times there's a good reason. Yeah. Protecting the other guests. There's all sorts of stuff, but easily the most challenging part for sure.
Yeah.
Right.
Corey?
Yeah, when I started on here and got introduced to the team that I get to be a part of, they each shared, the joys of what they get to do, and then the challenges, and it was unanimous for all of them that the hard, difficult part was either, having to come to that decision for a guest or just a guest that chooses to move on, and.
The disappointment when they're not ready.
Yeah. Definitely the most difficult thing that there is you can't make the choice for the person, but present opportunities, provide encouragement, point them in the right direction, but ultimately the choice is theirs. And sometimes they make a choice that I know that Ben and our other navigators wouldn't desire or hope for them. And the weight of that I've really seen take place.
Yeah. So how is your faith informed your service? How does that impact how you perform?
Well, I don't know. I feel like this would be a tough space to be without some kind of faith grounding, I suppose, in the need to, I don't know. You need to do work like this. You almost need like a higher power telling you to do it.
Wow. Okay.
It sounds intense, but there's better money elsewhere. There's all that, but it's faith that tells us to do this work, and I can't imagine doing anything else. I don't know if that made sense, but that's what came to mind.
Just not too bad, right? The higher voice isn't saying, "Too bad, you must keep going."
No, it's God. God puts it on our hearts to serve, and I don't know. It's just, I think for a lot of the staff here, it's just natural. It's I don't know. I feel guilty not not in a bad way, not working somewhere where we're serving.
Right.
And seeing God transform lives, like work through people. I had a great conversation with someone the other day, just telling them about how the Bible works.
Yeah.
And it just felt great. I love it.
The way that I seen that it has, grown me in my faith is that it provides a place to put my faith to work, and to extend that heart of wanting to serve others, and getting to experience that. The other part too that has really encouraged my faith is that, it's certainly easy to be a part of the staff here at the Eugene Mission with the mindset of wanting to serve others and to give to them, but already, like what I've received from guests in this program, whether it be encouragement or one guest popping into my office and giving me a Snapple drink, and yesterday one guy was handing out
You got a Snapple?
Ice cream sandwiches, but just engaging in conversation, asking them about them, but then as they open up and share, like man, the elements that they speak into my faith has been really encouraging and growing.
Yeah.
Something I remember when I interned here before I worked here, something I remember was sitting in on the Bible studies and thinking, these are some of like the strongest believers I've ever met.
Yeah.
Going in with all the stigmas or whatever, it's not what I was expecting.
Well, that's one
sure.
of the misconceptions many people think is that, not understanding that we have some people that have a level of theology and Bible understanding that many of us are just like, okay, I want to listen for a while and just keep the mouth shut for a bit. On that topic, have either one of you seen any miracles or any just incredible transformations that you can share?
Oh gosh. Yes. I was just thinking of one on the spot.
So as Ben's thinking through that, I mean, having just started here and still getting acquainted with the Eugene Mission and getting acquainted with our guests and volunteers that help us to serve well, I think that, a miracle that comes to mind that we might not place there, but is the response from our community of our amazing volunteers.
Yeah.
Because they truly serve two huge components for us. One, they help to increase our staff capacity. I think that truly is a miracle that they're responding to the leading of their heart in that way. And then second is that they get to play a part in helping our guests move forward.
Yeah.
And I think that there's those are those miracle moments that I've got to see so far.
Yeah. So encouraging.
Yeah. I did come up with something.
You did? Okay, well, we'll let you come in.
Okay.
On this.
Did I cut you off?
No,
I think I did.
go for it, my man.
Well, I suppose I won't go into the specifics, but the one that stands out to me the most is there's a father-son duo. And I'm being waved at. There's a father-son duo, and so I've been here about a year and a half, and about a year and a half ago maybe, the relationship was rough. Only one of them was here, and I remember talking about this with them and wanted nothing to do with each other. Fast forward to today, they're both here and like doing Bible studies together. They're always hanging out there, and it's just that is exactly what it's all about.
That's
good stuff. Like
Yeah.
it is night and day.
Yeah.
And both two of my favorite people on this earth, just wonderful human beings.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Yep.
Love it.
It's
Love
great.
it.
But yeah.
Good.
That's a miracle.
Yeah, no, it is. It is. That's the level of relational healing that we don't do on our own. You know, I don't think we have sometimes that ability to forgive, etc., and move beyond. So,
Well, and that's one of the powerful components of the Eugene mission is that restore aspect.
Yeah.
And that restore aspect involves relationships.
Mhm.
And you know, I know the father and son that Ben is speaking of, and getting to see restored relationships is part of that healing process for them here.
So, what do you wish the community understood about how we serve or about homelessness in general? That you just really think we're just not connecting?
You know, it's not a transactional process that takes place at the Eugene Mission. It is built upon a relational transformation, and investing in building those relationships on communication, on trust, one begins to soften and open the heart of someone. People don't care how much you know until they know how much you care.
Yeah.
And for the Eugene Mission to be a relational transformation program opens the way for getting to the core and to the heart of individuals. And if you're able to capture that, I think that's where real radical transformation can take place.
Yeah, amen.
Yeah. I think, what was the question again? It was.
So, what would you wish the community understood?
Yeah, I think for me a big one is like the stigma that comes with a lot of stuff. I know people in my life that assume that anybody who is unhoused is, you know, a bum or whatever. But like working here and just seeing thousands of people, there are people here who, and it's so nuanced too. It's complicated. There's people that are here because one little thing happened, and it just created a snowball effect, or there's so many health issues. It's people who just physically can't get back to work.
Right.
Heck, there. I don't know if I should say this. There are people here who make more money than me, but for whatever reason,
I'm sorry, Ben. We'll get a little support group going.
Blue collar work pays well. But for whatever reason, it's still a challenge to get housing. It's just so complicated and nuanced, and especially here, anyone who's here and makes it longer than a month wants to be here, wants to turn things around.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I don't know if that's the general public consensus.
Yeah.
Maybe.
No,
Well,
agree.
and you know, that's that relational aspect that Ben and other navigators that carry the caseload. It's getting to know that person, getting to know the unique circumstances that are around them, and then to help them, you know, move through those one by one. Because as Ben said, like it's some of it's, you know, complex, and there's lots of different elements involved, and everybody has different stories and roadblocks that are in front of them, and that's part of that relational approach, is identifying what those are for each individual that he gets to come alongside and help to move through those.
Yeah. Well, you both do a really beautiful job, and you're a blessing to the mission. I appreciate both of you so much. And I also appreciate you're both on the bench here.
Yeah.
So, thank you both.
Thank you.
All right.
Sweet.
Thank you.
Good luck.
And again, good choice. Yeah. Good choice. Good luck. Yeah. Okay, for our next conversation, we are blessed to have Ian Stipe. Welcome to the bench.
Thank you.
Good to have you.
Good to be here.
Welcome. Well, how is your afternoon going?
So far, so good.
Good,
Yep.
good. You ready to be grilled?
I'm ready.
Okay.
I can honestly say I was heading over here and it was pouring down rain, and the Beltline was driving about 35 miles
Oh my
an hour.
goodness.
So to come here and it's dry is a miracle.
It is.
I thought I was getting soaked.
And if God wants it to rain, we have umbrellas.
There we
so
go.
we are set. Rain or shine, we are here. So why don't you introduce yourself to
Yeah.
our listening group?
So my name is Ian. I have been a pastor here in the community for about 15 years. Big advocate for the Eugene Mission.
Yeah.
Back the old director, Jack Tripp, actually went to our church for a while.
Oh, wow.
And so super excited there. And then Corey is one of my good buddies here. So excited for him to be on staff as well.
Do we have any good Corey stories you can share? Since he can't stop us up here. you
Well,
know?
I would say one thing. Some of you looked at his boot and go, "What happened?" Well, he was playing on Ecclesia's softball team in the championship and tore his Achilles.
So you're the one I need to talk to about that.
That's right.
Right before he started at the mission. Yeah,
Yeah.
and then the boot.
In the
boot.
championship game, too.
But you guys did win,
We did
right?
win. We did win.
So, all right.
Repeats.
It's all good. It's
Uh-huh.
all good. Well, thank you for that.
Yeah.
So, tell me, just generally,
Yeah.
what kind of interaction have you had with the unhoused community, either in Ecclesia or,
Yeah.
just generally? It's hard for me to characterize these things,
Yeah.
so I'll go from there.
So back when I was 18 years old, actually was my first kind of interaction with it. And my dad and I and my brother would go out into Wallace Marine Park in Salem, and we would go out and bring breakfast and lunch to the unhoused community out there. And so that was kind of my first real heart there, and it broke down a lot of different stereotypes, and it built a lot of genuine relationships with them.
Okay.
And so then when I become a pastor here, it was like a natural byproduct to want to be involved in the Eugene Mission.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
that's wonderful. So you're talking about breaking down some of the stereotypes. Can you share some of those with me? I
Yeah.
mean, all of us have them, whether we
Yeah.
admit it or not, and then
Yeah.
you get them challenged.
I
so.
think too many people can quickly jump to an assumption of why they're there or what they did. And when you actually hear their stories, you actually start to realize that they're not too far off from a lot of us.
Yeah, yeah.
And their challenges or some of their addictions may manifest a lot differently than some others. But
Yeah.
I got a lot of people in my church that have very similar
Yeah, yeah.
type of addictions and patterns there.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
So.
Well, and don't we all have different challenges and things? And one of the beautiful things we see over and over is that we're all growing.
Yeah.
We're all recognizing things that we need to take to the Lord. We need to seek forgiveness for. We need to work on reconciliation
Yep.
with. On and on and on. And yeah, I mean, many times it's a humbling experience
Yep.
too, and you don't even realize you have things. So I'm just going to share mine and get it out there so everyone at the mission can giggle over it. But if you don't mind, I'll
Yeah, go
use
ahead.
you as my little
Go ahead.
confessor
Go
here.
ahead.
But we were working on classes, and someone proposed, let's have a chess class. And I'm thinking, oh, we're not, no one's going to want to have a chess class. We won't have anyone playing chess, And I'm thinking of the chess instructor now, so I feel really bad. And not only did we have a robust class, I walked in there, I'm like, I wouldn't even be able to, they would beat me, they'd checkmate me in like 2 seconds. And it was so humbling that I thought, such arrogance that I would be so above, everyone playing chess. And it's just like, no, actually, you're not. And you see that over and over. So, but thank you for listening
absolutely.
to my confession. And it's good for all of us to get checked, to get checkmated. So,
Good.
So, thinking about Ecclesia, I had a great conversation with Pastor Ryan Green earlier. We were talking about how to open the church body, not just Sunday church service, but how do we open the church body to embracing our brothers and sisters who are suffering on the street, or even people that are just struggling to get back on track. How do we do that?
One of the things we did at Ecclesia early on, just a couple years ago, we were going through a lead pastor change, and myself and the new lead pastor came down to the mission with a bunch of people from Ecclesia that were interested, and we just took a tour. And just walked through, took a tour, saw the facilities, heard the heart, heard the desire,
Yeah.
and it just opened the door for more people to engage and get involved
Yeah.
at the mission. And I think currently there's about 6 different Bible studies from people at Ecclesia that are facilitated here at the mission, which has been a pretty encouraging
Love that.
thing to do.
And if I could say yet again, please come take a tour.
Yeah.
You don't feel like you'd be pressured to volunteer or anything, but please take it as an opportunity to learn more about homeless situations or how, you as a church can pray about it or open your church to it. But it is that proximity and that eye-opening that many of us need.
Yeah.
Did anything, you had already been doing this up in Salem and beforehand, but did you have any preconceived notions that got challenged at any point?
A preconceived notion that got challenged.
Any chess moments?
I think you always can come in with an opinion that is not in line with what the Spirit of God wants to do or things like that. And I couldn't think of a specific example of that, but definitely when you're challenged by that and then all of a sudden you actually see God moving in people's lives. I think of the countless amount of men either through the R3 program or the Life Change program that have been baptized or been at our men's retreats or gone through our discipleship ministry or are now they've graduated even from the Life Change program and now they're leading Bible studies here on Wednesdays. The transformation, guys like
growth.
Jackson.
Yes,
and
oh my
the growth
goodness.
there that you just see. And they're just not, they're serving there and they're also serving in our church, and I'm getting a message just before I walked on stage is that there's this guy here in one of the programs and he's like, how do I get more involved in the church? How can I serve more involved in it? And so I think you quickly can realize that as they experience freedom in Christ through things like the mission here, it benefits the church and the city and the community at the same time.
Yeah. I agree. So how does your faith inform all of this?
Yeah.
Are you just like, I'm being obedient, or has your heart just been open to it, that you're not thinking of it that way?
A verse that comes to my mind is in 1 Corinthians 4, 1 and 2. It talks about how we are called to be stewards and servants of the mysteries of God, and we should be found faithful. And so whatever is put in front of us, whatever opportunities are put in front of us, how do we serve and how do we be faithful in the midst of that?
Yeah, I love that. Oh, I might have to steal that from you.
Go for it.
Yeah. But wonderful. In thinking about the guests as they integrate into church bodies, a big part of it is restore. We're looking at aftercare, et cetera. What can we do as a mission to help our guests be effective in integrating in church bodies, finding discipleship or finding where that works well, because it's on our heart to have them really be firmly parts of church bodies.
Yeah, I think it's open dialogue and conversations of where they're at in the process, right? Not every single person that's in the mission is ready to step into a large church gathering.
Of course.
There's a different level of trauma and life experiences in those things, and we've had some of those individuals, and it's just, it's having conversations with a guy like Corey or Norm or something like that and say, hey, this is that experience. Maybe the Sunday morning at the mission is more of a beneficial environment for them. And then, hopefully that they work through their trauma and they heal and they work through that, a church community is more of a great environment for them. Others of them, they're ready for that. And so wherever they're at in the process, continue to have those open dialogues and conversations and say they are ready to integrate into a volunteer role or a serving capacity or being invested in a discipleship type ministry at the church. So.
Well, and I think too, for us to have a really good understanding of, the nature of different local church bodies, and that this might be a good fit for you, smaller, quieter or whatever, versus, hey, you want a little bit more charismatic, rambunctious, what have you. That's perhaps, anyway, what might fit their personalities well would be good. What has not worked well with individuals like, say, from the mission, trying to integrate into a church body? Is it just when they're not ready too soon?
Maybe just too soon. And you're not going to necessarily know that unless I would lean a little bit more on those navigators to
Okay.
assess that probably early on.
Okay, so we just make sure that Corey does a really good job on all of those things. Yeah.
But I would only say, I can think of one, maybe two of those situations
Yeah.
have happened
Yeah.
over the dozens of people that have walked through the doors. So.
What are the most common misconceptions you think about individuals in the unhoused community?
Yeah, I think concern around safety, being around them in those ways. I understand some of those concerns, but that's not always the case. I also think that some of the misconceptions is that maybe the community is greater than the individuals here at the mission, and there's almost like a contempt or a looking down upon, and I think that some of those things are not the byproduct of the mission. There's things about the city that the city's making choices to do, and so it gets redirected in towards the mission or that kind of stuff. So,
So now I'll really put you on the hot
Yeah.
seat. What would you like to see the mission do more of, or what do you think we could do better?
Yeah. Well, I
I'd
can
really
speak of
put-
one of the things that I've loved to see
Okay.
was when I first started at Ecclesia years ago. It was simply just a shelter that fed people, and it has drastically transformed. With Jack beginning and Quentin involved in there, you coming in and developing not just the Life Change program, but now the R3 program, the movement towards restoration, revitalization, restoring them into the community, giving them life skills where they can do it, I just think is phenomenal. And I don't think that gets emphasized enough. I think when the community hears the mission, I think they just think shelter and feeding. They don't know about all that goes in with R3, right? Coming off the streets, finding those experiences there, the Life Change program. They don't know those stories enough, and they need to know those stories.
Yeah.
So,
So we'll just keep trying to get
Yeah,
the word out.
just keep getting the word out.
Maybe we'll do conversations on a bench or something, and talk to really wonderful people like Ian.
Well, thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no. Well, thank you. I really
Yeah.
appreciate this,
Yep.
and it's been a joy. And thank you for all you do for the
Yeah,
mission and
absolutely.
have done, and what an encouragement you are.
yeah.
So
Can I share a quick story real quick?
I would love it. Please
Okay,
go ahead.
so Billy McClintock works here at Ecclesia.
okay, is he here?
He's here somewhere.
Oh,
saw him
yeah, I
running
know.
around.
I saw him running around. Okay, yeah.
He came to Ecclesia. We were doing a car wash at Walmart in Green
Okay.
Acres, and he was working at another recovery home. And a few of his guys were late running back from Walmart, and he was trying to get them in trouble a little bit, saying, "Why did it take so long to come in?"
Yeah.
Well, he said these girls invited us to a church, and he was like, "I'm calling you out on that. No way they're doing that." And sure enough, no, they said pull out the card, and it was an Ecclesia card. And at that point, he had recently got his boys back. He was trying to raise his boys. I've had the privilege of baptizing 2 of his boys, and at that point, being a single dad, coming out of recovery, trying to make a difference in this community. It was amazing for us to be able to come alongside of him and help meet some of those needs, whether it was bills, food, stuff like that, and to now transition 15 years later and to see the impact that he is having upon this community
Yeah.
and the life change that has happened warms my heart and encourages me to
I love that. See?
Yeah.
Well, keep on keeping on,
Yep.
huh?
Uh-huh.
All to the glory of God.
Absolutely.
So, thank you.
Yep. Thank
Appreciate you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah. And stay dry. Yeah, right over there. Thank you so much. Okay, great news. We now have another wonderful guest. I will be welcoming to the conversation stage Brian Steffen from the YMCA. Welcome. Good to have you. I'm doing great. Please, great to have you. So how are things across town? Oh, good. Oh, this mother. Okay.
They're lovely. Just wonderful.
Oh, you guys have done such amazing work for the community over there.
Oh,
so each time I look at the things that are going on, how exciting. Anything you want to spotlight for us?
Well, one of the things we love with the new Y is we expected to serve a lot more people, and that's true. We've had about 1.5 million visits since we opened, but it's the new partnerships and the level of partnerships that we can have that we've really loved. And so that's been a really special part, to see all of the great work that other organizations are doing as well.
Yeah, well, I really love how broad of a swath of the community it's serving. It's not just certain people, it's the broad community. That's really fantastic.
Thank you. And thank you for all that you're doing.
Yeah.
It's incredible, the work and the impact.
Thank you. Thank you. So tell me more, how, not putting you on the spot, it's more along the lines of, can you share with the community what types of things would be more directed towards unhoused or people that are more challenged on the housing or economic front?
Yeah. Well, one of the things that is often a surprise to the folks that I meet is that the YMCA doesn't turn people away if there's a financial barrier. And because of that, we work with households from all different kinds of socioeconomic backgrounds. And not just households that are, paying for their membership to the Y. So some of the things that we do to support the communities, like one of the components is we're really involved with 15th Night.
Oh, that's a good program.
Yeah, when their Rapid Action Network needs support or assistance, of course, as you know, folks step forward and provide services. And so some of the things the Y can do is we can provide a warm place, a hot cup of coffee, a place to charge your cell phone, or a place to have a shower.
Yeah.
And so I think that that's a key thing, is every organization looking where can we help and trying to help when possible.
That's wonderful. So you're very plugged into the community. I mean, thank you for what you do for the community. Definitely a leader, a luminary. You've seen the challenges in the broader perspective from houselessness. Where do you see this going? Do you see things getting better? What's your take on the issue?
Yeah, that's such a great question. I've been involved with serving the houseless community for almost 20 years. I worked with a nonprofit that had food banks, and we built affordable housing, and I was on the Montana Board of Homelessness. And so there's times of hope, right, where you look at a 20-year window and you hope that the needle is moving. Where I do see the hope is that there are more conversations happening, and there are more people realizing that no one entity can fully solve the challenges. It's so multifaceted.
Oh, so true. Yeah.
And I feel like there's, at least in the conversations I'm involved with, a greater awareness that of some of the major drivers. Like we had the great conference here a couple months ago or several months ago about homelessness is a housing crisis. We know of trauma in people's lives, and understanding that you can't just look at it with a biased viewpoint and just assume that everybody has made a bad choice. And having that compassion, it helps us then say, okay, let's look at the humanity of people and help them because we care about each other.
Yeah, so true. So you appreciate that the conversations are occurring. Do you see the problem getting better as a result of those conversations, or do you see that we still have some deficiencies that we need to address?
Yeah, I think that there are growing deficiencies that are systemic. Part of it is the idea of how much it costs to live anymore, and we all feel this when we go to the grocery store or look at purchasing any kind of commodity. We're seeing that impact, and so the number of people who are walking that edge where a vehicle repair or a lost job if you're out of work for 1 month or a medical bill can tip you into being on the street and in very vulnerable positions. That's really scary. And so how I think that's part of the challenge we have to look at as a society, as a nation, is how do we ensure that more people have as much of a safety net prior to the crisis moments? And so that turns into how do we make society more affordable? How do we help people get access to, housing is a key. How do we build up the housing stock? So I think that's where we have to move as quickly as possible as national leaders, as state leaders, local leaders, is how do we look at some of the major systemic challenges and move to address those, starting with really big items such as housing development and all that goes with that, because it's not just about build over there, it's how do you support the contractors and all of the parts.
What types of supports do you think there should be for mental health and substance use, recovery options?
Yeah. I think that so many of those supports, one of the reasons I love the YMCA work is the earlier upstream intervention, and that's where I see a lot of need starting for homes, is how do you help children who have been through really traumatic childhood experiences get the mental health that support that they need? How do you help a kid learn confidence through whatever area can build their confidence, and helping those children at early ages see where there can be hope, where they can be confident, so that when they're facing a hard decision later in life, that they see that there's a trusted support network, a religious community, a social community, a family community, rather than thinking I have to try and drown this with either addiction or harmful behavior, or lacking the confidence to dream big. Nobody grows up imagining and dreaming that they could someday live under a bridge. They all dream about being princes or race car drivers or police officers.
Of course.
And how do we help those kids say, dream big and go for it?
I think it's something that comes up quite a bit. So in our Life Change and our CUE programs, we are very focused on making sure that we have, activities and things that bring joy back into life, etc. And they're not mental health activities, but athleticism, joining together in groups, etc. They are things that can provide stability and can absolutely ameliorate certain, we don't pretend to be mental health providers, but I see the YMCA and the Eugene Mission addressing these things in different ways, just like, something we see, again, this very anecdotal, not medical, etc., but our guests that are experiencing levels of mental illness, just having solid sleep cycles, having nutritious foods, having a safe environment where they're not sleeping with one eye open, you would be amazed at the levels of improvement in mental health, and that we can at least provide a foundational support so that even though we don't have the level of providers, coverage, etc., at least we can get an improvement on the base.
Yeah.
And obviously what the YMCA is providing, whether we call things dignity, social interaction, again, being in, moving our bodies, we're going to improve health, that are going to improve some of those outcomes.
Yeah.
And there needs to be support for that as also being an element of health. That it shouldn't just be the default at the much higher level, which needs to occur.
Yeah.
But my goodness, I hope we can intervene sooner, like you're talking about with children.
Yeah. I was talking with one of my own children the other day who's gone through a tough time in just life, going to school, and their confidence was, feeling low. And then they went out and they were playing a new sport, and they had a great practice, and they came home beaming because of that. And boy, as a parent, I'm so grateful for the coach and the teammate that can help that kid come home feeling confident and take that into their academic work or their social work.
Yeah.
And those little moments can have a big impact.
Well, and how many conversations we have about restoring dignity and respect, etc., that some of these are baselines before we can even do some of the other things, because it's that courageous first step that you step in when you're in that moment of difficulty, when you don't want to be seen. But that's the only first step to going beyond it. And I would really like our community to recognize that is courageous to say, I need help.
Yeah.
I need help. Wherever you are in whatever continuum.
Beautifully said. Yeah.
But again, when we think about how to help individuals in the space, I would urge the community to take the broadest possible view of it, and that we've got people all across the spectrum providing help in different spaces. We've got Y here, we've got the Eugene Mission here, we've got mental health providers here, we've got family mediators here, everyone serving and trying to very holistically restore people. My criticism is that we're still kind of bunched up in certain areas and not recognizing, senior needs or fully adolescent needs. Or I sound like an old geezer when I say, I remember back when it seemed like the nonprofits were serving in more diverse fields than they are now, that we're really kind of focusing on more narrow fields. I think that maybe that's a function of funding, that it's just narrower than we used to have broader grant opportunities or something. But
yeah, I think that does happen, and I love the image that you're painting, that you don't have a mental health. You don't just get mental health crises when you are in an emergency. All of us, you, me, everybody, is somewhere on this path of mental health, and we're all having supports that we need. And sometimes it's clinical, sometimes it's social, sometimes it's purely through enjoyment. And then your point is so well spoken about this narrowing focus with organizations. I think part of it comes because organizations don't always want to be as vulnerable with one another. And because we're not being vulnerable and we're all saying, no, we do great things, and we're always trying to make it look like we're conquering the world rather than having our own barriers or our own gaps, we don't share those things. And so people in the community who are aspirational say, I have a great idea, we should do this to help the community, and so poof, another nonprofit starts up, rather than two organizations that already exist saying, you do this great, we don't do this so well, how about we come together and help each other?
I so agree with you, and I know, so as you know, we don't take any government funds, we're highly entrepreneurial, but our donors still expect there to be collaborations, and good collaborations and sharing of information. And I think that's part of good stewarding, just like you're saying, is we should not be reinventing certain wills. These are the existing resources. How do we really marshal them well and just take off with them rather than just creating more and more entities that'll be stressed financially, etc. And maybe even, I don't consider it competing per se, but we may be stretching thinner rather than having the depth that we want.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I think that is true, and boy, the compounding effect, if we could go deeper rather than just surface or thin. Yeah, well said.
Well, thank you. We will be
cutting to a national feed shortly,
Nice.
so you
Yeah.
have moved us right on into the big stuff.
That's
so
great.
It's been an absolute pleasure, and thank you for your very good work in the community. Again, I love to see what the Y is doing. It's such good work. So
Thank you. Thanks for your
Yeah.
incredible leadership. Yeah.
thank you.
Thanks
Good
so
to
much.
see you too.
Yeah.
Excellent. And again, you kept it from raining. I appreciate that. Okay, hey, this is yet another wonderful segment I'd like to switch to. So as you all know, this is part of a day where we are combining with other gospel missions around the nation. There are almost 70 gospel missions who are sharing today and sharing conversations together. And we will now be patching into a national feed that all of these missions will be relaying at the same time. So please join us for the national feed to learn more from Citygate, our national organization. Thank you.
which is between myself and with Rich Stearns. And Rich is the president emeritus of World Vision and been a good friend for well over a decade. And Rich, so appreciate your leadership of World Vision globally, especially in reaching out to helping children, and especially in the area of really crisis and being able to say, how do we serve and love in the name of Jesus? But as president of World Vision, that really wasn't your initial calling, or maybe it became a calling, but really your background was more out of the business world. And why don't you share just a little bit of your time at Lennox and how God worked in your heart to begin to move you into a place of humanitarian aid and being able to care for people as how you lived out your faith?
Well, sure, Tom. Thanks for having me on the
Recording
program
in
today.
progress.
And yeah, back in the late 1990s, I was the CEO of Lennox Fine China and Crystal, America's fine china company, back in New Jersey. And as I like to say, I was minding my own business when one day a recruiter called and said he was representing World Vision, and that World Vision was looking for a new president. Now, my wife and I had been donors to World Vision for about 15 years at that time. So we knew of World Vision. In fact, we knew the president of World Vision, who was then planning to step down. But I basically said to him, well, that's a hard job to fill. You need somebody that's, part CEO, part Mother Teresa, and part Indiana Jones. And, good luck with that, right? Finding somebody. But and of course, as recruiters often do, later in the conversation, he said, well, what about you? Would you be a good candidate for World Vision? And I think my voice went up about 3 octaves, and I said, me? Surely you don't mean me. And, Tom, at the time, I had never been to Africa. I knew nothing about global poverty. I had no theological degree. I had never done any fundraising. I had never worked for a nonprofit. I mean, I was a terrible candidate, I thought, for the president of World Vision. And I won't get into all of the details because of time, but this was clearly God knocking on my door and asking the question, are you available? Are you available? And I didn't want to be available. I was at the top of my career. I was 47 years old. I was, I had made it to the CEO chair in a wonderful company. And I call it my rich young ruler moment. And we all know that story from Scripture where this rich young man comes to Jesus and says, Rabbi, what must I do to inherit eternal life? And Jesus gives him a stock answer. Well, keep the commandments, worship the Lord at the temple, keep doing the things that, the scriptures command you to do. And of course, the man who might have been a little cocky, he said, well, I've done all of that. You can check me out. I've covered that base. I keep all the commandments. I'm a faithful tither. And then, as I like to say, the young man made one mistake. He decided he would ask another question, and he should have quit while he was ahead. He said, is there anything I still lack? And Scripture tells us that Jesus looked at him and loved him and said, you lack one thing. Sell everything you have and give it to the poor and come and follow me, and then you'll have treasure in heaven. Well, I wish at the time World Vision was calling me, that story was resonating in my head, because metaphorically what World Vision was doing was saying, Rich, sell everything you have, quit your job, quit your career, sell your dream house, turn in your company car, pack up your family and move them 3,000 miles to the West Coast and follow me.
We are in Charlotte.
In other words, give everything you have to the ministry with the poor, and then you'll have treasure in heaven. And at that time, I was more interested in treasure on earth than I was in heaven, to be honest. And so it was a difficult decision. But the way that story ends in Scripture is tragic, because it says the man went away very sad because he had great wealth. So kicking and screaming and fearful of, this is a career suicide, I did quit my job. World Vision offered me the job. I quit my job, and we sold our house, and we moved all the way to Seattle, Washington. And I showed up that first day terrified that the Lord had made a terrible mistake. And as I cried out to him, I said, Lord, if you don't show up, this ministry's in trouble, and we're both in trouble, because I don't know what to do next. I feel helpless and totally dependent on you. And I felt the Lord was saying, I've got you right where I want you. You are totally dependent on me. Now, keep showing up and watch what I do. And that's what I did. And I served for 20 years. I ended up being the longest serving president in World Vision's history. So, yeah, that's how the Lord got my attention.
I love that, Rich, and really thanks so much for sharing your story, because I'm sure there are a lot of folks out there that God could be knocking on their door or inviting them into a second chapter of their life and leadership, and maybe hearing of your courage to be able to step out and follow might allow them to do something similar. So really appreciate that. How about though, as you began to kind of think about that role that you had as president of World Vision, it began to inform and impact kind of your understanding of the gospel.
I'm feeling a lot better.
One of the things I appreciate that is the book that you wrote, The Hole in Our Gospel,
Definitely,
which was really significant and almost shares for you of certainly coming to a place of faith in Christ, but then this second conversion of looking at what does that faith really mean, or how do we live it out or engage or act in it. And I just wanted to kind of read a quick excerpt out of that I've appreciated over the years. That
for a long
wrote
time,
out
they saw me
of The Hole in Our Gospel, and you say we're the carriers
for them to
of the
see that
gospel, the
anymore.
good news that was meant to change the world.
Hi, my name is Serena,
Belief is not
and
enough.
I've been in the
Worship
program
is
for
not
about
enough.
4 months now.
Personal morality is not enough.
So a lot of
And
chaos,
Christian
a lot
community is
of,
not
you
enough.
know,
God
abuse, that
has
type of
always
thing.
demanded
I have 4
more.
kids.
When
you
we
know, time
committed
goes on, you
ourselves to
get
following
tired.
Christ,
So
we also
I
committed
just,
to
one
living
day,
our
I
lives in
finally
such a way
packed
that
up
a
and left.
watching
Originally
world
went to
would
Serena
catch
Harbor,
a glimpse of
and
God's
then
character,
they have a
His
time
love,
frame on the time that you can
justice,
stay there. So I
and
started
mercy
looking through
through
other
our
options.
words,
And so I
actions,
found
and
it.
behavior. We
When I
are
finally got the
Christ's
call, it was just a
ambassadors,
state
wrote
of
the Apostle
relief.
Paul.
I didn't have to
As though
worry about
God
that
were
time
making
frame
his
for Serena
appeal
Harbor.
through
I didn't
us.
have to
God
scramble
chose
about
us
where
to
I
be
was
his
going to go with
representatives.
my
He called us
head.
to go out
You
to
know,
proclaim the good
there's
news,
a
to
huge
be
difference
good
in my
news,
kids'
and
behavior
to
being
change the
here, just
world.
because there's
Living out
no
our faith
chaos. You know, there's none of that.
privately
And then
was
since
never
being
to
here,
be an option. And what might you hope, as you kind of look and have penned those words for Christ followers across our country, as they would reflect and glean on living out their faith today, how that perspective maybe changed your heart a little bit, and how you would hope it would change the hearts of other Christ followers?
Well, Tom, let me first say I couldn't have said it better myself than that quote. But I would add a couple of things. I think, first of all, I would say that we need to understand as followers of Christ that he did not call us to a life of comfort. He called us each to a life of service, a life of loving other people with the love of Christ in our heart and demonstrating his life to that watching world. You know, most of us go to, if we're Christians, we go to worship every Sunday. We go to Bible studies during the week. Our kids are in Sunday school. But the Lord, I don't think, is impressed with all of those activities unless they result in putting what he taught us into action, right? So there's some great scriptures about this. In the book of James, James says this: suppose a brother or sister is without clothes and daily food. If one of you says to them, go in peace, keep warm and well fed, but does nothing about their physical needs, what good is it? In the same way, faith by itself, if it's not accompanied by action, is dead. I can't imagine a better scripture for a homeless ministry to settle on and to talk about. There's another one in 1 John chapter 3, where John says this: if someone has enough money to live well and sees a brother or sister in need but shows no compassion, how can the love of God be in that person? Dear children, let us not merely say that we love each other. Let us show the truth by our actions. Our actions will show that we belong to the truth, so we will be confident when we stand before God. You know, just in closing this question, this answer, there is a real simplicity to our Christian faith that is often lost in the complexity we create around faith, right? The Lord gave us the 2 greatest commandments: love the Lord your God with all your heart, mind, and strength. And he said the second commandment is like it: love your neighbor as yourself. And I would add a 3rd great commandment, which is the Great Commission, which is about sharing the love of Christ to everyone so that they too can become disciples of that same loving Lord. So love God, love others, and then make disciples of other people by sharing the love of Christ so that they can also then love God, love others, and make new disciples. So it's kind of a virtuous cycle. And that's the simplicity of our Christian faith that a 5-year-old can understand. We all know the question used to be these little bracelets. What would Jesus do? Right? WWJD. Try substituting the question, what would love do? Because Jesus is love. John tells us that God is love. So what would love do about homelessness? What would love do about refugees? Don't ask what a political party would do or, what should the government do? What would love do about refugees, about homelessness, about those struggling with mental illness or addiction? We need, as Christians, to ask that question, what would love do, and then attempt to do it.
I love that, Rich, because we're really talking about being grounded in love and then saying that our faith has a tangible expression that lives itself out that ultimately impacts other people. And being able to do that. Oh, that's great. Well, one of the questions I have, and again, coming out of your leadership position a little bit, you really engaged in two significant humanitarian crises. One was AIDS and HIV in Africa. The other was around refugees and migrants, especially in Syria. And you've had a front row seat to humanitarian crisis. And as we look in the U.S. today at close to 1 million people that are experiencing homelessness and issues with addiction recovery and mental health challenges, what, from a leadership perspective, could you take from your engagement of a large organization that was helping to bring solution to those situations globally to what we're trying to do here on the homelessness front in the United States? What kind of leadership insights could you provide?
Well, I think for those that might be listening, big crises are often overwhelming. When I used to talk about to our donors and child sponsors at World Vision about global poverty, and I had the statistics of global poverty that 1 billion people are living on less than $1 a day, and 29,000 children under the age of 5 die every day of preventable causes, and I throw out these huge numbers, and what I found is people were overwhelmed by these big numbers. Like, how could I possibly make a difference? How could I possibly make a dent? In other words, those facts were having just the opposite effect that I wanted them to have. Instead of inviting them to make a difference and do something, they kind of, oh, it's hopeless. We can't possibly make a dent. But what I learned about any crisis like this, no matter how big, it always boils down to helping one person at a time. The world has changed one person at a time. So no act of kindness, no donation is too small to make a difference. We can each do our part. There's a part in Scripture where Jesus says, if you have the faith of a mustard seed, you can say to this mountain, you can be thrown into the sea, and the mountain will be thrown into the sea. And, I always struggled with that. Really? I've tried that and it didn't work. I tried throwing a mountain into the sea and it didn't work. But then I turned it around and I said, well, what if he meant a mountain of mustard seeds, right? In other words, if each one of us as Christians has our mustard seed of faith, what if 100 million Christians in America took their mustard seed of faith and pitched in? I bet 100 million Christians, if we each picked up our shovel, could throw that mountain into the ocean. We could throw that mountain into the ocean. And I think if we each picked up our shovel on the homelessness crisis, we could also deal with that crisis, one person at a time, everybody doing their part, everybody doing whatever small or large role they can play. God is not asking everybody to quit their job and move their family and go lead a homeless ministry somewhere in America. He may be asking some to do that, but he's asking the rest of us to just, be involved and do our part, be involved and do our part. So I think if we all pitch in, this is a manageable crisis, and we can make tremendous progress in helping these desperate, desperate people who live on our streets.
I kind of look at that, Rich, and you would probably say at some point in your leadership at World Vision that the situation around AIDS and HIV was unsolvable, irresolvable. I think probably as we look at people living on the streets in the U.S., that many would have kind of a similar feeling that we can't fix it. Yet your history would say some of these irresolvable situations can be fixed. What hope might you give us as we look at trying to help those experiencing homelessness, that we could get on the back end of this and be able to bring some kind of resolution?
Well, first of all, I would want to say to those that are already serving and giving toward the end of helping the homeless in our country, thank you. You're doing exactly what Christ calls us all to do. Every single person you are helping is precious to God, created by God in his own image and precious to him, no matter their circumstances, no matter their religion, no matter, where they are in their life. And many of them are in addiction or struggling with mental illness or just, financial disaster in their life, and they can't afford to have a home. Even women and children, as you know, are on the streets, living in automobiles in terrible conditions. But to those who are standing on the sidelines, I might say it's time to do something. We all have three things that we can offer: time, talent, and treasure. We can all do something, no matter how small. My wife and I, we're big boosters of World Vision. We're donors to World Vision. We have been for 41 years. But we give to 3 different homeless ministries in Seattle, where we live. Because we read the scripture and we see Christ's passion for the least of these. And I can't think of another group that title fits better, the least of these, in our country than the people that are so poor that they're living on the streets and they're living hand to mouth. So with time, treasure, and talent, you can give, you can volunteer, you can advocate to your local government officials for this in favor of doing more. We can all do something. We have to remember that Jesus is going to ask every one of us what we did for the least of these brothers and sisters in our world. When I preach on Matthew 25, that famous passage where the sheep and the goats are gathered together, right? And it's the judgment day. It's not a parable, it's a prediction. And Jesus tells us this story. He gives us this prediction, and he basically, goes through, I was hungry and you gave me to eat. I was thirsty and you gave me to drink. I was in prison and you visit me. I was sick and you cared for me. I was a stranger and you welcomed me. And people say, I'm paraphrasing, obviously, Lord, when did we see you hungry and thirsty and naked? And when did we visit you when you were sick? And he says, I tell you the truth. Whatever you did for one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did it for me. And of course, the people that did those things are welcomed into the kingdom of everlasting life, and the people that didn't get a very different treatment. And, I like to say in Matthew 25, this is the final exam, right? This is the final exam. It's the judgment day. And there's only one question on the final. What did you do for the least of these? And fortunately, and that's the question Jesus is going to ask each one of us when that day comes. And fortunately, we all still have the time to work out our answer to that question. Right. And I don't want to get into the whole theological thing. Of course, I believe in salvation by faith alone. But the evidence of faith is what Jesus is looking for in our lives. How will he know whether our faith is genuine? He'll look for the evidence. And the evidence he's looking for is, what did you do for the least of these, of my brothers and sisters? So anyways, I would just encourage people to get involved, no matter how small. If you can give $25 to a homeless organization, that'll make a difference. That'll change somebody's life. If you can give 25,000 or 25 million, that'll help even more. Or if you can volunteer once a week in a volunteer program in your community, that'll make a difference. And everybody can pray. We can pray for the homeless. So those are some words of encouragement.
Those are great words of encouragement, Rich, and just really appreciate this conversation. Appreciate the friendship that we've had over the years. Appreciate really, again, your leadership and your involvement and influence for the kingdom. And I think a lot of the things that you shared and have experienced certainly apply to what we're trying to do here today in raising awareness, of how followers of Jesus Christ don't stand on the sideline, but jump into the fray, commit themselves, support, engage, volunteer in order to share the love of Christ and live out their faith in tangible, relevant, and significant ways. So thanks so much. Appreciate all that you've shared with us and look forward to how that's going to impact those that are listening during this 24-hour period of Conversations on a Bench.
Well, thanks, Tom, and I appreciate what you and Seagate are doing.
Great. Oh my goodness, it's so good to be back, and a special treat we have. This lady is amazing. Sarah Koski. We're going to have a great conversation.
I'm ready to go.
You're ready to be on the bench?
I'm ready to go.
All
yes.
right. Well, why don't you start by introducing yourself to our audience?
Yes. Hello, my name is Sarah Koski. I'm Community Resource Liaison for Lane Transit District. It is a very, very special position this November. I'll be 2 years in. Woo. Basically, it's incredible, right?
2 years, wow.
The intersection of transit, mobility, and vulnerable communities.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
when you think of transit, right, you think of getting someone from point A to point B. But when you're in a community like ours, our transit station is the hub of the downtown community, right?
Absolutely.
So you get released from the hospital, where do you end up? Downtown, right? Or if think of a youth in crisis, right? If you're a youth in crisis and
needing
need
to get to the courthouse, needing
Precisely.
any number of places.
Right.
So
yeah. My role is to look at ways where we can innovate as a community through partnerships, through new ideas, through listening sessions with the unhoused, in a very outside of the box, solution-oriented way, where transit can really shape the culture of a community.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. And what I love, Sarah, is your heart. I mean, talk about someone who has a heart to serve people and to really see them and their needs. It's just brilliant. And Sarah is someone that gives voice to people, recognizes us, gives dignity, and I'm just wondering how you do all of that, because you've been doing it for a while now, and not just with LTD, but it seems like I keep seeing you step out in the community to serve vulnerable populations.
Yeah.
So how are you doing that?
It really started after the pandemic. So I have always been very
Switching
passionate.
to rain mode here.
Switching to rain mode. I'm the Oregonian. I am part amphibian, so I love the rain. It's actually going to do very well for me.
Well, stay hydrated. I'm sorry. I'll let you.
So natural disaster work, right?
Yeah,
so I've done work with the American Red Cross, other agencies, was a disaster responder, worked very hard with the Lane County COAD, Community Organizations Active in Disaster. So when we had the statewide wildfire, I dealt a lot with the recovery upriver. You know, you heard Ben talk about that a little bit.
Yeah.
I was there doing a lot of storytelling, documenting, working with the folks in Blue River on recovery, how to tell that story to large donors for fundraising at the initial phase. That was my first time dealing in person with displaced individuals, right? Because a lot of the work that I was doing was like contract work, or it was overseas, where it was very easy for introverted Sarah to be behind my little think tank, laptop, moving all these parts and pieces. And then if I worked in disasters, I could go set up a shelter, I could do a mass care feeding site, and then I could get out before it was the humans and the heartbeats, right? That's not the case in our own backyard. And that was when I first shaped and knew and understood what being displaced meant, right? And that understanding that natural disasters and being unhoused because of that, and then being unhoused because of economic factors, right? Like social factors, all of these go hand in hand.
Yeah.
And so after working, I was an executive director of a regional nonprofit, and I did some consulting work as well. I stepped down from everything to be the sole case manager for 410 Garfield Safe Sleep Site. And I went from these international think tanks, right? Like making more money than I could ever imagine, just buying a Jeep on a whim, having my diamond encrusted watches, to now, under the federal poverty line myself, learning and being in the same food box lines as the people that I'm supposed to case manage,
Yeah, so
right?
let me press pause there, and then we'll continue on. Why would you do such a thing?
Oh my gosh. So, while I was with COAD, right, we ran one of the first disaster activations solely for the unhoused in the state of Oregon. There was some heat domes, and we had lost lives in the previous heat dome, right? And it's tragic. And if I say that I am this faith believer and I believe in the sanctity of life, right? I can't believe in just sanctity of life of a beautiful life. I have to be believing in the sanctity of life of all life.
Yeah.
And
and there's this chapter in the Bible called James. I don't know if you
right?
Yeah.
And that's the thing. And so I wanted to learn more about the unhoused in our community. At that time, there was a lot of sheltering in place because of COAD. I was going out with Whitebird and the Front Rooms team to 13th and Chambers every Monday and just observing. I didn't know what to do, Cheryl. Like, I didn't know how to interact. I thought I knew about what homelessness was based on movies, right?
Yeah.
Everybody's criminals. Everybody's violent. There's trafficking everywhere. People are uncontrolled with their rage and anger, right? And what I was met with at 13th and Chambers
We
was
do have an umbrella if you want. Go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you.
Good.
Nothing short of hospitality.
Yeah.
The spirit of hospitality, and that's what I found at 410 Garfield as well, is the hospitality within the homeless community. Because what do you have? You have to keep your word because your word is your bond, right? The fruits of the Spirit and the things that I was learning about in Bible study were more apparent and real in the streets than they were in these theoretical constructs of being an academic, book-smart individual. I was learning more at the shelter about what life and humanity was.
Yeah.
And that's what changed my heart. And from that shelter, I had determined that the rest of my life would be dedicated to working and serving the unhoused. Yeah.
You know, I love that. And everything that you're saying, I mean, it's something that, you know, my family has talked to me about. That, you know, if you want to grow your faith, step out and serve. Say, Lord, here I am.
Lord, here I am.
Yeah. And we hear it from our volunteers all the time. That to step into this space and serve a truly hurting individual, it is transformational.
Yes.
It grows our faith. Obviously, we see miracles. Obviously, we see incredible courage in what God can do in people's lives. But it changes everyone's hearts in such a beautiful way. There's a reason we're called to service. And I so love the way you've articulated it, that it's not like martyrdom, as if we've given up so much to serve. It is a blessing, and to have that kind of life transformation in ourselves.
Hands down. I had my own transformational experience at 410 Garfield, and I had always prayed, right? Because I'm not a joiner, right? I am an outlier, and I have a lot of great ideas. I'm very creative, but I'm not going to want to sit in a meeting or go to a women's function or, you know, sing Kumbaya, right? Like, I want to go in the trenches, and I want to be where the dirt is. But that's always been ingrained in my DNA, right?
Yeah.
And it wasn't until I started working at the shelter where I woke up one day and realized that that was where I was destined and supposed to be. Because I'd been praying ever since I had my radical faith encounter in 2007, what is my calling? Because it's not in kids ministry. Lord knows I'm not going to be, you know, the Sally homemaker, right? But I didn't realize that because I have a God who loves me so much, and because he had instilled all these things, he knew me before he even formed me, before the foundation of the world, right? Like, before I was even born, he had already seen my entire calling out. And he knew the fact that I like a little thrill. I'm addicted to adrenaline, right? That I like a little risk. And once I started working with the homeless, I knew, Cheryl, within my DNA that that's what I was called to do.
Yeah. So here you are at Safe Sleeps.
Yes.
What are you learning?
Everything you could imagine, right? Why people become unhoused. We hear a lot of like myths, right?
Yeah,
and there was a lot of
We're going to be busting them throughout. So
Good,
yeah.
Right? there was so many things that I had to dispel within like my own social norms of what homelessness and houselessness look like. And one of the things that I really learned is people aren't out there just to work the system, and they're not there to get the free phone and do all these different things. There are significant pains and hurts within a community, often early childhood development, right? And because of those scars, it's very hard to translate into the real world, right? I mean, my best friend who just passed, I would say my best friend of the street who just passed this year, he was a maestro. He was a piano maestro. He went to Broadway. He was a Broadway actor. He opened up the Holt Center, right? And he was so gifted and so sensitive, he just couldn't deal in what we consider a normal society, right? And so as we look at homelessness in and of it whole, here I think that I'm a little bit of an outcast outsider, but it's a bunch of outcast outsiders looking for love, right? Like, and that's the thing that I like about the mission, right? Is what is my calling? My calling is to infuse as much light and as much love into a brokenhearted society, whether that's through storytelling, narrative strategies, boots on the ground, working in transit. But how, right? The greatest thing that we have, we know in the scriptures, is love. Love conquers all. And so that is the solution, right? Like when people are like, okay, is it housing? Is it navigation? Is it safety nets? All of the above, right? But how do we have to lead by love?
Amen. Amen. So much you're saying is exactly our approach, and I know you know this, but we talk about the hurting stems from the disconnection and the isolation.
Right.
The solution is relationship.
Right.
And not just, superficial relationship. We're talking deep. We're talking about walking alongside, doing life together, and rebuilding those hurts. And just like you said, those hurts many times run deep. Betrayal, loss, trauma, etc. And we're not talking foo-foo. We approach it not, those are not excuses.
Right.
Those are things that have happened that have broken people so deeply that they've started to lose hope that life can be better.
Hands down.
And or that they can be loved, or that life can be safe. And so those building blocks need to be rebuilt, and it's so much, I keep using this example, it's so much more than a sandwich.
Right.
It's like, it's hope. And of course, we keep getting our cup refilled every day in our faith, but for someone who is still looking, that's a tough road to walk.
That's a tough road to walk. And there's a scripture that says hope is the anchor for our soul, right? The one thing that can hold us from drifting out to sea is an anchor. But when you're unhoused, if you are unsheltered and you're getting swept and you have to move different locations, I mean, on average, right, the concept of imagine only sleeping 3 hours a night for 11 years, right? And still having to deal in real society and not have behavioral issues, and you don't have the nutrition that you need. I mean, the amount of, like, Cheryl, when I'm downtown, a lot of people are very concerned about downtown and folks panhandling or like asking for money. Do you know the number one question I get asked downtown?
I don't know. What is that?
What time is it?
Is that right?
That's the number one question.
Disorientation.
Disorientation. And there was a time when I was downtown and I had an iPhone, and my iPhone just completely disrupted. Like it wouldn't work, right? And I had to get to a meeting, and I had to listen for the church bells to hear what time it was. And that very just distinct moment of realizing that I've been so conditioned to of all of the blessings and bounty I have that I know what time it is. I know what day it is. I know that my transportation will get me where I need to be. But this alternate universe and reality of living in crisis and not even knowing. And that's the thing, is like, we expect people to go and get a job, right? You're homeless, go get a job. We expect people to make all their doctor's appointments. Well, if you don't even know what day it is, right? Like, if you might have lost your medication or someone took it and you can't see which way is up, but yet you're supposed to be at a certain appointment at a certain time and you don't have a watch and you lost your bus tickets, it's like the odds and the deck is stacked against you. And how is that translated? Like, how do you translate the reality of this alternate universe into a chamber meeting or into a better meeting where folks that are just used to what we consider a normal day-to-day, right? How do you translate that? And I think that community conversations like this are what allows people to see how truly hard it is to be on the streets.
Yeah, and also, but the flip side of that is that I would assert that the structure in rebuilding the pieces are not evil impositions at all. It's more like in order to have the sleep, in order to have the nutrition, that there are certain building blocks that in order to step back from the crisis and the chaos, and none of us can get better or make progress or do these things without having the structure in our lives. And so, and obviously having our guests define where they're going, etc. But in any type of communal living, we've got to help them do that.
Yes.
And walk alongside and do that. But I think I get quite a bit of pushback in the community when we do talk about structure as if that's a bad word.
Right.
And I'd like to kind of give it back some of its positives.
Yeah,
you know,
structure is important.
You know, whether you're an Olympic athlete or you're a young child or you're recovering from any health thing, the structure is part of the progress, the path forward.
Hands down.
You need to have, and that progressive marks of accomplishment are things that encourage us.
Hands down.
You know, this was good. Okay, great. I can take the next step. I'm encouraged. I feel like, okay, I am making progress. And the thing with chaos is that you am I forward, am I backward, am I upside down? And, you know, we have in the homelessness space such a wild, wild west that it is tough. And so even basic elements of developing trust in one another, like, what do you want from me? Or what's your angle? And those are so damaging to long-term relationships, or even, you know, being able to identify, this is the person to have in my life, this is the person to really stay far away from.
And that's the number one thing I saw even at, 410 Safe Sleep was just stability, right? A lot of the individuals that came into 410 Garfield Safe Sleep site had been banned from every agency, right? And they were given another chance. Just to get a place, a tent that was protected where their belongings weren't being stolen, right? And they had a safe place to sleep without being assaulted or having to guard themselves at night. Stability and safety and peace was the pathway to becoming healthy, making the choices of sobriety, and then the pathways to employment. I cannot begin to tell you how many people were employed in under a year just by the boundaries and stability, right? And I think that is what we're looking for through organizations like yours and others, is how do we get people who have been living in this chaos and crisis a moment to experience peace, right? And the peace of God surpassing all understanding guards our heart, guards our mind. And so we need those guards to support and surround and cover the very people who need the covering.
Absolutely. And, you know, I would even posit that we're holding back a little bit even from the employment, because we're recognizing how significant that underlying work is. And I think, again, another side of the community is saying, just go get a job, go get a job. And if it's a senior or if it's a person with challenges, it's so much better for them long-term, for the long-term flourishing, reunification, healing, etc., to stay working on the small pieces, not get caught up in employment, which may get folks back into a substance or into an unhealthy relationship, etc. But it's so wonderful to talk with someone such a complex and deep understanding of these issues, which you clearly have. And God bless you for your heart. I just love how you serve people so well. I think you are in a bright, bright light. So
same to you.
Yeah.
Same to you. Thank you so
for
much.
joining me on the bench, and I think we'll be having other conversations in the future.
I hope so.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
God bless you, and you braved the rain and everything. Thank you. Okay, we have another sequence coming up right away, which is super special. This is something our Life Change women will be sharing with you. They are sharing their hearts with you. And this is something we call reality and truth. I think you're going to enjoy it.
It's going to be down here just in case.
Reality is, going through so much abuse and trauma, you don't feel safe anywhere. Reality is losing your 4 kids who are the only reason that you have left to live. Reality is winding up so broken on the streets that you turn to drugs and alcohol to deal with it all. How do I know it's reality? Because it's my reality.
Reality is when 2 siblings commit suicide. Reality is having a son on the streets and addicted to drugs. Reality is being so drunk that you fall off the bus and smash your face in. How do I know that's reality? That's my reality.
Reality is dropping out of high school to do drugs. Reality is lying, cheating, and stealing. Reality is choosing homelessness and toxic relationships. How do I know this is reality? This is my reality.
Reality is having suicidal tendencies after a traumatic childhood. Reality is living a criminal lifestyle to support an expensive IV fentanyl addiction. Reality is catching another person-to-person charge, detoxing in jail again, but this time with a 24-month prison sentence hanging over your head. How do I know that's reality? That is my reality.
We all have different realities, but our truths are the same. The truth is, I am a warrior in God's kingdom, and his toughest soldiers fight the hardest battles. The truth is, God is restoring my relationship with my 2 oldest children who are active soldiers in our military. The truth is, Jesus is turning my pain into purpose. I work and attend college to earn my degree in human services so I can help others, and that's the truth.
Truth is, even though my heart is broken, I know that I will see them again in the kingdom of heaven. Truth is, my son is covered by the blood of Jesus, and I serve a God of miracles. He led him to celebrate recovery and to church. Truth is, now I'm falling for Jesus. And that's the truth.
Truth is, I'm now getting an education. Truth is, God has a plan for me. Truth is, I no longer choose homelessness, I choose recovery. And that is the truth.
Truth is, God had a plan to use everything I went through for his good. Truth is, my experiences equipped me so I can lift people out of the darkness. Truth is, my Father in heaven is the only one I get my worth from, and I do his good works because he saved my life again and again, and that is the truth.
John 8:36 says, who the Son sets free is free indeed.
That was incredible, ladies. Thank you. You ready to join us on the bench?
Yeah.
Well, I'll just be on the bench with you. That was incredible. So, in sharing your stories, what really, impacted you the most? Just telling your story. What was exciting or hard about that?
For me, it was just the rawness of, that. For me, it was just the rawness of that. This is our reality, and for me, it's difficult to say because I'm in the middle of, changing everything around.
Yeah,
so
the process. And your vulnerability is so courageous. And thank you for blessing us all and being willing to do that.
Thank you.
Amen.
Amen. Yeah, for me, just having to mentally bring myself back to that point. I don't ever want to forget where I came from, so that I don't ever have to end up back there again. I know that God has a purpose for me, and I'm just seeing miracles happen in my life every day.
Yeah, you guys are amazing, amazing. Now, you've been sharing your story a few times. How is this impacting you?
It's helping me heal.
Okay,
Yeah.
I love that.
Mm-hmm.
I love that.
Every time I say this or talk about it, it helps me heal. Mm-hmm.
Well, seriously, ladies, incredible courage and so beautifully done. Is there anything you'd like to share?
Just looking back and seeing how far I've came and to where I am now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
very much so. What would you want people to know about women's life change that might be thinking about it or wondering if it's right for them?
I would just say that it's nothing like I expected. I feel like my pride was definitely in the way and stereotypes of, but this is my 7th treatment center, and just the all-around care and the phase leaders are just amazing. Just, the Holy Spirit just leads them. Every moment that I've had with them is really, it is life-changing. It's literally, the name is there for a reason. And just the care and support that I've received, that we've all received since we've been here, there's no words to describe it. I've never been in a treatment center where God is the focus, and that's what I've been missing, and that's why I haven't been able to be successful. So,
Yeah.
And they just meet you where you're at, and that's what
Yeah.
I love about it. So.
Well, we can't do it on our own.
Yeah.
We just can't.
Yeah, and I would have to say that this is God's program. So if you really want to connect with the Holy Spirit and just know your Creator and see the awesome transformation that He wants to do in your life, I would definitely suggest coming to this program. You literally turn the world off, and then you focus on God and your true healing, and and that's what it's about.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me, well, I came kicking and screaming, but I think I'm going to kick and scream when I have to leave. I don't want to leave. I couldn't ask for anything better. This is an amazing place. It is far worth it to come here and just turn your life around and meet wonderful, beautiful people. You have your ups and downs, but you know what? All the ups and downs are worth it as well. So, yeah. Yep.
And especially when you maybe don't know Jesus, and you're just coming back to know the Lord. Like myself, I've always been a believer, but I kind of was led astray, and then now I'm coming back to know the Lord. So that's really good. The program's really good for that too, restoring your relationship with the Lord.
Yeah. What are you guys hopeful about for the future? What are you looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to holding my new grandson,
Aww.
Luca. Yeah, and I haven't seen my kids face to face. Well, we videoed actually last Christmas, but it's been 12 years. They were 6 and 7 when they were taken from me, and I'm just looking forward to looking them right in their face and just telling them how much I love them, and they're worth it. So.
It's going to be a beautiful day. It's coming. It's coming.
I'm looking forward to getting my son off the streets
Yeah.
and getting him the help that he needs.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
What comes to mind for me is definitely the Lord gave me an idea of something that I've been wanting to do, and it's kind of like it's just, having some vans, like Help on Wheels, and Danny and I have talked about it, calling it Game Changers, and just having, a 24-hour availability of having vans with tents and jackets and just the bare essentials that we know that homeless people are in need of, and just being able to bring those to the higher populations of homelessness in Lane County and hopefully beyond. So that's something that either through like a nonprofit or through our church from outreach that I would like to do, that both of us want to do.
Yeah. Just wanting to give back. That's really
Yes.
beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just looking forward to starting over having things I've never had before, like a car, my own place to live, maybe starting a career. Yeah, just enjoying the things in life that you're supposed to enjoy, and yeah, just having fun and experiencing things I never experienced before.
Yeah, absolutely. Love that. Okay, any special memories? I mean, I know you're not done yet, but any special memories from Life Change that you'd like to share? Any special moments, activities, fun times, funny times?
Well, recently, because I'm technically now graduated from the program, we went to the beach, and I just love that beach because there's just something magical about the Oregon coast, and so we got to, you know, just hang out that day, and it was just so beautiful sharing that day with my sisters, and just seeing my progress from where I was to like where I am now. It's miraculous. So, and I know Renee could tell you that.
I think getting my first year chip was my fondest memory. I'm going to remember that for as long as I'm sober for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
And the laughs I have with some of the girls in the house, I love that, where your belly aches. Yeah.
Isn't that fun?
And camping, going to the lake, being able to drive one of the vans. That was fun. So I'm truly blessed to be here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think that just having a safe place to be and sharing it with, you know, iron sharpens iron, and we definitely can attest to that. And but the relationship, when you learn how to, you know, problem solve and you know, communicate through problems with each other, those relationships are strengthened afterwards. And so being able to be in a safe place to get through those, you know, difficulties, and you know, there's a lot of strong personalities in the house, you know, and so it creates unity and safety, and you know, just a place where we can know what it's like to be safe, you know, and loved, and support each other. And I think that the best part is that it's the length of the program. I've done a lot of 3-month programs, and it's just not long enough, you know. There's so many aspects. There's, you know, learning how to live for God and with God, and knowing what that's like. Mental health, you know, the addiction part. There's just a lot of aspects that need to be looked at and carefully, you know. It's easy to get ahead of yourself. It's easy for the enemy to, you know, and so if you don't have someone that knows you really well, and multiple people being like, hey, are you really okay? It's easy to just let that go on, and eventually that's going to catch you off guard.
Yeah.
So,
3 months just isn't enough time.
It's not,
to really. So you said something I want to follow up on, if you don't mind me cutting in here. You said about you going through it together, basically. How do you mutually support one another, you know, in the house? Because you're going to be, some people are going to be having a hard time, other people might be a little difficult. How do you help each other on that journey?
Through prayer.
Prayer, definitely prayer. We can know it, we can see it, you know, within each other, and sometimes it's, I need space, learning how to say that, and that's okay, you know. Learning how to, and coming together. We have devotion every morning together, and so we get to read, you know, a devotion each morning together, and then speak on it as a house. We have process group twice a week. You know, it's very structured, but it's all for a reason, and that way we can find out what's going on and how to support each other when someone processes. And
you can learn from each other, too.
Absolutely.
And you're not alone. You're going through it. Yeah. Is there anything you'd like? We're just about ready to wrap up. Is there anything you'd like to share on either of those points?
Oh, yeah. I've experienced things I've never experienced before, so, I mean, all of it was fun to me. All of it was new. Yeah, and it's just great experiences that
Love that. Well, ladies, so thankful for your courage and your vulnerability. It's an encouragement to all of us. So thank you for being willing to share and your truths and your reality.
Well, thank you for having us.
Thank you. And now we're going to go to a short video. Thank you all.
Actually, a professor of mine from Eugene Bible College was a board member and first became aware of Eugene Mission through him, but most recently pastoring at Grace Fellowship Church. When I first came to the church, we probably had 25 graduates from the Life Change program that came to the church and was able to baptize at least half of them. Many of them stayed, several of them left. In fact, when you first moved to your new home, a lot of the guys that were with me were from the Life Change program. And so that was most recently how I really became in touch with and aware of the mission. As a result of having conversation and getting to know the folks that are on the street, I went beyond a stereotype, and having conversation and getting to know them, and many of them realizing that they had a functioning, productive lives, and then experienced something in their life that they went to drugs and alcohol, and that's where the downturn began. And we've got a couple of people in the church that, just as a result of taking time with them, getting to know them, offering a place for them to come and be part of family and worship the Lord. So a real change. In fact, we just did a wedding recently of two folks that were on the streets, and they've really gotten their lives together, and they're probably one of two of our most active people in outreach to Hosea, as well as Awana Children's Program. And so just going beyond stereotype and getting to know people and realize that they had a real functioning and productive life before some hardship that brought drugs and alcohol into their lives, right? Living the life of Jesus, right? And so in word, thought, and deed. And Jesus was all about glorifying the Father and loving what the Father loves. And God loves the people that are struggling. We do a quarterly outreach in our parking lot for homeless folks. And it's great because a lot of the folks that help out are through the Life Change program, so they have a real heart, compassion for homeless. But we connected with a ministry called Be Bold Ministry, and they have been such a blessing to me personally. Matt Marcera is the leader of that. He and I become rather close, and just the inspiration and encouragement that we get from them and how they help us as a church to be focused on, outside of ourselves and the needs of others. Of course, Scripture is inspirational, but doing service together, I'm amazed how much I want to do when I'm with others. And I don't know why that is, and honestly, I don't get too hung up on that. I just find that when I'm partnering with other believers, I just want to do so much more, it seems, than when I'm by myself. I'm not sure how all that works, but that is the reality. I see the same amount of homelessness, if not more, at least from my perspective. But what does give me hope is, again, going beyond stereotype and having conversation and making space for people in our lives, where we get to know them and offer them family and a place to know Jesus and to worship. And programs like the Life Change program. My ex-son-in-law had reached out to me several years ago, and at the time I was aware of Denver, what he's doing at the mission, recommended him to Denver, and Denver then recommended him to Portland, and he's been through the Life Change up in Portland, and the Lord has just brought such healing in his life, and he's doing well. And so as far as the numbers, I don't see a decrease in homelessness, but I am aware of lives being changed through ministry like the mission. So.
All right, we are back with a very special guest, Sam Pauley, who's one of my heroes. Sam Pauley went through our R3 program and has just been a superstar. Sam, can you tell us more about yourself?
My name is Sam. I've got 6 years clean and sober.
Woo!
Yes. And I'm living my life because of the Eugene mission and the program, the R3 program here. I came here before it was the R3 program, and it was not very stable. So it was just like I had a roof over my head, but I still had to be out of here for 3 hours a day, which was really hard. But then they started the R3 program, and that started a stability that I needed to keep my days going.
Yeah. And so Sam is being very humble right now. She is instrumental. She's not only gone through our R3 program, she has come back to volunteer in our front office, and she is one of the best people I've ever heard in talking and with connecting with people who are thinking about coming into the mission, being able to share with them what it means to take that courageous step. You are so beautiful with people, Sam. Tell us about what it was like starting out in the R3 program.
At first it was scary. You went to new groups, classes that you didn't know anybody in. By the grace of God, the first class I was in was a Bible study, and actually Kimber and Steve Harvey ran it.
Oh.
So that was how I got to know Kimber. And then Kimber started coming and getting me for church on Sundays. And oh my gosh, it was the ripple effect.
Pieces started falling into place.
Yes.
Yeah. So how do you think R3 has changed you, or how you've changed, how God has changed you through all of this?
The stability. The stability of having to be someplace at a certain time, having the accountability to do the classes. If you didn't, you got held accountable.
Yeah, no, that's good. Do you have, again, I'm going to get myself in trouble, but I've been asking people if they had a favorite class. Now, I know we have amazing volunteer instructors who are doing a fantastic job, but are there any favorite classes that you want to share with us?
My favorite class was the archery class.
Archery?
Yes. it was funny because they put out the sign-up sheet, but all the men had already signed up for it, and I was like, wait a minute, I want to go too, so we got a couple of women to go, and yeah, it was amazing. I even won $50.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
No, I didn't know about you guys were earning money on this.
He made him his target.
Okay.
And
you hit
would fold them up.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, he folded it up little, and I hit it bullseye.
Well, congratulations.
I was so excited.
Yeah, so do you think you'll continue with archery at some point?
No.
No? I don't know. If you can hit a $50 bill folded up, that's pretty good.
It was a blast.
Yeah.
It was a lot of fun.
Yeah. So when you're talking to people that come to the front of the mission, what types of things do you like to share with them?
The first thing is that I lived here for 3.5 years. I was here for 3.5 years. I made it through the program. My Section 8 came through. I got a place, and now here I am.
Yeah. So what makes it hard? Why do you think people are reluctant to come to the mission, and how can we make that better so that they'll make that courageous decision to come to the mission?
Ooh, that's a hard question,
Yeah.
Cheryl. Because you got people that have been out there for so long.
Yeah, yeah.
They just don't know how to function
Yeah,
in
yeah.
a stable situation.
I've heard you had that conversation where you're you somehow make it feel safer to people. Do you have anything that you have any pointers where our navigators or volunteers can explain it in a way that, you know, it's not constraining, it's supportive? Or how do you have any suggestions?
No, I don't really. I really don't. The love and compassion that everybody that works here has is amazing. And what I watch staff go through and how they react with people is amazing. And that's one thing that helped me feel safe, was how the staff interacted with me. They made me feel loved and accepted.
Yeah. You know, I love you had a shirt, and I don't remember now exactly what it said, but it says something about Jesus. What does that shirt say?
I have one that says my heart belongs to Jesus. I have another that I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me.
Yeah, those are wonderful. How has your faith impacted your process of going through or being here at the mission?
I learned more about my faith when I was here in the mission. I learned more about Jesus and how I do have a relationship with him. I didn't even know I had a relationship with him until I got here, and I had people surrounding me with love and affection, and just they praised the word of Jesus.
Amen. Yeah. Can you tell us how your relationships with your family have changed?
Oh my gosh. I was estranged from all three of my children for, 10 years, 15 years. When I came to the mission, actually not when I came to the mission, when my older son had custody of my younger son, and I moved back here to Eugene to be closer to him. And I became suicidal and wound up going to the Johnson unit. And my boys started coming and visiting me in there. And then by the grace of God, I don't even know how it happened. Somebody came and visited me in there from the Eugene mission, asked if I would even sleep on the floor. I said, yes, I would. And the next thing I knew, I had a bed here. So that was the start of it. And then my children we started visiting more, and I started going over there every Sundays to visit with my kids. After church, get a ride to church, and then they'd run me to the bus so I could get on the bus to go visit my kids. Now I have two beautiful grandchildren that I get to be a part of.
Yeah, yeah. And they are beautiful. I've seen pictures.
Yeah.
We've got confirmation. Oh, that must be such precious time.
It really is.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, yeah.
And you've got a place of your own?
I've got a place of my own and a car.
Oh, my goodness.
Can't drive it right now, but I got a car.
So you came in to speak on the bench, even while injured, so thank you. That is dedication. That is Sam Bawley. She's undaunted. How would you encourage people to do the hard work that you've done?
Come in and try it. Just try it. It's the only way that you're going to see if this is the next step in your life. Come in and try it.
Yeah, and again, we'd encourage people to take a tour and learn more about the mission. Again, this is not to get a commitment for being a volunteer or doing anything else. This is about learning more about what is available for healing and taking that next step, that path off the street, because far too many people don't realize the great options out there. And there really are some great options.
There are.
What are you looking forward to, Sam?
What am I looking forward to?
Yeah.
Watching my grandchildren grow.
Yeah.
And seeing where my life goes from here.
And you're going to be a part of that now.
I am.
Yeah. Wow, what glory to God. And are you, so you're still volunteering at the mission?
I am.
And you're still helping keep me on track, I know that. Is that pretty much a full-time job almost?
It is.
Yeah.
I miss it.
Yeah.
I miss it right now.
Well, as soon as you're better, I'm sure you'll be back in.
I will.
Yeah. So anything else you'd like to share with the audience about your experiences here?
I would have never made it through this program if it wouldn't have been for my faith in the staff here. Just know that there are loving arms waiting for you if you decide to take this trip off the streets.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Sam. We love you, and we appreciate you so much. So
Thank you.
And you stay safe with that foot.
I will.
God bless you.
God bless you, Sharon.
Here. All right, this is a wonderful new segment. We have guests Jennifer, Bea, and John joining us. Thank you so much for being on the bench. And you three are literally on the bench, aren't you? So you've been volunteers at the mission?
Yeah, I do foot care here
Oh,
at the mission.
oh my goodness, of course.
Yeah.
So tell me a little bit more about how that is, how you're serving.
I love serving in this community. I consider it a privilege, personally, to give back to the community as a whole, and especially the population that you care for here.
Yeah, wonderful. And can each of you introduce yourselves and tell us a bit about yourself?
Hi, my name is Bea. I'm a high school student here in Eugene. I go to South Eugene High School. I've done volunteer stuff with my mom here at the mission throughout my life. I've done multiple different things, and it's just been really wonderful to see this sort of place like blossom and like watch these people be able to be cared for.
Yeah.
Because I see a lot of stuff around town, and it's just really wonderful to know that this place is here for those people.
And you're rolling up your sleeve and diving right in.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bea.
And I'm Jennifer's husband, John. I'm born and raised here in Eugene. I'm 62, so I go back way back to when they were collecting newspapers for the Eugene Mission.
You go way back then.
Yeah, it goes way back. And my parents were really into supporting the mission, and so I've continued that, and I've volunteered a few times here and then make donations. And
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Continue
Well, I
support.
love the whole family involvement. This is really beautiful. And Jennifer, you are too humble. When I think about, hands and feet and serving and providing dignity, there is no greater example of that than your service.
Well, thank you.
And, we have guests that feel such reluctance to get the help that they need, and the
Yes.
fact that you're able to help them. And I'd love for you to share a little bit more about that because, again, such beautiful, selfless service and incredible impact that you're having.
Well, it's interesting, even just coming in today, we've seen at least 3 people that have something going on with their feet.
Yeah.
And they're coming in boots of different things.
Yeah.
So, your feet are an integral part of your body. Your soul and your soul is kind of how I look at it. And it's what keeps people employed. Pain, as we know, brings a lot of people here to begin with because it isn't addressed.
Yeah.
So it's just a gift to be able to do that. And many people they need to be cared for. And then that hands-on care that you can provide and just taking care of someone's feet, it's very personal.
It's very personal.
And vulnerable.
Yeah.
And it helps to build the trust.
Yeah.
And it's a privilege to be able to do that, I think.
Yeah.
And to have that 45 minutes or an hour with someone
Yeah.
where they can talk and be listened to, I think is invaluable.
Well, and let's just be brutally frank that many of our precious guests are experiencing, skin issues and feet issues, and there is such it's unwarranted, but shame associated with that and reluctance to seek help with that. And you have made such a safe and welcoming environment that people are getting that help that they need. And there are people, I've heard this from guests, that they would not have sought medical care, or they would not have shown anyone their feet except you. And what a blessing that is. And then when that wall is broken down, they're able to address other areas as well. I mean, that's a huge hurdle,
Well, I want to give kudos to you too, because you make volunteering really possible for me. I come when I'm available, and you have moved me to different locations based on the things that I need to provide the care. So I feel really taken care of myself here. Your volunteers are always get whatever I need to make services possible, and then the guests really are held accountable to be on time and just kind of offered the respect as well. And so I think it's wonderful. It says a lot about the organization and your guests, and how much they help each other is really sweet.
There's a lot of
see that
mutual
Yeah.
support.
Yeah, it's incredible. And I have been volunteering here for a number of years before you came, and the change that I have seen since you have kind of changed. I know COVID changed a lot for you. I'm sure you've talked about that. But the changes that I have seen in the amount of assistance that provides, I see people kind of, I'm going to use the word matriculate out, and not come back and be a success. And that wasn't how it was prior. It was really a revolving door, and it was, and I don't see that anymore.
Well, thank you. All the glory of God, and it is a team effort, and thank you. John, you were mentioning being here back to the newspaper collection days. So if you don't mind, I'd like to go broader scope question here.
Sure.
How have you seen homelessness change in our community, and what are your thoughts on that? I'll
Yeah,
give you
I
the
mean, I
toughie
think
here.
unfortunately it's gotten to be worse, and I think, the accountability just doesn't seem to be. I think that's the biggest thing that seemed to have changed. That people are just kind of, and they think that is being helpful to just let them kind of and not hold them to account, and so I think that's probably what's been the biggest change, is it just doesn't seem to change.
Well, I think all of you know this story, is that, we learned a lot during COVID about how to help people a little bit, to lean into the relationships, that we really needed to be highly engaged with our guests all day long and have people plugged in, and not have a period of time where people were languishing, or an opportunity for chaos, the street chaos, to get involved when people would leave during the day, etc. So part of that accountability, I think, is the way we operate, is that we need to learn and do better. And my goodness, after COVID, having that level of relational involvement with our guests, we did see the improvement. We can't just warehouse people. We can't just accountability, structure, those should not be bad words. Those are things we all need to make progress in anything. So thank you for that observation. Bea, what has it been like to volunteer? Were you ever nervous or were you excited about it? What was it? How did you feel about that?
I have done a lot of volunteer stuff since I was small. Like I came and did some Thanksgiving dinner stuff.
Good
when
job,
I was,
parents, by the way.
When I was, I don't know how old was I when I did that, 10?
We started very young. No, even younger.
Yeah,
wow.
and so it was actually really nice for me to go when I was younger because it kind of allowed me to see these people as people instead of just people that I see in not a human to human sort of context.
Of course.
And so then after having that kind of experience, it's really allowed me to come here without fear and be able to help clean vans and do other stuff with here without really feeling very uncomfortable because I know that it's a safe place.
Yeah. Okay, here's a question for all of you. How do we replicate you as a family to recognize, to have that heart for service for people and to also recognize we need to be wise, that compassion is applied in a structure?
I'll take on that one. So one of the things that I did this last year was brought some families in from a local school. And I think that is really the key, is bringing additional families to volunteer in some capacity. So you've been kind enough to say that I can come and use your kitchen to make protein bars. And then I brought whomever from my community wanted to come and make protein bars.
Yeah.
And then in that, we were given a very brief tour, but powerful tour that just educated people about the mission, because a lot of people, they don't know how much you have changed, and they do have fear. And it's, I think being here, they see people that are smiling and happy. And that, again, wasn't what you used to see many years ago. But you can feel it is a safe environment. And then if more people know about how many other organizations are using your facilities and all of the wonderful things that you're doing to engage in different groups, Rotary and the police department. I know different departments host things. A lot of people aren't aware of that. So I think just somehow campaigning more on your own behalf, just marketing yourselves even more.
Thank you. We're really hoping, we did, just to be clear, we didn't want to use conversations to toot our horn. The desire is to have these and to learn more and to learn how we can do better and connect more. But I think it's so critical that the community understands that we are. Whitaker Community Council is here, Kiwanis, Pro Bono. There are so many organizations that we're thrilled to have on campus, but so many others that we would like to have further collaborations with, because I think that's part of being a good steward. I think that's part of being a good community member, and also breaking those myths that it's not a scary, dark, yucky place, that the community can come here and safely collaborate and enjoy, and we benefit from that.
Yes, I've eaten the food that comes out of here. It's delicious.
Well,
you guys do a great job.
The sad thing is when my family eats here and they realize that all the food is better than I have ever cooked, ever. So, that's a problem, but no, So, do you have any special memories that you'd like to share of being here? Even if it goes back to the old days. Any special stories about funny stories? Anything that comes to mind?
Not trying to put you on the spot.
Well, last year during the event where my mom brought a bunch of different families from a different school here, I came with my brother and some of his classmates, and we came and we toured the area, of course, and it was wonderful. I got to meet lots of people, and I saw this wonderful building that they have, and then we cleaned out some of the vans to help for them to take trips and stuff. And so I talked to some of the people, and I got to do that with my brother and his friends, which is an experience for a high school girl. But it was fun.
So impressive, great stuff.
I think the best part about that story is when she reviewed their work and determined that they hadn't cleaned it well enough, and so she then proceeded to clean more.
We have to hold ourselves to a standard. Absolutely. And what would you say is the most important thing that we can do that is quite accessible? What can we all do to help people who are struggling with being unhoused or really trying to get back to community?
I think the thing that everyone can do is just look each other in the eye and have just be open to any conversation that comes your way.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
just that that personal contact, a smile, and eye contact is really important with
that relationship. Yeah. So hard to get away from that transactional for some folks, but got to do it. So, anything else? That's it? All right. Well, well done. Very much appreciate your time and your service. You folks are just amazing. So God bless you and keep on keeping on. So,
Thank you. Thank you.
all right. And we held through the rain. Not too bad at
we
all.
made
Yeah, we made it.
All right.
Thank you. Sounds good. Thank you. This is fantastic. We have another amazing guest. Clint from Awakening Church is with us. Clint, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing great. So before we get started, I have to embarrass him a bit.
Okay.
All right, you're prepared for this?
No, but
Okay,
yes.
so this gentleman is such an amazing, humble servant and such an encouragement to us in chapel and in so many places. I can tell you that some of the words that you have spoken, I have thought about for days, if not weeks. So thank you for being just such a blessing to us.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yeah.
You ready to get
I'm
going?
ready,
Okay,
yes.
you ready to be grilled? Okay.
Yes.
All right. So in your service with our population, with other hurting people, how do you infuse hope? How do you help folks know that there's something better that God has for them?
That's a great question. Well, I think for one, Cheryl, I would hope that, in me in particular as a pastor, that when we articulate and share the words of Jesus and the life that he lived and the things that he said to people in their positions of life, that through the power of the Holy Spirit, there would be an infusion of hope that I can't manufacture on my own.
Yeah.
And so I think first and foremost as a pastor, if we are consistent in articulating the very life and the teachings of Jesus and then embodying it with our actions, I think the Spirit of God does the infusion of hope.
Yeah,
Because that's
yeah.
his job to kind of help do
Yeah.
that part.
Maybe we just need to not think it's us doing it, huh? Maybe it's, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe we're onto something.
Well said,
Yeah.
Pastor. Well said. What kind of hurts do you think that you're seeing most often in the unhoused population?
I would see I see a lot of people that are lonely.
Yeah.
I see a lot of people that have a lot of regrets.
Yeah.
And they carry regrets that serve as a barrier to thinking that they would be wanted or
Yeah.
desired
Yeah.
or a part of by God, first of all,
Yeah.
and by a community that maybe they look different than, that maybe there's people in the church that aren't homeless and they feel like they wouldn't be welcomed or
Yeah.
desired because of their own story or hurts in their habits. What
Yeah.
they don't know is that all of us in that church community have lots of hurts. We just cover it up a lot
Yeah,
better.
yeah,
And
yeah.
so it's kind of breaking down those, if we can recognize that we each have hurts and habits and bad things and wounds, they're just a lot more courageous about sharing it than we are.
Absolutely.
When I say the we, I don't mean like they're separating.
No,
just
but I hear you.
That kind of world.
Yeah, there's folks that are hiding it,
Yeah.
and folks that drop that and just say, "This is what's going on in my
Right,
life.
right.
These are the things I'm struggling
Right.
with," and that's what I so want the community to understand, that our guests are courageous
Absolutely.
to say, I need help.
Absolutely.
I am willing to step into a communal living arrangement and really start putting some real effort into these areas.
Absolutely.
And how many people just try to just keep limping along,
Right.
and things get worse. And these folks are turning it over to God,
100%.
and just, it's beautiful.
I would say one of the biggest gifts that people that are in the position of homelessness, that are wanting to see change in their life, they give to a local church,
Mhm.
is they come in with a hunger to change.
Yeah.
And they're very unapologetic about it, those
Yeah.
that are serious about it. And for those that live in the church world a lot, it's a shock to their system.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's a good shock.
Yeah, it's a very
because
good
it
shock.
shocks them out of their comfort, kind of like, I go to church, I go home, I go to my kids' soccer games,
Yeah.
and I'm a good Christian. And it just shocks them.
Yeah.
And that's a gift to the local church. That's why we treasure those that are coming from any place of life, but those that come out of positions of.
Well, and those that are speaking truthfully.
100%.
We just did a truth and reality section, and it's like they are speaking the truth of what they've
Yes.
experienced, and all that causes all of us to reflect and say, okay, wow.
Yes.
They're recognizing it. They're expressing forgiveness.
Yes.
They're expressing dependence on the Lord. I think I need to do a little bit
100%.
more of that.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're right on. And that's what
So-
that's what we have enjoyed the most in a church setting, where you can get people that are very different together, that are all under the banner of Christ.
Yeah.
Homed or homeless, addict or no addict, traumatized more, traumatized less. You get those together in the same room, and we come underneath the umbrella of Jesus and grace, and you get real about it.
Yeah.
Wonderful things happen.
Yeah. So you start out by saying, I was asking you how the hurts were, and you mentioned a number of things. And I would just say, those apply to everyone.
100%.
And the same folks are that are all locked down, they're afraid to acknowledge
Right.
those things.
That's
They're
right.
afraid to look at some of those warts and afraid to grow as a result. And
Right.
what I love, what you've done with Awakening, with each time you step before a body and share a word, is that you make it possible for people to drop those barriers and start addressing those things.
Yeah.
So what advice would you give to other pastors, to people serving in this space? How do we truly make it safe so we can get past all of our pride or all of our fear and just turn these things over to the Lord and support one another?
Humility to start with.
Yeah, yeah.
And then honesty.
Uh,
From the stage, from leadership, from every position of your ministry,
Yeah.
there has to be a continual sense of honesty and
Yeah.
sharing your own personal stuff, because people, when they start seeing it, it's okay to do that on stage, it's okay to do that in a home group, it's okay to do that in CR, it's okay to do that in
Yeah.
a small group, and you see the leaders exemplifying that, or people that maybe are the church people exemplifying that,
yeah,
it
yeah.
presents itself as a much more safe. And if they come in and say the things or do the things, that they're still welcome there, and there's
Yeah.
no change there's no change in their status there.
Right.
So
People
it's
are,
got to be said,
"Ooh," yeah.
patterned, and then practiced, and that's for us what we.
Yeah.
I think our elders at our local church do a fantastic job
You
of
do.
positioning
You really
themselves
do.
around people that are in homelessness, that are
Yeah.
experiencing homelessness,
Yeah.
and they're honest and they're humble, and
Yeah.
I think that presents a really welcoming way for people to come and be who they are.
Yeah. Something that I still as a mission want to keep strengthening and improving is, we've got R3, Rescue, Revitalize,
Yes.
Restore. Is that last piece of Restore, is that truly having our guests involved in church homes.
100%.
And also this is not, some sort of church charity to have people who've done life and recovered, and
Right.
this is like, my goodness, these
Right.
are powerful church members. These
Yes,
folks have a
100%.
testimony,
Yeah.
and
Yes.
how can we help churches understand that this is not an anchor to be dragging along? This is something that strengthens us all as brothers and sisters.
Well, I will have to be honest. We're learning how to figure that out still. I
Mhm,
think we treat sometimes people, the homeless person, or as the token. It's like tokenism. Like,
okay, here's our
yes,
yeah,
and we then
let's try,
champion
yeah.
it. But
yeah.
when those people in those positions are heard, they're able to be in positions of leadership or service.
Yeah.
And their stories are told, and then the people in the church, their stories are told. And the more that I can as a pastor articulate, there are no longer any Jew or Gentile, male or
Amen.
female, slave or free man, but we are all one in Christ.
Amen.
For you're all sons of God through faith. That has to be just peppered constantly.
Yeah,
And it has
yeah.
to be practiced so that there's welcome in all facets of the church life.
Yeah.
And so that's how
Amen.
we are trying to practice it to help, because to me, Cheryl, the people that are coming out of places of homelessness and recovery are a tremendous gift to the church.
Oh my goodness.
And I would just want everyone on this that's hearing this today to hear how important they are to the local church.
Oh my
We
goodness.
need people that are in that, and we need each other.
Yeah,
So
yeah. Well, we talk about it all the time, is that if you want to see a miracle,
yes,
watch life
Yes,
transformation.
yes,
You know,
yeah.
watch someone who has come off the street
Yes.
to a life restored with family and exercising their gifts.
Yes.
And I think the community writ large is missing out on so much. We have
right.
people with incredible giftedness.
Yes.
I mean, not just the churches. It's like
100%.
we need to stop viewing people as just expendable. They
Yes.
are precious in God's sight,
Yeah.
and they're rocking it. You know, when they've restored and forgiven and
100%,
all of
yeah.
those things.
Yeah.
It's
And the more their voices are heard
Yeah.
and welcomed and said in the church, and they are in positions of servanthood
Yeah.
in the church, leadership in
Yeah.
the church, the better it's going to be.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay. So Clint, you are human.
Okay.
Gotta
Yes.
lay that out there. So there are tough things too.
Yeah.
We have folks that struggle
Yeah.
and relapse, or we do lose some folks. And how do you make it through those points in time?
With the help of people around me, our elders that are also in the game. When I remember passages like when Paul says, some plant, some plant, some water, but it's the Lord that makes it grow.
Yeah.
I have to believe, and I've heard years ago, the seed is good.
Yeah.
And if a seed's been planted in faith and it's been watered, then I can at least, although I grieve it,
Yeah.
I really do.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I can trust that the Lord loves him more than I do. He's
Yeah.
a better shepherd than I am. He
Yeah.
loves him more than I am,
Yeah.
than I do. And I have to trust that, God willing, there'll be another point in time when they come back to the Lord or or just find hope again. You
Yeah.
know? But it's hard. I think you have to grieve it.
Yeah.
Because if you don't grieve it, then it just skips off your head. And I want to grieve it, but then trust that the seed is good.
Yeah.
And the seed is good, and I have to put my hope in that, and that's how I get through it.
Yeah. We had a couple staff members up here who were talking about that's the hardest thing is when folks leave.
Yeah.
And we'll have a remembrance at midnight tonight, and there are going to be a lot of names on some luminaries, and there'll be some heavy hearts. And obviously, we trust in the Lord.
Yeah.
We know but those are hard things.
Yeah.
And I obviously rely upon my faith, but I also rely upon, the experience of others.
Yeah.
How do we navigate those when there are so many unknowns about how things? And I just trust in our God is good, our God is just, and He loves them more than I do,
Yeah.
which I like to think I love them quite a bit.
And you
So-
do, Cheryl, yes.
Oh, that's very kind.
I think for us as a church, we talk about it. We don't. If it happens, it's a topic of something that we make sure people know about, because
Mhm.
if we isolate it or we don't talk about it, then I think we can't feel it, we can't
Yeah.
grieve it, we can't heal from it, we can't. So for us, we have to be very vocal and with each other in the midst of it.
Mhm.
We've done ceremonies, services, remembrances,
Yeah.
memorials,
Yeah.
and just so we can mourn.
Yeah. We need
and
to do
and
that,
then
yeah.
blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted.
Amen.
And then we're
Amen.
able to hopefully continue on.
Amen.
Yeah.
So what are you looking forward to for Awakening Church? What are you excited about?
Well, currently, unfortunately, we have a place where we're meeting is outside of Whitaker downtown. We've been in Whitaker downtown for so long, but the doors are not open right now for that. And so we are thankful for where we're meeting, which is outside of town, but our heart has always been and will always be in this neighborhood. And so we are hoping and trusting that the Lord.
You are a fixture.
I know.
More than a fixture.
So we're hoping and praying that God opens the door back for us in the Whitaker neighborhood somewhere, because we have always, as a church, wanted to be in a locale that is easy for people that are either living here or don't have consistent transportation or the means to get transportation can walk to our church because we want to be in the neighborhood where the people are.
Yeah.
And so right now we're hoping that those doors open again.
Okay.
But outside of a building, we're hoping that that with the rich and the poor, the homeless and the home, the strong and the weak, the addict and the non-addict together, it's a better reflection of the body of Christ to our community.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
A bunch of middle-class white people is not going to reflect Jesus in the community. So we're hoping for we're just to keep that fresh diversity united in Christ.
Yeah, and we're not. I include my group self in this. Not all of us are stylish, so it's just
Right.
It's just yeah. I mean, let's keep it real and let's love one another and forgive one another and move forward.
Yes.
So okay, here's my toughie question. What would you like to see the mission doing more of?
Oh my gosh, put me on the spot.
You betcha.
Oh man. How much time do I have to think about this? I don't want to.
I think you have 1 minute and 44
Okay,
seconds.
I got 1 minute and 44 seconds.
You could run the clock out too.
Gosh. That's a tough question. What would I?
You can also send me a private email.
No, it's not. No, the problem is I can't think of anything. I am
Cheryl, we need to talk.
I'm such a huge fan of the mission. No, I would say the more that you can, your staff, you and the people that live here can get into the local body of Christ.
Oh.
Then
Amen.
I think it's a win for the body of Christ in our city and really for the announcement of the good news of Jesus.
Amen.
So the more that those can be a part of our what you're doing, and you do it already, but the more that you can get people into all the local churches, that's going to help the body of Christ.
Perfect
and the
ending.
announcement of the gospel.
Perfect ending.
Yeah.
So appreciate you.
Yeah.
You have brought us right on in to the national feed.
Okay.
Clint, God bless you and God bless how you serve.
Thank you, Cheryl.
So
yeah.
Have a great evening.
I gotta leave you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thanks, Cheryl.
All right.
Some of the incredible conversations you get to have, some of the creative conversations, and I know many of you are having awesome creative conversations. In fact, here's a creative conversation right here. My friend Billy, man, hey, thanks for stopping in. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you for having me.
You never know who's just going to pop into Houston and have a conversation.
You never know. Houston, we have a problem. Billy Baldwin has arrived.
That's it. Now we're going to be able to fix everything. So, hey, thanks so much for stopping in and us having a conversation about what's happening and what you've seen. But before we do that, I've got to let people know how we know each other, because there's probably a lot of reasons people think we might know each other. But what you don't know is Billy and I actually starred in a movie together.
Define starred. Well, or define we, because I starred in this film. You were in this film. Did you have any lines?
I walked by.
Yeah, and did you make it into the final cut?
These are all semantics that really don't matter.
Okay, so it's called being left on the cutting room floor. People, look it up. And his picture, Brandon, is right next to it in the dictionary. I got left on the cutting room floor. You know, we made a wonderful film about homelessness. And then it spun off a documentary on homelessness. The film was called No Address. The documentary was called Americans with No Address. And now it's spun off another documentary with a group of people we were working with. Dr. Marvin is our buddy, our partner in solving homelessness. And on fentanyl, called Fentanyl Death Incorporated. The feature was a scripted feature with Xander Berkeley and Beverly D'Angelo, Ashanti, myself, you, of course.
Of course.
The fabulous Brandon Thomas. And we had a great time, forged some very, very important, meaningful, strategic relationships. That was years ago. What year was that? I don't remember.
Oh, man, that
19,
was...
21?
No, it was probably 22, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, it's still years. And it's forged some partnerships and some alliances that I think are really, really critical to addressing this issue, raising awareness concerning this issue, and coming up with meaningful solutions. Really gaining some headway, because this problem because of COVID and because of the fentanyl crisis, as we're now experiencing it on an entirely different level. So,
without a doubt. So I'm going to say this. One of the things I've loved about getting to know you is really how, and again, not trying to be funny, but how smart you are. Like, you have a depth of knowledge, and what's been really awesome, and I know a lot of my colleagues who are currently on the bench right now as well have experienced is when you do a role the way you did the role in the movie No Address, is you really immerse yourself into it. And part of that journey was immersing yourself by visiting several of my colleagues and friends across the country who, many of them you might know, they're sitting on the bench right now. Could you tell some of the things that you learned about that journey and how that influenced even what you're doing today with Dr. Marbut?
It sort of reintroduced me. I had been doing it decades ago, and I was doing a lot of advocacy work, some for the homeless. In fact, I did a panel discussion on homelessness at the Republican National Convention in Houston, Texas in 1992. I've been to every DNC and every RNC since 1988. And I actually went to the first DNC in '88 in Atlanta. And then in '92, the DNC was in New York and the RNC was here in Houston. And we did panel discussions on homelessness here at the RNC back then in 1992. And I've been to every RNC since then. Sometimes we've been effective and productive, and sometimes we've been arrested. No, I'm only kidding. we got ourselves into trouble. But yeah, it's great to be back in town here. It's great to be working on this important issue. And you know, I've learned so much. I've been inspired and motivated. First of all, you know, it's weird. You have that line like, I'm not a homeless advocate, I just play one on TV. Well, I am both. I play one on TV, hence right now, and I also am one in real life. But really the credit goes and the thanks goes to you and everybody, all of the CEOs at Citygate and all of the missions across the country, because you are the people on the front lines, down in the trenches, rolling up your sleeves, getting your hands dirty in a meaningful way, you know, 70, 80, 100 hours a week to try and move the ball down the field, to try and raise awareness, to try and improve lives, but ultimately to make people self-sufficient, independent, and save lives. That's the stuff that you guys are doing. That is not my day job. And I really want to give you props for that and credit for that, for the incredible work that all of you are doing. That I've learned a lot. I've heard Marbut say, we learned from someone who had graduated from a mission and was working in a mission in Seattle or San Francisco, I think Seattle, and he said, compassion without accountability is enablement. That's one of the things that I've learned. Compassion without accountability is enablement. One side has tons of compassion. They accuse the other side of not having enough. One side wants a lot of accountability. They say the other side does not have enough accountability. Well, guess what? Now, because the crisis has gotten so much more complicated and bigger and worsened, if you will, because of fentanyl, because of COVID. Homelessness, I think, these numbers may be wrong, but in Sacramento, it went from 4,000 to 17,000 over COVID. LA City, LA County went from 54,000 to 76,000 over COVID. So you factor in the fentanyl issue, we're dealing with a crisis that's unprecedented. And what it's done, it's created an opportunity when it comes to mental health, when it comes to homelessness, when it comes to addiction. You now have this bipartisan opportunity because everybody wants to talk to one another on this issue of humanity. Everybody wants to talk to one another on this issue of compassion, getting people back on their feet, self-sufficiency, independence. So we have the left and the right, not in total agreement, but willing to work together in a time where, you know, we're relatively, you know, maybe more divided than we've ever been in my lifetime, you know, perhaps since the Vietnam War, to say the least. So the fact that the left and the right are willing to sit down, be civil, be respectful, to work with one another to advance the cause of, like I say, it's not really a homeless crisis or an addiction crisis as much as it's a mental health crisis. The fact that we're willing to talk to one another, work federal, state, local, faith-based, nonprofit, corporate America, having us all finishing each other's sentences. We're not quite there yet, but you know, all working in concert with one another to get the kind of results that you're having here is amazing.
Awesome. Well, I think about my friend Jarrell right now, who's at Light of Life mission in Pittsburgh. And what they're doing there, kind of the theme of their bench is about being a good neighbor. Obviously the home of Mr. Rogers. And so they're kind of using that theme, which I think is pretty cool. What would be your advice as you've been an advocate and you've worked in this space for so many years, and for somebody who's just kind of watching this bench event play out in their local, with their local ministry, what would be your advice for just somebody who's kind of stumbled upon this on social media, they're watching, their local mission? What would be your advice to them to be a good neighbor when it comes to serving and helping those experiencing homelessness?
Boy, I have several answers to that. But the main thing is, in my experience with people that are struggling with homelessness and addiction and mental health issues, is that they want to be seen and they want to be heard. And that's one way, obviously volunteer. Obviously, if you can, write a check. No check too small, $5, $25, $50, $100. No check is too small. But when you're volunteering or when you're encountering, homeless people in your community, to make them feel seen and feel heard, I think goes a long way in sort of making them feel, helping to sort of restore their dignity, rather than going to the other side of the street or putting your head down and pretending you're on the phone, looking them in the eye, saying good morning, ask how they're doing, ask what their name is. Just looking them in the eye and smiling and saying, hope you're having a great day, is such a beautiful thing. But when it comes into the nuts and bolts of the activism beyond volunteering and beyond writing a check, we have to do this in bipartisan way. We have to cut through the bureaucracy and the red tape. We have to bring in new partners. It has to be faith-based. It has to be government. It has to be corporate. It has to be nonprofit. It has to be social workers. We all have to be working in concert with one another. And we have to try new things. I travel the country like barnstorming with Dr. Barbitt, and he's, too busy analyzing and assessing and sometimes critiquing where we failed on the right to go after my people. And I'm too busy going after my people to say, look, we had these well-intended programs. I'll give you an example. Well-intended programs, and we implemented this policy 15, 20 years ago, and we're realizing now it was well-intended, and it's not working as effectively as we would have liked it to, or it's not working at all, and we have to course correct. One of them was harm reduction and no harm, and housing first, taking people off the street and putting them and providing housing. Well, that is wonderful. A person that was formerly unhoused is no longer homeless. They have a home. But if you're not addressing the treatment, comprehensive 360 treatment to deal with the mental health component and the addiction component, you now have a homeless person who's no longer homeless, who's struggling with a mental health crisis and an addiction crisis, and it has to be addressed, like I said, in a 360 universal way. A lot of people say, and this is where I talk about being bilingual, you have to know how to speak liberal English and conservative English, because when I talk to my liberal friends, they sometimes will just try to sling a lot of stuff against the wall, regardless of the cost, to see what works and what sticks, and we find out 15 years later what's working and what's not working. My more conservative friends, where it comes with the compassion without accountability, they want accountability, and they're like, wow, universal 360 care, that you may be treating somebody for 6, 8 months, 12 months, that sounds awfully expensive. Who's going to pay for that? And what I say to them is, when you call 911, firemen, sheriff, police, nonprofits, paramedics, you're paying. And sometimes they're calling on the same person in a state of emergency, a fentanyl overdose, 2, 3, 4 times in one day. So they call all those resources in, you pay. They go to the emergency room, you pay. They get admitted to the hospital, you pay. They go into the legal system, judges, courts, lawyers, you pay. They become incarcerated, you pay. You go downtown, property values, Small Business Administration, Department of Commerce, Department of Tourism, all being adversely, negatively affected. So we are already paying an enormous price to not do enough. If you're addressing the mental health component and the addiction component along with life skills, you know, getting these people off the street and preparing them for a life of independence and self-sufficiency, a job, livable wages, affordable housing, job placement. These are all the things that you're doing here. It's improving lives, it's saving lives, it's restoring dignity, and it's getting people on a path to self-sufficiency and total independence so they're out of the system. And that's the work that you guys are doing. And I just sit here and get to thank you, because I do it when I can. It's not my go-to gig. And nobody's doing it better than you. Nobody's doing it better than Citygate. I love the corporate and faith and government sort of intersection of all this with the nonprofits. And that's my cue. That's a wrap, ladies and gentlemen.
That's it, right
We broke
there.
it for lunch.
That's the deal.
We broke it for lunch.
So last question, or last thing, we have...
Who has the best Citygate in all of the 300 Citygates?
And that's what you want to know, right? And you're going to answer that right here. It's probably your co-star and friend. I'm totally kidding. Don't do that, all right? I can't let that go, man.
He's begging for it. He's begging for it.
Yeah, I'm working hard for
that's
it.
You know what? I just did this 5 times while we were sitting here. But that's the problem. The press gravitates towards me. I helped with Olympic wrestling, right? And Olympic wrestling was restored. And they're like, oh, Billy Baldwin, he saved Olympic wrestling. No, I was the face that the media paid attention to. I got to do all the talking points. I was the one on camera. But the reality is, you are the one that's addressing homelessness. You are the ones that are improving and saving lives on a daily basis in a big city like Houston, one of the biggest cities in America. And I am not taking credit for it. I'm happy to enhance whatever it is that you're doing and assist. I'm happy to be your wingman, my brother, right here on the bench.
Well,
I'm his wingman on the bench, and I'll do whatever I can, whatever is in my power to keep moving. I don't care if it's a 80-yard bomb for a touchdown or if it's 2 yards. As long as we keep moving the ball down the field, that's what I'm here for, and that's what I thank you for.
Well, thank you, sir. Last thing, many of my friends and colleagues are watching right now around the country, sitting on the bench themselves for 24 hours. Any words of encouragement for them, as it might even be a point now where their rear ends are a little sore and they're ready to go home and take a nap. Any encouragement for them?
Yeah, lots of coffee, and you are on a bench, so if you need to at any point, just catch a quick a quick power nap. I encourage that. I think that's not allowed, huh?
Oh, it's absolutely allowed,
they are.
and I do plan to do that myself here in a little bit.
I want to get footage of that. You and I on the bench together, spooning, taking a nap.
Well, typically that would be to keep us warm, but we don't need that in Houston.
Yeah, 24 hours of doing this. It's I've done marathons like this before, and make sure you. I would say make sure you get a couple of workouts in the days leading up to it. Eat very well, stay totally hydrated, and do some flexibility work. Because if you're not flexible and you're sitting on that bench for 24 hours, it's not going to feel good when you're about 2 or 3 hours into it. So take a couple of yoga classes, hot yoga, stretch.
There you go.
Loosen up.
Awesome. Well, guys, keep up the great work. We appreciate y'all, and I can't wait to hear stories of how your bench event's going.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the work you're doing.
Well, welcome to this next conversation as part of Conversations on a Bench as we journey through 24 hours of awareness raising around issues of homelessness and mental health and addiction recovery. And it's my privilege to be able to talk with my good friend, Walter Kim, who's the president of the National Association of Evangelicals, and an important group in the life of faith and the journey that we have as Christ followers in the United States. And Walter, just really appreciate your leadership and what you bring to the conversation of how Christians engage in the public square and in conversations both locally and at a federal level with regard to government, and how we especially are able to live out our faith. Thanks for being with us.
Tom, thanks for the invitation. I love what you're doing. Love the chance to collaborate and specifically the idea of conversations on a bench. I think it's fantastic.
Cool. So when we think about the National Association of Evangelicals, or we think about evangelicals in general, I think it's an oft misunderstood group, and we think of it sometimes as a voting bloc, or we could think about it as people of faith who have a very deep faith and desire to follow Christ in what they do. I mean, as you think about evangelicals today, what would you hope their influence would be in our country?
Yeah, Tom, thanks for the question. Certainly is a contended term and has a contended place in our society at this particular moment, highly politicized. But I want to get back to what it means to be an evangelical. I mean, the term evangelical is based on the Greek word euangelion, the good news. So to be an evangelical, it is to be a good news person. Mm-hmm. And over the course of history, the last few centuries, the term evangelical would be used in church history to describe moments in which God's Spirit seemed to be especially at work. Whether it was during the Reformation and early reformers were called evangelicals, or during the 17 and 1800s where people of the first and second Great Awakening were called evangelicals, or even in the post-World War II moment in the 1950s, the term evangelical came back again in order to describe this phenomenon of this moment of recovery and renewal of the good news of Jesus that is both in proclamation, but also in demonstration. And I think holding those two things together for the fullness of what it means to be gospel people, I think is essential. And I think we can unpack this in our conversation. And in many ways, Citygate represents this marriage of the good news, both in word and in deed, in proclamation and in demonstration. And this really would be my hope, that there would be a renewal of God's Spirit among his people, that we would show forth this good news of Jesus in word and deed and have a very compelling and transformational witness.
Yeah, absolutely, Walter. I think there's a piece of gospel that really lives itself out in compassion for neighbor. And I think we look in James sometimes and we talk about faith without works or faith without deeds. And we understand gospel as sharing the good news. That how will they hear without a preacher? And yet then the living out of our faith as well. How might you kind of bring some definition to the proclamation piece of the gospel, and then what that looks like as demonstration of the gospel?
Yeah, I mean, clearly at the heart of this is Jesus, right? Jesus, as he introduced himself in Luke chapter 4, opened up the scroll of Isaiah and read it out and said, the Spirit of the Lord is upon me to proclaim good news to the poor. And upon me, there's this recognition that Jesus was the fulfillment of all the Old Testament storyline. He was prophet, priest, and king. He was God's son, the revelation, achieving the things for the people of God that the people of God failed to do, but in God's great wisdom and plan, brought Jesus, the suffering servant, the Lamb of God, the Alpha and Omega. You name it, the forgiveness of our sins. But just to leave it at the forgiveness of our personal sins is like going to this beautiful mansion, and the entryway, we get into the foyer and we stop there. It's like, okay, this is good. What forgiveness of sins gets us into the mansion, into the kingdom of God. But we don't want to stop there. We want to explore the richness of the kingdom of God. That's why throughout the scriptures, in the Old Testament and the New Testament, that proclamation of salvation and deliverance in Christ or in Yahweh in the Old Testament was coupled with this demonstration. So the people of God freed from slavery in Egypt, the great deliverance of the people of God, that became the basis of a certain kind of logic of demonstration. God wanted his people to know, I, your Savior, have delivered you from bondage. So you too, because you were delivered, remember that you were slaves. You too need to care for those who are the widow, the orphan, the stranger among you, the poor. And in the New Testament, Jesus comes along and he has that same logic all along. Yes, it is the proclamation of our forgiveness of sins, but it is the demonstration of that toward the poor, toward the prisoner, toward the blind, toward those who are out of favor to discover the Lord's favor. I love the fact that the Apostle Paul in Galatians chapter 2, when his apostolic mission of proclamation to the Gentiles was being brought into question, he goes back to Jerusalem and he recounts how he got the approval from the elders in Jerusalem, the kind of head honcho apostles, and they admonish him not only to proclaim salvation to the Gentiles, but to remember the poor.
Yes.
And Paul says, this very thing I have been eager to do. So there's always been this marriage between the proclamation of salvation in Christ and the demonstration of what that salvation means, particularly for the vulnerable.
Yeah. And so we certainly see what faith looks like as a theological concept or construct, and what it means then ultimately, and bringing us into relationship with God through Jesus Christ. But then there's this living out of that faith. I think too of Jesus in the Sermon on the Mount in Matthew 5, when he talked about being salt and light, that there's some kind of tangible result that comes from being people of faith. How do you see that living itself out in our world today, Walter?
Yeah, this was the powerful witness of the early church. Their transformed lives in the kind of cacophony of paganism with all these religions being proclaimed, and then on top of it all, the imperial cult of Caesar. It was the lives of Christians that made a difference. How they cared for those on the margin of society was completely countercultural to the Roman vision of power. It was absolutely transformational in urban settings where this is the time before sanitation. This was the time before even chimneys were invented. And so people cooking in their homes, I mean, it actually was a pretty brutish existence. And yet Christians came with mercy. And that mercy, it's like this virtuous cycle of the kingdom. Personal transformation of Christians led to the demonstration of the faith. That demonstration of faith made not just plausible that Jesus was the Savior, but it made it compelling. And so mercy ended up being a witness to the mission of proclamation. And it's just kind of this virtuous cycle. And I actually think that what happens at Citygate in our society, and maybe even more so, that we're coming to a post-Christian society with a pre-Christian opportunity. The same powerful witness in the pre-Christian pagan days that the early church had in its proclamation of Jesus, Lamb of God, Savior of the world, and the demonstration of what that looks like in the transformed lives of that community, led to this powerful witness. And in our society, the work in shelters, what would drive these people to care for those in need? For people who might not seem to have any political or material benefit, wouldn't advance our cause. What would drive people to such expressions of compassion, grace, and mercy, goodwill? What would drive people to spend their time, not only professionally, but the myriads of volunteers in the various shelters of Citygate? This is attention grabbing. And we may be at a time where the claims of Jesus are being contested, where people are like, I don't want to hear about my need to be forgiven. But the demonstration of Jesus is undeniably powerful. What would get these groups of people to spend their lives in this way, caring for those without homes, providing shelter, providing food, providing the wraparound services of friendship to those who are friendless? Okay, there's something there that's worth pursuing. So I think of what you are doing in your networks as making not just plausible the claims of Jesus, but making absolutely compelling the claims of Jesus.
Yeah. Appreciate that, Walter, very much, and I know all of our leaders around the country as well. I think of as you bring that historical perspective into it, and even our roots in the last century, where a lot of the famous evangelists, people like Dwight L. Moody and Billy Sunday, where they would have these revival crusades, they would come in, and the last crusade. They would challenge the people there to put their faith into action by starting a rescue mission in their community or a shelter in their community to be able to bring help and healing and love in the name of Jesus. And those evangelistic crusades, which were very much focused on proclamation, would end with ultimately this demonstration or challenge for demonstrating the love of Christ. And many of our missions, their stories are rooted to those revivals where they were actually started out of a holistic gospel vision, ultimately that came from those evangelists that we would often think would be only proclamation. Very much were challenging toward a demonstration of the gospel as well.
Yeah, what a compelling thing. And that it is so like the Spirit of God to do that.
Yes.
To marry those things together.
Yeah. Yeah. So as we look at the challenges in our world, and certainly we see these things around us and around injustice and poverty. In the last 2 years, 2 years ago, there was a 12% rise in homelessness. And this past year was an 18% increase in those experiencing homelessness. If you were to bring more of a prophetic word to how Christians should be challenged to engage in issues of injustice and poverty, polarization, racism, homelessness, addiction recovery, what would that word of challenge be?
I would say there are three things.
Yeah.
One, don't let ideology prevent you from getting involved. Mm-hmm. So I think in our ideologically contentious moment, debating on is this systemic, is this personal, how should the government be involved or not involved, or all the debates that are unfolding right now, ideological debates, can freeze us and prevent us from involvement. So don't let ideology prevent your involvement. Just step in. You're not going to have perfect understanding of all the issues. Just step in. The second thing is we need to be personal. We need to make this not a political issue, but a personal issue. Get to know someone's story. Now, I know that those who are in City Gates, you are making this personal. You are living in proximity and living life with people, and you know their stories. They have names. They have a history. They have heartbreak. They have hope. But invite others into that. Don't worry if the statistics won't land. Don't worry if the angle and strategic vision won't land. Just invite fellow Christians into the experience of humanizing those who are living without homes, shelter, those who need rescuing. And lastly, remember that you're in it for the long game. Do not despair. Your labor is not in vain. And I think in this moment, we need all those three. Don't let ideology prevent you from your involvement. Don't let the political prevent you from being personal. Get to know the stories and invite others into that personal proximity. And lastly, do not give up.
Appreciate that, Walter. I think that often we can let ideology get in the way of a willingness to jump in and actually get involved. And oftentimes too, that it's the perseverance piece of continuing to just give of ourselves and be able to live out faith, not in the short term, but over a long-term commitment, as we recognize that faith is not just a temporal concept, but it really is an eternal concept, and that we continue to live that out day by day, moment by moment, moment in the many situations that we are. As you kind of take those things a little bit, maybe as we kind of wrap up, what word of encouragement would you give to maybe our leaders that are actually engaged on the front lines of ministry, or maybe some of those that are kind of tuning into these live streams and maybe haven't had the exposure, and they've kind of looked at issues of homelessness and mental health and addiction recovery, and they would maybe be more described as being on the sidelines, and they need to kind of jump in and get in the game in some way. What kind of encouragement could you offer those two different groups?
Yeah. To the first group, picking up on this from 1 Corinthians 15:58, your labor is not in vain.
Yeah.
Be immovable, be steadfast, knowing that your labor in the Lord is not in vain. Whether in this lifetime or in the lifetime to come, you will be richly rewarded, and not in a crass materialistic way, but the rewards of knowing that you can hear your Savior say, "Well done, good and faithful servant." Secondly, to those who are on the sidelines, if you ever want to be inspired to actually discover how transformational Jesus can be, if you want to have something more than a suburban Jesus or a Jesus that has been generationally taught to you, you want to see a renewal in your own life, yes, pray, yes, read the scriptures, get prayer. But I would say one of the most powerful ways that you could be renewed in your faith is to jump into the work of the Spirit of renewal. And that will take place in being a volunteer in some of these places where you will absolutely have all the evidence you need that Jesus can change lives, and you get to be a part of it. And I would have to say, having seen the stories of changed lives, it is a compelling witness. And let me just conclude with this then. I was at an event at an Ivy League school about the place of faith institutions. So this is a secular school, and I was invited to be a faith representative of what faith organizations actually do in the space of caring for the most vulnerable. And there was a moment in which the conversation became quite hostile to the place of evangelicals in society. And then another panelist stopped us. This is a person who is a social scientist, not a Christian, a social scientist, who said, wait a second, before we criticize the evangelicals, I want to let you know that the data is leading me to conclude that evangelicals, at least evangelicals that he's studying, they are some of the most influential forces for good in society. They are in the front lines of caring for those who have the deepest needs. They create spaces of hospitality and welcome. I mean, he's like proclaiming the gospel, right?
That's great. Yeah.
And if we as a country are ever going to get out of the mess that we're in, we're going to need the evangelicals. I think if a social scientist, non-Christian researcher can conclude that whatever the gospel is, whatever those good news people are, we actually need them in our moment.
That's just a great reinforcement and affirmation, I think, of what we're trying to do as we try to live out our faith. And just to say thanks, Walter, for this conversation and your willingness to provide leadership for this movement that really says, what, as Christ followers, as people with the good news, how do we make that good in the lives of the people around us? And I'm just grateful to be able to be on this journey together, to be partners in the gospel, as Paul talks about in Philippians, knowing that, yes, our labor is not in vain, that it does make a difference in the lives of people. And at Citygate Network, we have thousands of stories of life transformation that come through the gospel, ultimately to bring help and hope and healing as people get closer in their own faith journey and in their relationship with Jesus Christ.
Thank you, Tom, for the gift of friendship and friendship in Christ and friendship on this mission.
Great. Blessings. We appreciate it. And we'll continue to have these conversations. And I know this brings a lot of value as we raise awareness about people experiencing homelessness in the United States and those that are trying to overcome and experience freedom that we know comes through Jesus Christ. Thanks, Walter. Great to be able to continue with conversations on a bench and to have this conversation now with my good friend Gabe Salguero. And Gabe is the president of the National Latino Evangelical Coalition and the pastor of The Gathering with his wife Jeanette. And Gabe's been a good friend, I think, for almost 2 decades, Gabe. And it really is good to be able to journey together and to partner in ministry together. We had you at our annual conference this year as a speaker, and it was great as far as the impact that you had on our people, and they really appreciated it. So thanks for that, and thanks for taking time out to be part of this conversation as well.
Well, a big warm hug from sunny Orlando, Florida.
Yeah.
A warm bench in Orlando, Florida, and always so honored to be a part of all the good work you all did and do. And it was great to be with all of you in Arizona to talk about the prodigal son and the forgiving father. So I'm part of the family if you'll have me.
Absolutely. And love that. And one of the stories you shared when you were with us that I thought might be good to maybe share as we kind of have this conversation and to get people to know you a little bit and even your background, that you're aware of what addiction looks like and homelessness looks like and how it's actually impacted you personally through your dad's story, and being able to even share kind of the hope of transformation that came out of that. Tell us a little bit about how this has impacted you personally, Gabe.
Look, like many people, I came up the rough side of the mountain. We were economically challenged. That might be a long form of saying we were very poor. And my father, as a teenager and a young adult, was struggled with substance abuse. He was addicted to heroin. And as you know, oftentimes substance abuse leads you to homelessness and a whole litany of other challenges that come from that. And so, you know, my dad lived under a bridge in Puerto Rico and then later also in New York. And that reality came from a dad who was addicted to alcohol. And my maternal grandfather suffered with alcoholism. And so those realities led them to a very challenging life. And so a lot of people don't make those ties, that living with substance abuse often leads people to homelessness, to joblessness, to a whole other group of social challenges. And so my dad has an 8th grade education. My dad has an 8th grade education. He was formerly incarcerated, and he belonged to, I like to call him, he was a nocturnal pharmacist. That means he used to deal drugs and he was part of a gang. But Christ found him. And so I don't just talk about second chances and about redemption and how people could turn their lives around. He had a radical conversion experience when Christ found him. He went to a program called Teen Challenge, graduated from there. There he went to Bible school, learned, and later he became a pastor. And so, but those challenges of my dad's early substance abuse into his young adulthood presented economic challenges for my family. We lived off the social safety net. You know, I know what WIC and SNAP mean, not just theoretically. I was a beneficiary of that. And so I'm fortunate, I'm blessed that the community intervened and saw hope where people said, oh, there's no chance here. And my dad became a pastor, put me and my 2 brothers and sister through college, is now running a prison reentry program. He's running a drug rehab program. So he himself is paying back the opportunities he received. And so I've seen God's grace, and I've seen what ministry and intervention can do to change not just one man's life, but the trajectory of a whole family.
Yeah. Yeah, that's powerful, Gabe, and to recognize that God is a God of transformation. And many of the conversations on the more than 70 benches around the country today are those stories of transformation, and they do offer hope, and they do show us the power of healing and the ability to turn our life around as we choose to follow Christ. So really appreciate that, Gabe. Thanks.
Look, I'm my whole life is paying it forward because somebody took a chance, a gospel chance on my father. It changed his life, my mother's life, my two older brothers' life, my younger sister's life, and all the lives we've touched. My brothers are school teachers, my sister's a dean at a college, and so that has ripple effects. You touch one life, you don't know how many people. If you invest, if you take a risk of faith, if you say, hey, there's an opportunity to change a life. You don't know the ripple effects over decades that you can have on people.
Yeah, so true. And, we kind of look at when we see the situation in the United States today, often it isn't as much about people as it is around policies, and especially with regard to how we respond to drugs and addiction or to homelessness. And how would you kind of see Christ followers really needing to lean into caring and compassion, really over rhetoric, over policies? What does that really look like as you begin to think about the Bible coming alive in the lives of Christ followers?
The heart of God is people.
Yeah.
God cares about people. Christ died for people. Now, of course, policies impact people. And so when people say to me, hey, Gabe, when you approach policies, how do you approach it? I say, well, I put people first because God put people first. I'm a pastor, and Scripture drives my engagement in every sphere of life: policy, family, education, and John 3:16 is instructive and normative. For God so loved the world, and if you have love for people, you advocate for policies that help people, that lift people up, that heals people. Because at the end of the day, God is interested in the flourishing of people. God told the prophet Jeremiah, seek the welfare of the city wherever I plant you, because in its welfare is your health, is your well-being. And so God told Jonah, hey, consider Nineveh that great city. It's a fascinating phrase from Jonah. He says, I have a lot of people there and cattle too. God was even interested in the cattle, which is economy, right? Which is also the economy of an agricultural society. And so, and he says to them, shall I not love that great city? But that's true whether it's cities, rural, urban, suburban. God loves people. And there are policies that help people flourish, and there are policies that create obstacles to flourishing. If we are Jesus people and gospel-centered people, we look for policies that help people flourish.
Yes. Yeah. I love that, and so true. And that's being challenged certainly in different ways. And you see that, I think, in your role at the National Latino Evangelical Coalition, where firsthand, there are people that are being marginalized. Our rescue missions are seeing numbers of people that are being dumped on our doorstep, ultimately as they're migrating from Latin America. And how does the church respond in having open doors for all people? How does that happen, Gabe?
Look, I think that we learn from Scripture and the heart of Jesus. Jesus gives us great teaching in Matthew 25. And what people may remember from Matthew 25, it's that it's not a text to an individual. It's a text to nations. It says that when the Son of Man comes and all his angels with him to judge the nations, in Greek, the ethnes, all the cultures, all the ethnicities, everybody, black, white, Asian, Latino, so forth. He says, he's going to say one thing to people: for I was hungry and you fed me, naked and you covered me, thirsty and you gave me to drink, in prison and you visited me. I was a stranger and you welcomed me. And so I'm driven, gospel-centered people And Jesus followers should be driven not by partisanship, not by polarization, but by the teachings of Jesus. The book of Hebrews reminds us in the 13th chapter, it says, remember hospitality. Because many of you have entertained angels unaware. The Greek word for hospitality, xenophilia, love of the stranger or love of the immigrant. And so good, well-meaning people can disagree on policy references. But what we can't disagree on is what Jesus taught us, to love our neighbor as ourselves, to love the widow, the orphan, the stranger. And Proverbs says to speak up and speak for the poor. We may do this in different ways, but we have to be broken with the things that break God's heart, and that's people, whether they're from Latin America or Asia or Africa or citizens. And so that Matthew 25 kind of becomes the normative text for how I deal with people on the margins.
Yeah, I love that. And that's certainly then the call or the mandate or the challenge that Jesus gives to us. And then it becomes a matter of how do we see in the world around us places where we can engage, where we can step in, where we don't step away or necessarily step back in some way. What are some of the ways that you're seeing that welcome and hospitality of the stranger living itself out?
Impressed by the generosity of the people of God. You might remember that Paul talks about the church in Macedonia. He has that Macedonian vision of a man saying, come to Macedonia and help me. But later on in Paul's missionary journeys, he says, I am astounded by your generosity. I'm astounded by how generous people can be. And so I see that in ESL programs in churches. English as second language programs. I see that in citizenship classes that many churches and groups are doing. I see that in soup kitchens. When people are given food or in food pantries, we don't ask them where they were born. You know, we don't have a litmus test to give people the body and the blood of Christ. It's broken for you. This is my body broken for you. This is my blood shed for you. And so I see it in soup kitchens. I see it in food pantries. I see it in English as second language courses. I see it in shelters. I see it in foster care programs on how many U.S. citizen families are adopting immigrant children or refugee children. I see it in programs of refugee replacement. You know, there's Office of Refugee where we're receiving people from Cambodia and people who are fleeing religious and political persecution. And so I see the hands and feet of Christ. Listen, I have people in my church who come from shelters. And their first step of stability was that shelter. It helped them have an address. It helped them get a job. And so I see Christ in the sheltering of people, right? Part of God is that he's a shelter. Like literally one of the metaphors for God is, I am a shelter.
Yeah.
And so I see it in sheltering. And so I see it in so many ways, but I also see it in advocacy. And people speak up for people who have challenges to access to power and access to goods and access to food and food deserts. And so God is moving. Aslan is on the move. Aslan will always be on the move, but the challenges persist. We just have to be resilient in doing good.
Yeah, and being willing to have the courage and confidence to be able to step out and do that. And certainly a lot of that comes out of seeing all people in the image of God and bringing a sense of dignity and respect to all people, which therefore then opens all of us to embrace and open our doors to be able to welcome, as you talked about that. And how do you see or encourage people with regard to being able to see people as made in God's image, and so therefore it impacts how we interact together and even how we love one another?
Imago Dei is undeniable. It's undeniable. Look, when I run into people, our church has over 15 nationalities, right? And We have Haitians and we have Colombians and we have Nicaraguans and Puerto Ricans, and we have people with temporary protected status and DACA, and we have people who were born and raised in the United States. But if you ask them, what do you care about? I want my kids to have a better future. I love my wife. I love my children. All these things that unite us into this common shared destiny of loving one another. And so when you look in the mirror, you say, hey, man, I love my kids. This person loves his or her kids. Hey, I want a better future for my family. So do they. But more importantly than that, Christ died for people. And cruciformity is not a suggestion. It's an invitation. And cruciformity is sacrificial. When you see the image and likeness of God in other people, you're willing to go that extra mile because you say, well, here's a person Christ died for. Here's a person God sent his son into the world for them. Look, I used to go to church when I was a little boy with holes in my shoes. I was poor. I was very poor. And my mother would always say, poverty does not mean you don't have dignity. Wow. Your economic status is not your spiritual, moral status. And so I wore hand-me-downs for my brothers. It was rough. I don't know if it's still called this, Tom, free lunch. It was called free lunch. They'd give you a card and they snap it. And there was a whole stigma around poverty. Sure. They've changed that somewhat so people don't notice it. But as a child, it was hard going to the supermarket. And now there's a card that looks like a debit card, an EBT card. But not then. You had to give the actual coupons. And people, there was stigma. And my mother would say, your economic status is not your status before God.
Mm-hmm. So true.
Man, that gave me courage. That gave me a sense of, I can stand up straight, even though I had holes in my shoes. And I don't know if you know this trick, Tom. Yeah. It's called the coloring. What you do is you put a piece of cardboard in the shoe, right? And then you flip it over. And if the shoe is black on the bottom, you take shoe polish, that color, and you color it. Or if it's brown, right? So you color the cardboard, the color of the shoe. I lived like that. But my mother and my father would say, God has a future for you. When you see the image of God in people, you see that God has a divine design, a purpose for them, whether they have a lot of money or they have no money. And so I think that that's what the image of God says. It does. Your economic status does not determine your value before God.
Yeah. Amen to that, Gabe. And really, I think that out of that, because we see people that way, as you were talking, I just think of the words in 1 John 3 that says, Christ sacrificed himself for us, so we ought to sacrifice ourselves for others ultimately. And that's the call. And I think I love being part of a movement and with leaders who are committed to do that. And certainly the CEOs that are having these conversations and the teams and staffs of our rescue missions and ministries are certainly doing ministry on the front line. What word of encouragement might you give to them? And for those maybe that are watching these video feeds or live streams that might be standing on the sidelines, what encouragement might you give to them to take a step onto the field and jump into the game?
Thank you. Because I'm a life that was changed.
Yeah.
Your work is not in vain.
Yeah.
Cast your bread upon the waters. After many days, it will return to you. I was in the White House and I flew on Air Force One. The president asked me, what brought you here? What gave you access to this? I said, oh, who, me? I'm the son of a homeless man. I'm the son of a homeless man whom Christ found, and through the community and the support, his life was changed. So my encouragement is, you never know whose son and daughter's future you're changing with the radical hospitality, generosity, and love. And so my encouragement is, I'm here because of you. I'm able to advocate in the halls of Congress. I'm able to speak with presidents of all parties. I'm able to speak to senators because somebody said, Hector's my father's name. There's dignity in Hector. So my encouragement is, look what God has done through your hands. And like me, thousands of other children and women and men, women who are running from abuse and have, domestic abuse shelters, and children who have a couple meals a day, and men who are learning English after returning and reintegrating into society after serving their time in the criminal justice system. My word of encouragement, gracias. Gracias. I would not be here if it weren't for rescue missions. I used to pastor New York, right down a couple blocks from the Bowery mission. Seen the work. I know what it does. And so I encourage you with a word of gratitude on behalf of the thousands of people you may never hear from. They're anonymous. They're teachers now. They're principals. They're custodians. They're bus drivers. They're lawyers. But you help their mother, their father. You help them. My word of encouragement is your work yields transformative fruit that leads people to flourishing. God bless you for it. Thank you.
That's a great word to end on, Gabe, and really appreciate how sincere you are with that, and how it just comes out of your life and who God created you to be as well. And we just appreciate your support, your partnership, being able to journey and walk together. And I know this will bless many people who watch this conversation as part of the many conversations that'll be happening on benches today. Thanks so much, my brother. Grateful.
All those benches across America, that is gospel work. That is gospel work. So from Orlando, gracias.
Gracias. Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
Let's see how things are going. All right, we are back and so excited to talk to a very special person. Colleen Coburn has been with the R3 program as a volunteer since the very beginning, and she has been pouring into guests. I think you're going to love hearing more. So please welcome Colleen Coburn.
Thank you.
Hey, can you tell us just a little bit about yourself?
Let's see. Well, I'm a wife and a mother and a grandmother of 5 and a volunteer at the mission.
Fantastic. So how did you come to be involved with the Eugene Mission?
Let's see. I'm a Rotarian. And at the beginning of the pandemic, I found out from another Rotarian who happens to work here that there was a lot of food coming in, but there was nowhere for that food to go because the mission had to quarantine and slow down. And I found out at that time that there were school children who weren't getting fed because the schools had also closed. I had come into the mission to glean through that food coming in, throwing out the bad apples, keeping the good, you know, and met a counselor from Springfield High School who had been dipping into her own pocket to pay for food for those children who were not getting the nutrition that they needed. Wow. And she then would vet the families of those kids, and my Rotary Club would sort of ding-dong ditch with food. So we would take the additional food from the mission, go to the homes of those who even had COVID at the time, and drop off food. And that's how it started.
Yeah.
And then I learned about the mission from doing that work as a Rotarian.
Wow. Okay, so what do you recall about R3 during the COVID era? I mean, let's do some history here.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Okay. Can't even remember really that far back. It was a dream, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I remember learning about R3 and trying to figure out how I could participate, what I could teach, what I could help. And I had been a recruiter for many years in Hawaii. And I thought, well, I can help someone or these guests prepare for the job market. And that's how it started, standing there with a face shield.
Oh my goodness.
And helping
Those
through.
were the days.
Yeah,
huh?
yeah,
Wow.
they were great.
Oh my goodness. So what roles have you served in R3? I mean, I know you've done a number of things.
Well, when I was gleaning the food in the kitchen, one of the guests came in. He was preparing to go to work, looking, for interviews. And by golly, his legs are like that tall. He was just short legs. So any pair of pants he found were just way too short. So he asked me if I would hem his pants. And I'd never hemmed pants. I did have a sewing machine, so I said, okay, I'll hem your pants for you. And then I thought, you know, give a man a fish, teach a man how to sew. You know, he's got good pants.
And
That's
more
how
pants needed to be hemmed.
That's right.
Yeah.
So I met with Denise Nash, who also was a volunteer here, and we started a sewing program. And that's how I actually learned how to sew a little bit.
Oh my goodness.
So we've taught quilting.
On the job training.
On the
literally.
job training. Thank goodness for Denise, who's a wonderful woman. And that's actually expanded. So now the R3 program is offering what we call Bags of Love, Sewing for Bags of Love.
Yeah.
It's another nonprofit in town.
Yeah.
And I think at this point, over 4,000 bags are distributed in Lane County. It's incredible to hear that that many children are in need. But all the bags have to be sewn. So we've been given many, many donations. I also, run over to St. Vinny's and pick up fabric scraps. And I prepare the fabric, and we bring it here to the mission, and the guests are then able to sew those bags and deliver them to Bags of Love. So it's just
that's so
the
beautiful.
ultimate in giving back.
So what do the guests learn in preparing those bags?
Well, I think the biggest thing that they get from it is that feeling that I am now giving.
Yes.
That's so important.
Yeah.
That feeling of pride in themselves. They're learning a skill. They're learning actually how to work with others. We're all in there together trying to figure things out. The machines, I don't know if you know how to sew.
I do not. So I am so impressed when I see guests in there just, oh my goodness. I've seen flags, I've seen the bags, I've seen all sorts of amazing work.
Yeah, it's really heartwarming to see that.
Yeah.
I don't have all the time available to come and teach the class. So I can do all of that at home and still be, in a sense, volunteering for the mission on my own time.
Yeah. You mentioned something else that I thought was really important, is that the guests are giving back. So, they're getting to see things kind of go full circle. And I think some of our guests earlier were previous recipients.
Yes, some of the guests have actually received those bags being taken from their own homes as children, which we see that cycle, right?
Yeah.
Of generational homelessness. Which is really heartbreaking, but the mission is where that can stop.
Absolutely.
And then they
Breaking
can be
cycles.
in that place to actually be giving back.
And changing that mindset that, okay, I'm no longer a recipient. Now I'm using my gifting, I'm developing skills so I can be someone who's blessing others.
Exactly.
It's it's so dignifying.
It is
It's
dignifying.
exciting.
Yeah.
And those skills are things that are in demand and help people hem pants and take care of things. Boy, I wish I were able to do those things.
Well, I can teach you. Come on, come to the
I
class.
I know where it is. So yeah,
right in here.
There we go.
Yeah.
There we go. So you talked about a little bit about the gleaning program.
Yes.
And that has grown. So the mission is absolutely blessed by the generosity of farmers and local grocers, etc., and receive most of our food donated.
Yes.
But we're also blessed by we have extra at times, and we are entrusted to be good stewards for this food. And I love that we've had volunteers that have helped us identify good partners that can help us get that food out to also provide additional support for people that are hurting.
Exactly.
And I'm pleased. I didn't know that you were right on the front end of that as well in that early era. So.
Oh gosh, for a year we donated
year.
food. I think even further than that, there were a couple of families that continued to have a
Yeah.
need. And so I would come and take the additional food and deliver.
That's beautiful.
And I don't think people recognize or know how many other organizations come here and pick up furniture or clothing or household needs when they've found or been able to get into housing, which is such a blessing.
Well, and we really wanted, again, to be good stewards. We don't do any thrifting of the donations. Our donors are so generous in providing for the well-being of our guests and when our guests move into housing. But it's also when there is additional, we want to do our best to support
other agencies that are in supportive relational type service situations.
Exactly.
So we're really wanting to make sure that we're reaching out to folks that are not the transactional service model, not the material, but really recognizing that holistic service model that we embrace. So
Exactly. I really would hope that people would recognize that handing money to someone on the street, although it is a gesture of kindness, it can do so much more if that dollar is provided to the mission, where it can really be used in a proper way, in the way that I think they intend it to be used, and that is to feed.
well, and there's the multiplier effect too. So
Yes.
The bulk of our workforce here, well, I shouldn't really call it even workforce, but our volunteers, incredibly generous folks, that dollar is resourcing so much more than just that dollar. It's
Right.
basically multiplied through the effort, the fabric, those, and so the guests benefit greatly from that, and we're helping restore guests to that healthy community and flourishing, as opposed to that dollar maybe just being used in the moment and not really advancing.
Exactly. And it is relational. Everything about the mission is about relationship. Relationship with one another, relationship with God, relationship with one another here.
Yeah, so important. Do you have any special experiences or anecdotes you'd like to share?
One of the classes that I taught, this is a story I tell people all the time. It was an upcycle, recycle, because we do receive a lot of things that might need a little zhuzhing up. Yeah, a little bit. And
a little sprucing.
A little sprucing up, right. And so I had a class, upcycle, recycle, and had my little table set up, and the first guest came in, and he said, he couldn't even make eye contact, but he said, I'm really nervous. I'm out of my element. I've been on the streets for 4 years. I've only been here 2 weeks, and I'm nervous. And I said, hey, don't worry about it. An hour before you got here, I was Googling what I was going to teach you. So that kind of broke the ice. And about halfway through the class, he's standing there in a little white apron, holding a paintbrush, and he didn't even look at me. He just looked up and he said, I'm happy.
Oh.
I'm happy. And that did it. It was like, okay, that's what it's all about.
Absolutely.
I think smiles are contagious, love is contagious, and some of these people haven't had a smile.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Any.
You know, that's something that so surprises people on tours, is I think they expect there to be like this doom and gloom, and they hear laughter in our hallways, and there's activity and productivity, and again, the people expressing joy. That's what it's supposed to be about. That's what healing looks like. That's what relationship looks like.
Exactly.
You know, it's not this quiet desperation.
Not at all.
Yeah.
No, not here. Like I said, I've been here 5 years volunteering, lots of different ways that you can volunteer. And you don't even have to be talented. I have no talent. I can barely sew.
Well, you're not the only one. Many of us, teaching classes or doing other things, we are learning right alongside the guests. And sometimes we find out the guests know more about it. I mean, that's the beauty of this. This is where we're sharing giftings, and it's so encouraging. I think people would be thrilled to find out, wow, I don't have to be the know-it-all. I can be partnering with people.
Yeah, it's very much that way.
Yeah. So, how have you seen things change at the mission over time?
I think I've seen a change in the demographics.
Yeah.
Older people are here.
Absolutely.
That's heartbreaking to me. That really hits home, because there's very little opportunity for them to actually get back out there and make a living. That's tough.
Yeah. And when we think about flourishing, again, we're entrepreneurial and adjusting, but it's a different thing. We're not just saying, hey, let's plug the person into a job. It's more like we really need to focus on, are there opportunities for family reunification?
Yeah.
Are there opportunities for church, family, volunteer, etc.? We must not let this person be alone. And restoring hope for the future, because at that point, what that person has been through has probably been through the ringer. So it's
and then
a tough
some.
place. And then some.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's a hard place. And what else have you seen?
Let's see. I've seen more available classes for people, some very important classes, whether it's financial, intelligence, just learning what they can do themselves to move ahead financially. That's important. And it sounds funny, but little things, pickleball, you know, the bike riding class. All those things are just part of what make us human, that give us life. And I think that's really important here at the Mission.
You know, I just love watching the folks head out on the bikes in the sunshine, and now it'll be in the rain.
We are in Oregon, Cheryl.
We are, and we love it. We love it. It's liquid sunshine, right?
What I would really love to see going forward, it would be fantastic if more people would consider in their donation to give to the Mission. This is where it really, really, really matters. Lives turn around because there's a program in place that makes it possible for people. It's not a handout. It really, truly is a pathway to life success, to joy. And that, I've never seen it anywhere else but here.
Thank you. And it's so important. We take no government funds, so it is all privately funded. But people need to know that we steward those dollars very carefully. We're very leanly staffed. We really take advantage of all of the benefits and the blessings that are provided to us for the benefit of our guests. And thank you for mentioning that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's important for people to recognize that we're all asking, right? But I think everyone wants to make sure they're making a good financial decision, a good fiscal decision.
Well, and there is that impact. If we see, I mean, homelessness has to be one of the most significant issues facing this community. And if you want to make that impact and make that difference, we can absolutely make that the difference.
And every day you do.
Thank you.
Every day you do.
Thank you. Well, it has been an absolute pleasure, Colleen. We are so blessed to have you serving
thank
here.
you.
And I think I'm going to have to learn how to sew, it sounds like. So.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Okay,
God
thanks,
bless
Cheryl.
you. Well, hello again. It is my pleasure to introduce two more impactful guests. We have Adam Wilson and Jake Pelroy. Please join me on the bench. Jake, good to see you.
Good to see you.
Hi there, welcome. And the seats aren't even too wet or anything, so.
That's good.
Yeah. Yeah, nice and cozy. So how was your afternoon going?
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
Pretty good. I'm excited to be on here with you.
Okay, you guys ready for the grilling?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. No, I'm just teasing. So, obviously we're talking about homelessness. I'm just going to dive right in. How have you seen it change over the last several years?
I've seen it. There has been, I think over the last few years, you really just see it everywhere around Eugene. There's some cities where you see it a lot more than others. Eugene is definitely one of them. I do work all over the state, and there's some cities that there's not as much there right out in the public, and it's all connected to addiction and mental illness. I believe the chronic homelessness.
Yeah. Do you have anything?
Absolutely. Yeah. In the last few years, I think one of the things I noticed maybe a decade ago is that the homelessness seemed to to wane off in the winter. And now we're seeing more permanent camps that I feel like are not seasonal.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah.
here year round.
Yeah.
Even in the hardest, wettest parts of our seasons.
Yeah. So from a policy perspective, what do you think helps people make that courageous step to seek recovery options or mental health options, or, to actually start to address some of the underlying causes?
I think when there is a decision that needs to be made, where you're at a place where you have a big life decision, you have arrested, you have some sort of accident, people then are in a position where they can think clearly for a little bit and then make a decision to do a change. I think in Oregon, unfortunately, for a long time, there's just a cycle of addiction that gets happening where they can't break that and then get into any kind of help. And I think that the state, the county, they've tried to implement some stuff and it hasn't worked as well as I think everyone had hoped.
What are your thoughts on mental health legislation? I get pretty heart-wrenching calls from parents who are saying, can you do anything? We have a family member who is out on the street and who is suffering from whatever mental condition, and we can't convince them to do anything. What can you do? And it's really tough to have those conversations.
Yeah, absolutely. I think at a state legislative level, we need to view every bill through the lens of, are they being effective? Is the money being used effectively to treat the causes that we know are going on? I know there's certain, regarding funds, state funds going to homeless, there's certain earmarks where it says, okay, well, this is going to be designated for chronic homelessness as opposed to not. And that word is being used for people who may be on the streets, chronically for more than a 10-year period. And I think we really need to be careful with that in the sense that funding needs to be broken into two different areas. So we say people who are new to the streets.
Situational versus,
are receiving the maximum amount of revenue and care and ability, because I think they have the greatest chance of being treated, as opposed to money going to what we call chronic homelessness. Doesn't mean we can't be empathetic to that, but I feel we need to view those two different types of situations separately.
Yeah, I think that's a very wise point. It's been one of my frustrations that so often the public dialogue conflates those two. There's a big difference between situational, unhoused, and chronic, and even how we address it. If someone is in a situational, we can, quickly reroute to some other emergency type of housing. But in a chronic situation, we're dealing with so many issues that I'm going to use a bad term here, but to sell it to the public as if it's situational is to shortcut all of the hard work that needs to be done to help restore that person to flourishing.
Yeah.
And I hear it over and over where people will say things like, this one event or this just happened. It's like, no. This might even be generational, or this might be, 3 decades in happening, and it's not just one domino that fell, it might be 15. It shouldn't erode our compassion for the poor person, but it certainly needs to describe all the things that need to come back together in order for that person to flourish and be fully restored. And I don't feel I personally don't feel like the legislation that I see addresses the broader things. Right. It seems like we keep moving towards one simple answer and not supporting the mental health or the addiction recovery or family restoration tools or other things to hit the bigger issues.
Exactly, yeah. I think the fear would be that if we pay too much attention, if we lump those two categories of homeless together, then what you see is kind of a souring of public opinion on homelessness in general, and then situational homeless people, someone who maybe just lost their job and they're out of the apartment and they're on the streets for the first time, they're going to be lumped in and not receive the public affection, the public empathy that we need to help those people from becoming chronically homeless, as opposed to the situations where people are consistently refusing help, and they're creating, a vast majority of problems that we see with homelessness in our communities.
One of the things, Adam, we were talking before this, doing a little prep, and he was bringing up the fact that these out-of-state individuals that are maybe coming from other states, where maybe you can't really claim that housing is a problem in some other states, because housing is more expensive in our area, but certainly it isn't in the Midwest. So how do you go and say, well, it's because of housing that we have a homelessness issue?
Yeah.
I mean, that just seems too, it just seems disingenuous.
Well, people know this about me, that I don't believe it's a housing issue. I'm quite on the record on that. I believe it's a disconnection issue, not from a foo-foo perspective, but most of our folks have, they no longer have family support. We've burned through it for a variety of reasons. They've got a variety of other issues. The housing piece is just, it's almost like we're using the term homelessness as a misnomer. So we don't even need to look at the really hard issues, like how do we help support this person for mental illness or the co-occurring with substance use? Not to bap the person over the head with that. We recognize it might be a coping mechanism, but how do we get them into recovery? How do we support that? Or if they're co-occurring and the mental illness is such that the person may not be compos mentis to be able to start even looking at those issues. So it's magical thinking to place a person somewhere and think that suddenly they're just going to be able to make those really tough steps and take those steps. But I'm talking too much, I'm sorry. But
you're an expert too here.
Well,
you live this stuff, and you guys do a lot of great stuff here.
Thank you. How do we educate people? Obviously we're not here to erode compassion, but we need to be effective. The true compassion is restoring people to flourishing and really addressing the underlying causes and breaking the cycle. How do we have those conversations with the broader community as to this is the way to be effective?
I think to just gain trust of the public that we need transparency and real data about who is here and why this is happening. We need to know, first off, are these local people? Have they came here? What brought them here? And then break that down even farther and say, okay, well, what particular drugs or causes do we find is the most prevalent in that sample? Is it fentanyl, right? And are we looking at that as the same way we look at alcohol? And are those treatments going to be as successful? And how do we separate those two people? Should we view someone who's addicted to alcohol and that's causing their issues in the same way that someone is addicted to, say, fentanyl, which we know has such more negative damage to long-term cognitive ability and things like that? So we're seeing this pushback of really, I guess, quality data that we can use to make educated decisions into where we spend our money the most. And so that would be the most important thing for me as a legislator, would be trying to push for real data and listen to the people from the mission and say, this is what we're seeing on the streets. This is what people are coming from, and this is what they're addicted to. And we need to steer funds in that direction.
What we see over and over, let's take substances, is that sometimes it's not the scariest stuff that's a problem. Sometimes, like I'll take our Life Change program, the ability for guests to recover from alcohol abuse is tough. And most recovery programs are relatively short. 3 months is not long enough for someone to address that. We have a year-long free program, and sometimes we'll go up to 18 months. And we're starting to think, for real recovery, does it need to be even longer? And the cost of that on the open market is exorbitant. I mean, it's just not available. But to actually get effective where you're getting into the upper 70%, non-relapse, that's the type of intensive care that's, work that's needed.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, sometimes it takes just forever. You're always in recovery. You're going
Correct.
to AA. You gotta various other former addicts that are helping you along in this situation. So it's building those skills to be able to not go back to the bottle. Go, do something else other than that when you're coping through something.
Yeah.
Which is why I believe that having faith is a very important aspect to this, because Jesus is the ultimate healer here.
Amen. Amen. And we also need people to know there's hope, that you don't have to become that which is challenging to you, that there is true healing, there is a better life ahead. Many people that come to our front door are they're not sure. They start to believe the lies that this is just how it's going to be, and they're just bottoming out. And so both through faith and also through the example and success stories, it's like there is something better. But for the broader community, it's like, please support that. Please, we recognize we're not for everyone, but please support the path that these courageous folks are taking, rather than saying it's somehow, not possible, or that let's not talk about recovery, because, we don't want to really address that substance use is a problem. It is a major issue in the homeless community. Again, whether it was coping or something that just went wrong with, opioid use, whatever. We're not sitting in judgment. We're trying to help liberate, to bring folks to freedom. So, do you think we're making any progress in having the community recognize that homelessness is not just lack of a house?
I think so. I've been there is I think there's a growing understanding that there is enabling behavior that happens out there towards homeless. With your last guest talked about giving them money, and then there's various groups that give people food, and that are just living on the street. I think that our governments tend to do that on occasion too, and you hear it more and more about toxic charity. You hear about that's not really what we should be doing with the situation, because we're enabling.
Yeah, we're so hoping people will encourage hurting people to seek supported, structured help, rather than living on the street isn't for anyone, So.
Enabling is also what happens in the home too. If you have an addictive problem, there's usually some other person that's enabling, and which probably ends up burning the bridge eventually, because you have to stop doing that, and so that's tough.
These are tough issues.
Do you feel like what's the main barrier you're seeing for people to finally come to you? When people finally come to the mission, what is it that they're telling you about what was the final straw that brought them here, to made them want to turn the corner?
So, sadly, many people have to reach almost rock bottom, because many people still believe that the mission is a dark, scary place. They actually don't have to reach rock bottom, but they do have to make the personal decision that they're going to do some hard work on this. And it's not easy. I mean, facing some of the demons of the past, whatever brought them to grief, or that is separated from their family or their profession or whatever, those are hard things to do. So I'd say that the barrier that we face is still people somehow believing that structure and the discipline and the other things are punitive as opposed to supportive, and that we're here to love, and we want people to have a life of flourishing, not the being trapped in that addiction or that tough place that's going to make life really, really tough for them. So.
Not to turn the interview around and ask you a question now, but do you ever see people when they're not quite at the rock bottom but on their way down? How does that usually? I mean, that'd probably be better?
I'm always hoping they'll do okay, but we sometimes have folks that don't. They think they've got it, and this happens quite a bit. They haven't hit rock bottom, but they're in the program working it, and then they think they're fine. And then they leave the program, I've got it, and they relapse. So sadly, sometimes they have to try another time because they have to actually hit bottom later. That's common. I mean, that's just anecdotal. But we're just praying that they'll come back and we'll work on it and we'll get it taken care of for their well-being. So, hey, these guys have been flagging me, so I thank you both very, very much. Appreciate the conversation and hope that we can all make the community better. So,
Absolutely. Thank you.
And God bless you both.
Thank you. Bless you too.
Have a good evening. All right, we have another special guest, Elisa Scott. I hope I've said your first name correctly. And welcome to Conversations on a Bench. And how's your evening going?
My evening is going very well. I'm excited to be here.
Oh, wonderful. So you have the volunteer lanyard on, I see, the official.
I do. It is official.
So how did you come to volunteer at the mission?
So I recently moved out here actually earlier this year. And so volunteering has been something just on my heart, something that I've wanted to do for the past, I would say, year or so. And so in this season of life, I just wanted to take a new approach and just do something completely different out of my comfort zone.
Okay.
But Eugene Mission specifically just really resonated with me just because, one, it's faith-based. So I'm a woman of faith. And then also, I really liked the mission in terms of what you guys are doing for the community, right? For your guests. It's not just this regular shelter, or you're not just trying to give food, right? But it's so much bigger and broader than that. In terms of really just trying to help folks just see the light at the end of the tunnel and to just kind of turn that new leaf and helping them to see that you guys are here and that there's resources available to really help them to kind of just shift their life and know that things are brighter at the end of the tunnel, right? And so that was really encouraging to me, and I just wanted to be a part of that.
Oh, I love that. Okay, you said something I have to follow up on.
Yes.
You said out of your comfort zone again. So tell us more about it. How did you decide to do this in something that, let's back up. How was it out of your comfort zone?
Out of my comfort zone, I guess for me, I think we all do this in the sense of we tend to place a lot of our time and eyes on ourselves. I think a lot of the time I'm focused on, just what I have going on in life. I'm very ambitious. I like to climb the ladder and just, work hard and do things that I'm interested in. But in this season of my life, taking myself out of my comfort zone means doing something out of the norm. And so this has been out of the norm for me, in that I've just wanted to find new ways to connect with my community, to be a light in someone else's life, because other people are also going through things, right? And we all
everyone
need...
is.
Yes.
It's just where you are. I'm sorry. I cut
No,
you
you're
off,
fine.
so,
And it's just one of those things where we want to build that community and be encouraging and be a light in others' lives, because I feel as though that's what we're supposed to do as servants of God. So for my faith, I feel I'm ready to take the eyes off myself so I can be a vessel for God and just do work here on earth.
Yeah, beautiful. So where have you been volunteering at the mission?
So I've been here for about a month, and so I've been serving in the cafeteria.
Okay.
So I usually serve on Saturdays.
Okay.
And so I've been serving lunch, usually get there about an hour or so or stay an hour later, where I can just connect with Miss Hazel and her team. They've all been awesome.
Good crew.
Getting some good food.
Oh my goodness. Yes.
And just talking and getting to know the staff and just, the guests. And so it's been really good. But I'm excited because I feel like there's so many places that you can build community here and make a difference.
Yeah.
Classes have
Well,
been
and I
something.
wouldn't want to take you out of the kitchen, but Mike Tardy, our volunteer in community
awesome.
engagement, he loves to plug people in all sorts of places and challenge their their comfort levels. I'll say
Yeah.
it that way, in a really good way. In a
Yeah.
really
And
good
he's
way.
already started. He's
Has
like
he? Oh,
maybe
oh.
the rescue center, a
Yeah.
class,
Oh,
like
my
different
goodness.
things. He's been planting the seeds for
Yeah,
sure.
yeah.
So I'm excited.
So has anything surprised you?
That's a good question. Has anything surprised me? I wouldn't say. It's hard to say, right? Because it's only been about a month. So I feel like I've just been like this sponge where I'm trying to absorb and just learn and just get to know folks, right? So me, I guess I would just say trying to do my part with using discernment, right? On just knowing when to speak, knowing when
Yeah.
to, just listen. I guess that could be like something that I'm still learning.
Yeah.
So could be a challenge, but I'm excited to learn on like how to maneuver that and find the best way to like connect with our guests, right?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
build those relationships, because I don't want to come off too strong, but then
Yeah.
at the same time I want to, be engaged and,
Yeah.
be present. So I think kind of just like finding that balance is probably something that I've struggled with in the past. And so this can be like a way that I can learn and grow in that
Yeah.
area.
Well, just to be very transparent, I would say our volunteering is at the advanced level, in that, our volunteers are very engaged with our guests. And I think it's the high impact of volunteer model, basically. But for many folks, we're almost taught, we need to have boundaries, we need to have this separation. And we, as a staff of volunteers, we want to know how the guest is doing. How are they feeling? What's going on? How did their knee surgery go? We are engaged, and that's not always comfortable for folks. Sometimes they have to get used to it. That it was still. I don't want to go so far as to say purely transactional, but to really reach out and connect. That level of there's vulnerability involved. To really make the effort, because the guest may not be yet ready to reciprocate. So you're just pouring and loving on that guest, and not expecting anything. Just, I want to care for you. I want to show that we're glad that you're here.
Yeah, and I think sometimes people will take vulnerability as a weakness, right? But it's such a strength. But I think also it's like creating that safe space for people to feel comfortable enough to be able to kind of let their guard down, right? Knowing that, okay, like this person, she doesn't come across as judgmental, right?
Yeah,
She's not
yeah,
judging me.
yeah.
She's just listening. She's here to like be a light, or like, spread love or whatever. So that ultimately can also help kind of build that rapport and that comfortability to have those conversations, right?
So what would you say to someone who's feels that they should be called to volunteer, but is nervous, like it's scary, or I'm not sure I can interact with people without being awkward, or what would you tell them?
I would say just be open. I would say just dive in, to be honest, because I think sometimes when we like overthink situations, we think ourselves out of it. So I would say just be fluid, be open, be teachable, coachable. And just kind of be open to see what will happen, how things can unfold, right? Because there is a place for everyone somewhere, right?
Oh,
so
yeah.
just being like open to that and trying different things out, and being okay to pivot if things don't work out or you don't feel like this is a good fit.
Yeah.
To just kind of give yourself that grace and that time to just kind of figure that out.
And that's I'm so glad you brought that up, because we have folks that try out different areas that come here and volunteer, and we want them to communicate, hey, I thought that this space would be great, but hey, can I try that area over there? And that's where just learning. I mean, we have 7.5 acres and so many activities going on, and there's so many different ways of engaging with guests, whether it's walking with guests, or in the warehouse, or making food, or sewing, or and so sometimes we're finding people that are just like learning new skills. Colleen was just talking about it, where we're just kind of we'll hear folks like, well, I don't know how to cook. Well, let's learn together, huh? Let's learn. How exciting to have these opportunities. And
I think Mike was telling me about a class on a Saturday. They're going to be teaching a barista class.
Oh, yeah, we have a full coffee setup. Yeah,
I love
make
that.
those fancy coffees
don't
and
know how
lattes
to,
and stuff.
so.
Yeah. Hey, but what a cool skill, huh?
Yeah.
So yeah, and so many opportunities, and so it's growth for everyone involved.
Absolutely.
But you have to take that step.
Yeah.
You have to be like you've done. That's what I love. You're still brand new as a volunteer, and you've just stepped out and taken it on.
I'm excited, and I feel like I'm learning even more about myself as well, right? Because we have to put ourselves in those situations where we are uncomfortable, because I think that forces you to grow.
Yeah.
And so in this season, I feel like it's been like so many different things all at once.
Yeah.
And it's fruitful though, to
Yeah.
kind of see the different growth and how things are kind of unfolding. So I'm excited. I'm really excited to be here. You guys are great. It's been
Well,
a really great
I'm excited to
experience.
see how God uses you, and
Thank you.
I think what a blessing to our guests. So
Thank you.
so much.
Of course.
And thank you for joining me on the bench too.
Thank
it's been
you
a
for
pleasure.
having me.
Have a good evening. All righty. Well, hello. I am pleased to be joined now by Charlene Strow. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me here. I'm excited.
Fantastic. So tell us a little bit about yourself.
Wow. It's always a big question to ask.
I know. It's like, how far back do we go?
Exactly.
Okay, in
So-
first grade, what'd you do?
Exactly. So I'll try to give you the Cliff Note version of it. Currently, I serve as the executive director for Head Start Lane County.
Oh, fantastic.
Loving that job very much. Outside of that, I think I'm one of the best aunts there is possible.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Just a little bit of bragging rights there.
Perfectly okay.
I think so. I
Yeah.
think so too.
Wonderful. So how did you come to be connected with the Eugene Mission?
Well, Head Start, I mean, boy, I'll tell you, that's a big story. Where do I start? Just like a little bit about who I am. I think it came to be that some of the families that we serve are living here at the mission, right?
Mhm.
And the connection of population and people that we serve, I think, is something that we share in common.
Yeah.
We've had people like Mark Tardy that sat on our board.
Yep.
I think we share kind of that common vision together.
Yeah, yeah. So what do you think most people in the community, what do you think they don't understand about unhoused youth? Particularly young people that would be engaged in Head Start or in, Mothers and Children's program at the Eugene Mission.
Yeah, I mean, just that in itself, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Head Start, we are serving, kids, mothers pregnant to the age of 5 years of age.
Yeah.
I can tell you that stories of we're serving families that are living in a tent down by the river.
Yeah.
We're serving pregnant women in cars.
Yeah.
And that, for me, it's when we have some of these kids come into our classroom and we know that that's the only meal they're going to get. We know that we're doing what we need to be doing in the moment.
Yeah.
But I think for me is to understand that it's a much bigger picture than I think the myths say about what homelessness looks like and who those people are. It is families. It's your mothers. It's
Yeah.
a daughter. It's a
Yeah.
sister. It's a brother. It's families. And I think for me is really understanding the true dynamics of what it really means and who those people, who the people are that we are trying to serve.
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit older demographic, but
so many people are surprised when they see the school bus here at the mission.
Yes, yes.
It's like, yes, we have
Yes.
mothers and children, and part of stabilization is making sure that the children can go to school and that we're supporting those types of things. We're trying to end the chaos and make sure the basics are all met.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I think especially for our young ones growing up, I mean, if we can provide them with some sort of stability, and what are their, if we can provide them with even people that they know are going to be there for them. And again, I really speak from the Head Start standpoint, and we know that it's not necessarily that we're there to teach the ABCs. What we're really there is to provide a place at least for 3 to 4 or 5 hours a day for some of these children, right? It's the food, it's the shelter, it's the consistency through Monday through Friday for them.
Right, right. We it's something we're always wanting to have a really good balance on, but we very much want our mothers to be involved in our programs and finding a way to balance so that, I mean, obviously we have mothers and children, and we're looking at childcare, even here on campus, and how to provide that so the mothers can be fully engaged, and even providing parenting supports and classes and other things. And I'm always thrilled to chat with folks and look for ways for collaboration, et cetera, and even ideas and suggestions.
Yeah,
so if you
definitely.
have any.
Oh, we have a lot.
Yeah, yeah.
I think that's one thing that Head Start does. It's not just about a preschool services.
Yeah.
I mean, Head Start is everything else, right? We're there to support not only just that child, but the concept, if you need to support everything that's surrounding the child in order for them to be successful.
Yeah.
Right.
And that, again, another important point is that for the child, it is that whole network around them. If the mother's not doing well, the child's not going to do well.
Absolutely.
If the environment is not safe and healthy, et cetera, the child's not going to do well. I
Absolutely.
mean, it's pretty complex in some ways and pretty basic.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
yeah, there's a good answer for you, huh?
Absolutely,
Yeah,
yes.
covered all my bases with that one. Yeah. So how long have you been with Head Start?
With Head Start for just about 16 years.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a good run right there.
I think so.
Yeah,
think so.
yeah.
It's a great program, so
Yeah.
I like it. I'll keep with it for a little bit longer, I think.
So how would you like to see things change in our community to better support unhoused children?
I think it's the same approach we're taking right now, I think, with childcare in general. I think there's a lot of wonderful separate resources and people doing some phenomenal work separate. I just think we're in a day and age where we have to be more collective and collaborative. Not necessarily, I guess, develop new resources, but put resources into not just actions, but actual answers, I guess.
Yeah.
But collaboratively and collectively, I think that's where we need to be going right now. I think with understanding the cuts that are happening at the federal level, things are being cut left and right, lack of money. I think the more that we can work together, I think that's going to be the answer.
So what do you think the longer term barriers have been to collaboration locally? We've got a very compassionate community. We have some pretty amazing nonprofits and others and
Absolutely.
Leaders of those nonprofits. So why has collaboration perhaps not been all that it should be?
I think we're just so siloed in what we're doing, right? And I think, I can speak definitely from Head Start, that there are so many things that we have to do and accomplish that we get so siloed versus being able to say, how can I do this with the help of you, right? And I don't think it's ill intent by any means. I think it's
No, I don't
just,
either, yeah.
I just think that
Yeah.
we get so caught up in what we're doing. And what I'm finding, the more we reach out together, that's where we're starting to see the biggest successes.
It's been something I've been talking about, that in some areas there's been a dearth of support and activity. And then there have been other areas where I've been surprised by the amount of duplication and even by certain entities that it's like, that's not your wheelhouse. Let's each stay in our giftings and our specialties and perhaps, find the areas to collaborate in. And I too would like to see that. I'm thinking of, our desire to serve our guests well and to bring services here, whether
whatever they are that the needs are. And that's a challenge, which is, for the whole time that I've been here, I've been perplexed by why, why?
And it's one of those things, I think really reality is, instead of being perplexed, it's reaching out to the people that are already doing it and saying, hey, how do we do this together?
Yeah,
or
absolutely.
tell me how to do it.
Yeah,
right?
Absolutely. Because we're trying to help people, so let's find a way to get these barriers down. We're not in competition with you. We're not seeking those dollars. We're not going to be taking your volunteers, and it's no benefit to us to have a certain number of, people or notches or clicks. It's
absolutely
ours is being good stewards.
Well, and it's our community.
Yeah, absolutely,
right?
absolutely.
And I think the more that we can get behind that common thinking, I think we're going to be better off that way.
I agree. I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. So what do you think the biggest misconceptions are in what you're doing?
In the misconception of what I'm doing?
Yeah, a Head Start. What do you think are some?
I think I just don't think people understand what we do, first of all, period. And the misconception, I think it's kind of goes along with what we're talking about in general about homelessness, is understanding that these families are in this situation not because they're lazy or not because they're choosing to do it, but because of the situation they're in. And Head Start is a phenomenal program that is really trying to support families furthest away from opportunity, right? And what can we do to help bridge the gap closer so that those opportunities are more in reach for them, right? Because if we do that, then they become successful. And if they become successful, then the community becomes successful.
Yeah, absolutely,
right?
absolutely.
Yeah.
So how have you seen, if you're able to, how have you seen the mission change over time?
I'll be honest with you, just like event like this is amazing. I was bragging about this event all day long, all week long. I think it's an amazing event. I think just being seen more in the community as a leader and what we're trying to do as a whole as a community on making a place safer for everyone, like helping to be able to help everyone together. I mean, that's the way I have seen it. And I think it's because of this job, and actually currently being in this position that I'm in right now, which is relatively new, is I get to see the inner dynamics of what you do, and it's just absolutely phenomenal.
Well, thank you.
Right?
Thank you.
I think the work you do is great. So
thank you. I so appreciate
Yeah.
that. Yeah. Well, I appreciate you being
Yeah,
on the
thank
bench
you.
with me.
Appreciate it.
And
Thank you.
You brought the warm weather for our little version of
Well,
this.
I think it's
so
that little blanket you're
I
wearing.
think so. It's also the conversation.
Yeah,
so
thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Appreciate it. And thanks again for. We're now blessed to have a very important dignitary with us, someone who is committed to the community and has just been a great friend of the Eugene Mission. Please join me in welcoming Commissioner David Lovell to the stage and to Conversations.
Hey, how are you?
Good.
To see you, Carol. You look so,
Good
this
to
is
see
that
you.
warm hug you're missing, right?
It is. That'll be
That'll warm you
perfect.
up? I was going to do a magic trick with that blanket, make you disappear for a second.
That would have been fun. That would have been fun. Please.
Thank you so much.
Welcome, welcome. This is great, though. It's stopped raining. The cushions
Super
are
job.
dry.
I've been watching you for a number of hours.
Oh,
you're a
thank
third
you.
of the way through right now.
Is that right?
Yeah, well, technically it's 8 o'clock.
I
so,
literally have lost all sense of time, so.
Well, and wasn't it Sarah that was talking about the whole sense of time with the homeless too? That
Yeah.
Yeah, that was,
This
so there
is
you go.
true.
So
Very-
you're
very-
connecting in a very real level.
Yeah, I am. All right, so now I'm going to grill you, right?
Okay,
You
grill
ready
me
for it?
on. Let's
Okay.
go. Bring on the hamburger.
Okay, you have been involved for a long time in this community. I mean, what are you seeing happening with homelessness? Getting better? Getting worse? What do you think?
I don't think it's, I'm going to be really honest, and I hope I don't hurt anybody's feelings, because I think there's, you know, my wife and I and what we've done and how we've done ministry and what our lives have unfolded like, we've really been able to walk what I would call a gold star family path in this arena. I think homelessness is getting smarter. I think people that are dealing with homelessness are getting smarter. I don't know that it's getting better yet, but I think we're getting closer to really finding out source solutions to the real problem. You and I have talked about this a lot. The problem isn't the fact that maybe people have lost their job or the circumstances. This is a spiritual problem. This is a hopeless problem. And if we can just instill hope and use that empathy and that love and example and helping people get from one square to the next, we'll see success in various levels depending on the story.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, because I think the conversations are changing.
Yeah.
So still certain things are hard sells, but it's shifted, at least from my perspective, from a sense of, this is harsh, but of just management of a level of human suffering to, hey, maybe we can do something about it. So now that we've got that progress in conversation, I'm hoping with these conversations we can look at, again, let's go back to brass tacks, or what are the underlying causes, and what can we reasonably and efficiently and effectively do to make some really critical gains.
Well, I think you said it best. I remember the day that I came around, one of the darkest days of my life, just after I was elected in May. You had an open house here, and it was the day I found out that my son committed suicide on the street. And you had said something when a lot of these experts were panelizing the homeless discussion, saying, well, we have this program and that program and these data and these stats, and you were saying that the quotient we've been missing in the healing of homelessness is the faith conversation.
Absolutely.
And I remember the people were really dismissive to what you were saying, and I almost felt like I was in a state where I was going to go, hey, you know, and really put that forth. But that's really what's been missing. And for us as a community to gather around a faith, I mean, that's going to be a battle, because, you know, light and darkness is always going to battle. But that's where we've seen the largest gains, the most effective use of our money, and the best return on our investment as a community is to bring faith into this, which is the whole point, the healing process.
Absolutely. And we are unabashedly a Christian organization.
Hallelujah.
And we do these surveys as to why people come to the mission or choose not to come to the mission. And it's actually incredibly encouraging where so many people that don't have a faith choose to come here because we are a faith-based organization, because we are a Christian, because they are recognizing that there is going to be a certain level of safety and care, and that they're not getting that level of relational touch in other places. That's not to toot our horn, all the glory to God.
Right.
But even people that do not know Christ recognize that we need to be in that type of relationship. And there's a coldness that occurs without hope and without people that are committed to the bigger things that aren't the material, transactional, etc. And in any type of healing, without hope, what are we doing?
Right.
You know?
But, I mean, think of the bigger issue too. Without the biases of what religion had hurt whoever in the past. I mean, how many Catholic stories have you heard about people being hurt by the church and all these other things? But you and people that are doing the things that you're doing are creating a non-judgmental space, a space where people can come as they are, but yet there's going to be some skin in the game, is what I like to say. Is like, hey, we're here for you. All we want is just a little skin in the game back, and that's not transactional, but it's that spiritual connection that, you know, like the widow at the mites, you know, in Luke, she deposited all what she had. Basically, what she said is, I'm fully in this, my skin in the game's into it, this is what I have. And I think that's where we're finding the most gains. I mean, statistically speaking, in policy, in the role as county commissioner, we're only helping 17 to 20% of the people. Now, in 2023, we spent $55 million on the homeless problem. So do the math on that.
Yeah,
for 20%
I'm actually
of people.
surprised where it's that high, that percentage. Sorry, but I'm
Well,
surprised, yeah.
and when we say that, and what are we doing to that? How many of those
And,
keep coming back?
Yeah, what span of time?
Right.
And for the level of service, again, I'm not trashing other people in the service area, but what are the actual results?
Right.
And again, we are stewards of the funds that are donated to us. So we need to be certain that we're helping people get better.
Right.
If we're not, what are we doing? And sadly, I'll hear the argument over and over in people doing fundraising is that it's getting worse and worse and our folks are getting sicker and sicker. Give us more money. That is not a very persuasive argument.
Nor the truth.
Yeah. And it's not, if you really want to crush the spirit of people who are trying to heal, or even to a community that's trying to maintain a level of, I'm going to call it effective compassion, not toxic compassion, the difference, but trying to retain that generous spirit, boy, that will erode it. No one wants to waste their money or their emotion on something that's spiraling downward.
Right. Well, and what if we stopped making customers and started to really see what the empathy and charity that we're classifying as good, i.e. free stuff? What if we stopped giving away free stuff? What would that do? What if we stop saying, look, we adopt a countywide policy that says we can't have a right-of-way exchange on the corners? What if we said no shopping cart is allowed off-premise? What if we said there's no public camping? What if we said that everyone has to have a trespass order on their business so someone can't sleep in their doorway without the police responding? Mm-hmm. Would we then be able to rebrand ourselves as a county to say we're here as a healing county, not an enabling county? I've heard that word a lot in this whole first 8 hours you've been talking, is that many of the programs we have are making us feel good, the giver, the check writer, but we're not doing the good that we want that money to do.
Right. If you want to help a person in the long term, not in the moment of feeling good, you need to be committed to encouraging them to go to a supportive program, to have the supportive mental health, to have the recovery, the relapse prevention program, to have the family healing program. If you want to make yourself feel good, then yeah, you'll just hand off the material, the check, the tent, the hamburger, whatever it is. But that is still a hard sell for folks.
I used to, this is what was funny, as a man of faith, I would say, look, I'm going to put $1 bills in my ashtray in my car. That way when I stop at a stoplight, I can just take $1 out, give it to whoever's got the sign, and that act of giving would fulfill that Christian experience I was looking for, to remove that guilt I was having at the stop sign by trying to avoid the gaze. You know what I'm saying? Because it was only $1. I didn't care how they spent it. But in reality, I was actually helping the problem get worse.
Yeah. Well, and it's again, a hard conversation that I have for folks is that, and many times we're making it harder for that person to make that, we've talked about it today, that courageous decision to step through the doors of a communal living that requires some steps that are not always comfortable. And when we are making the places even slightly more tolerable, they're going to kick the can down the road a few more days, as any of us would do, rather than do that really hard thing. It'll be say, okay, I have this resourcing, I can wait before I have to do the hard thing. And then by the time they do take that step, they'll be less healthy, more likely to have been, had been subject to a predator. It's going to be perhaps that much more difficult to deal with the substance use issue.
Right, yeah, I agree with you wholeheartedly. And I'm not a real big fan of harm reduction at all. I think it's just, perpetuation, if you will. I'm not a fan of low barrier shelters that have no game plan in order. I mean, you come as you are. Okay, let's have you sleep off maybe 24 hours, and then assertive, progressive steps to get you. We don't just let you stay there for a week or so and do your thing and go get clean foil and all that to do your drugs. I don't agree with that at all.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing where we know, again, in having those hard conversations with guests and for people that choose not to come to the mission, the folks that want to do the hard work need to have the stability. It can't be the Wild West. But I will say, how do we make it possible for people who are still in a state of using a substance, etc.? We firmly believe that we need to, as to the full extent we can as a mission, is to have people come through the door as long as they can do so safely and come into our rescue. And we'll welcome them as they are. But as soon as we can get them stabilized, then that decision needs to be made. Do I join a mission program? Am I ready to make that commitment to that growth and those tackling those tough issues? Or do I step away? And we've decided that's why it's a 2-week period. But I still believe there needs to be an on-ramp. So that's that kind of delicate balance that we walk. But it can't be a perpetual. It can't be a perpetual free-for-all. Again, I use the Wild West as an example, but then you wouldn't be able to have the classes and the activities where people are able to buckle down and do that tough stuff.
Right, and that on-ramp, as you've described, should be, like you said, it should be an on-ramp into a progressive kind of program, but it also should not be so easily to get off that ramp to go back into a place where, you can get all the free stuff.
Yeah, no.
Because then there's no incentive to stay.
Right, and that's where we see that swinging door, and I'll even include missions and others where it's just, I'll come in, okay, I'm not using here, but I'll step out, use, come back in, and there is not the forward progress. I mean, you can see it statistically, and folks will say, hey, if people just have a safe place, it'll get better. And actually, no, people need to feel there needs to be a progression, and there needs to be some level of holding the line. I mean, that's why we are a sober facility. And that is to support relapse prevention. It's too hard for folks to go forward when they're still living within that environment. And that's the problem, too, in a lot of housing situations where if they're going to go into a housing and right next door someone's using, that's very tough when you are just hanging on by your fingernails to maintain sobriety.
Right, the whole housing first model, just isolating the problem in an apartment. I mean, even in our case, let's say, for example, I went over to our son's apartment one afternoon and he had every single thing he owned stacked against the exterior window. In a fit of, mental unstableness that somebody was out to kill him and they were going to come through that window. And it was the first glimpse we had of really what was going on. And it's like, hey, dude, what's going on here? And then I think after the fact, when we talk about how those kinds of problems burn family relationships and estrange people, is because the family really has no control on how to snatch someone out of the fire kinds of thing. I'm talking about civil commitment, and I'm talking about those kinds of issues that are really hard conversations that loved ones could intervene sooner before all those bridges are burned if they had a way to say, this guy needs to have a timeout for a week. We need to get him tested. We need to get him evaluated. But we as a family have no road to do that with.
Yeah.
And so we just wait until either he harms himself or he harms someone else. And that's a terrible threshold. I would not want my son to harm some innocent victim. And God forbid he harmed himself to the fact that we don't have him anymore.
Yeah.
And I think that's really the tragedy that we're at, is we need something to bridge that.
Are you hopeful about where we're going with civil commitment?
I am.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we are seeing some movement. There's a recognition that we need to provide more opportunities. And it's not humane to have folks not have a safe place to go.
And then as a family member, you feel so helpless. And then, I mean, just in our opinion, when you suffer a loss like that, it's doubly hard because you thought you did everything you could, and you thought the county or the government or whatever agency you're depending on as to be the cavalry was supposed to help, and they just didn't. They just shrugged their hands and pointed fingers and gave you a brochure when the hospital released him at 2:30 in the middle of the night and he disappeared into the darkness.
Yeah,
I mean, we did that for almost 18 months, and there's other families around here that have done the same thing that I've talked to. So I think we're making progress in that area. I think the law enforcement folks and those folks that fought that so hard are starting to see some value. And, we need to be more assertive to our homeless issues and the problems of mental health. And we can't depend on the jail to be that for us.
No. I mean, that's not a place of treatment. So they do a wonderful job with what they can do, but it's not what we need.
I got to tell you, I watched Carl's segment this morning.
Yes.
And I've got to give, our sheriff's department has the best culture of any law enforcement.
Yeah,
in
they are
county,
wonderful.
in the state,
in
the nation.
We are so very well served.
they're
We're
great folks.
very blessed. Yeah, it's happy to have them join us. Very honored. So,
and honored to have you with us.
Thank you for having us.
They're flagging us, so.
Oh, we have time out.
We're going to be put in timeout, but actually, pleasure, absolutely. Always
Thank you,
good to
Cheryl.
see
It's
you.
always good to see you.
Yeah,
We go
thank
way
you.
back.
We sure do.
You
We
always
sure-
are a success, and you keep doing that. So
Oh, thank
God
you.
bless you. You're doing a great
Thank
job.
you for your
And
service
yourself.
as well.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, everyone. Need to let you know we are going to be resetting our live feeds. We need to do some technical stuff. So please don't go anywhere. Stay with us, and so appreciate you. See you soon.